by Donald Alexander Mackenzie. Myths of Babylonia and Assyria.
Ashur, the national god of Assyria. The rise of Assyria brings into prominence the national god Ashur, who had been the city god of Assur, the ancient capital. When first met with, he is found to be a complex and mystical deity, and the problem of his origin is consequently rendered exceedingly difficult. Philologists are not agreed as to the derivation of his name, and present as varied views as they do when dealing with the name of Osiris. Some give Ashur a geographical significance, urging that its original form was Aushar, waterfield. Others prefer the renderings holy, the beneficent one, or the merciful one, while not a few regard Ashur as simply a dialectic form of the name of Anshar, the god who, in the Assyrian version, or copy of the Babylonian creation myth, is chief of the host of heaven, and the father of Anu, Ea, and Enlil. If Ashur is to be regarded as an abstract solar deity who was developed from a descriptive place name, it follows that he had a history, like Anu or Ea, rooted in naturalism or animism. We cannot assume that his strictly local character is produced by modes of thought which did not obtain elsewhere. The colonists who settled at Assur no doubt imported beliefs from some cultural area. The most have either given recognition to a god or a group of gods, or regarded the trees, hills, rivers, sun, moon, and stars, and the animals as manifestations of the self-power of the universe, before they undertook the work of the draining and cultivating the waterfield and erecting permanent homes. Those who settled at Nineveh, for instance, believed that they were protected by the goddess Nina, the patron deity of the Sumerian city of Nina. As this goddess was also worshipped at Lagash and was one of the many forms of the Great Mother, it would appear that in ancient times deities had a tribal rather than a geographical significance. If the view is accepted that Ashur is Anshar, it can be urged that he was imported from Sumeria. Out of the land Shinar, according to the biblical reference, went forth Assur and builded Nineveh. Assur, or Ashur, identical, Delich and Yastro believe with Ashir, may have been an eponymous hero, a deified king like Etana or Gilgamesh, who was regarded as an incarnation of an ancient god. As Anshar was an astral or early form of Anu, the Sumerian city of origin may have been Erech, where the worship of the mother goddess was also given prominence. Damascus rendered Anshar's name as Asoros, a fact usually cited to establish Ashur's connection with that deity. This writer stated that the Babylonians passed over Sige, the mother that has begotten heaven and earth, and made two, Apasan, Apsu, the husband, and Tauth, Tiawath, or Tiamat, whose sons were Moimus, Mumu. From these another progeny came forth, Lake and Lakos, Lakmu and Lakamu. These were followed by the progeny Kesaria and Asaros, Kishar and Anshar, from which were produced Anos, Anu, Ililos, Enlil, and Eos, Ea, and of Eos and Dauke, Dakina or Damkina, was born Belos, Belmerodach, whom they say is the demiurge, the artisan who carried out the decrees of a higher being. Lakmu and Lakamu, like the second pair of the ancient group of Egyptian deities, probably symbolized darkness as a reproducing and sustaining power. Anshar was apparently an impersonation of the night sky, as his son Anu was of the day sky. It may have been believed that the soul of Anshar was born in the moon as Nanar, Sin, or in a star, or that the moon and the stars were manifestations of him, and that the soul of Anu was in the sun or the firmament, or that the sun, firmament, and the wind were forms of this self-power. If Ashur combined the attributes of Anshar and Anu, his early mystical character may be accounted for. Like the Indian Brahma, he may have been in his highest form an impersonation, or symbol, of the self-power, or world soul of developed naturalism, the creator, preserver, and destroyer in one, a god of water, earth, air, and sky, of sun, moon, and the stars, fire and lightning, a god of the grove, whose essence was in the fig or the fir cone as it was in all animals. The Egyptian god Amon of Thebes, who was associated with water, earth, air, sky, sun, and moons, had a ram form and was the hidden one, was developed from one of the elder 8 gods. In the pyramid text he and his consort are the 4th pair. When Amon was fused with the specialized sun god Ra, he was placed at the head of the Ennead as the creator. We have traces, says Jastrow, of an Assyrian myth of creation in which the sphere of creator is given to Ashur. Before a single act of creation was conceived of, however, the early people recognized the eternity of matter, which was permeated by the self-power of which the elder deities were vague phases. These were too vague, indeed, to be worshipped individually. The forms of the self-power which were propitiated were trees, rivers, hills, or animals. As indicated in the previous chapter, a tribe worshipped an animal or natural object which dominated its environment. The animal might be the source of the food supply, or might have to be propitiated to ensure the food supply. Consequently, they identified the self-power of the universe with the particular animal with which they were most concerned. One section identified the spirit of the heavens with the bull and another with the goat. In India, Dyaus was a bull, and his spouse, the earth mother, Prithvi, was a cow. The Egyptian sky goddess Hathor was a cow, and other goddesses were identified with the hippopotamus, the serpent, the cat, or the vulture. Ra, the sun god, was identified in turn with the cat, the ass, the bull, the ram, and the crocodile, the various animal forms of the local deities he had absorbed. The eagles in Babylonia and India, and the vulture, falcon, and mysterious phoenix in Egypt were identified with the sun, fire, wind, and lightning. The animals associated with the god Ashur were the bull, the eagle, and the lion. He either absorbed the attributes of other gods or symbolized the self-power of which the animals were manifestations. The earliest germ of the creation myth was the idea that night was the parent of day, and water of the earth. Out of darkness and death came light and life. Life was also motion. When the primordial waters became troubled, life began to be. Out of the confusion came order and organization. This process involved the idea of a stable and controlling power, and the succession of a group of deities, passive deities and active deities. When the Babylonian astrologers assisted in developing the creation myth, they appeared to have identified with the stable and controlling spirit of the night heaven, that steadfast orb, the polar star. Anshar, like Shakespeare's Caesar, seemed to say, "I am constant as the northern star, of whose true fixed and resting quality there is no fellow in that firmament. The skies are painted with unnumbered sparks. They are all fire, and every one doth shine, but there's but one in all doth hold his place." Associated with the solar power was the constellation Ursa Minor, the Little Bear, called by the Babylonian astronomers the Lesser Chariot. There were chariots before horses were introduced. Apatesi of Lagash had a chariot which was drawn by asses. The seemingly steadfast polar star was called Ilusar, the god Shar, or Anshar, star of the height, or Shar the Most High. It seemed to be situated at the summit of the vault of heaven. The god Shar therefore stood upon the celestial mountain, the Babylonian Olympus. He was the ghost of the elder god, whom Babylonia was displaced by the younger god Merodach as Mercury, the morning star, or as the sun, the planet of day, and in Assyria by Ashur as the sun, or Regulus or Arcturus, or Orion. Yet father and son were identical. They were phases of the one, the self-power. As deified reigning king was an incarnation of the god, after death he merged in the god, as did the Egyptian Unas. The eponymous hero Asur may have similarly merged in the universal Ashur, who, like Horus, an incarnation of Osiris, had many phases or forms. Isaiah appears to have been familiar with the Tigro-Euphratean myths about the divinity of kings and the displacement of the elder god by the younger god, of whom the ruling monarch was an incarnation, and with the idea that the summit of the celestial mountain was crowned by the North Star, the symbol of Anshar. "Thou shalt take up this parable," he exclaimed, making use of Babylonian symbolism, "against the king of Babylon, and say, How hath the oppressor ceased, the golden city ceased? How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend unto heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High." The king is identified with Lucifer as the deity of fire and the morning star. He is the younger god who aspired to occupy the mountain throne of his father, the god Shar, the polar or north star. It is possible that the Babylonian idea of a celestial mountain gave origin to the belief that the earth was a mountain surrounded by the outer ocean, beheld by Etana when he flew towards heaven on the eagle's back. In India this hill is Mount Meru, the world spine, which sustains the earth. It is surmounted by Indra's Valhal, or the great city of Brahma. In Teutonic mythology, the heavens revolve round the polar star, which is called Varal Nagli, the world spike, while the earth is sustained by the world tree. The dead amulet of Egypt symbolized the backbone of Osiris as a world god. Dead means firm, established, while at burial ceremonies the coffin was set up on end inside the tomb, on a small sandhill intended to represent the mountain of the west, the realm of the dead. The Babylonian temple towers were apparently symbols of the world hill. At Babylon the Duazaga, Holy Mount, was Merodach's temple Isagila, the temple of the high head. A Kur, rendered the house or temple of the mountain, was the temple of Bel and Lil at Nippur. At Erech, the temple of the goddess Ishtar was Eanna, which connects her as Nina or Nini with Anu, derived from Anna, heaven. Ishtar was queen of heaven. Now Polaris, situated at the summit of the celestial mount, was identified with the sacred goat, the highest of the flock of night. Ursa Minor, the Little Bear constellation, may have been the goat with 6 heads, referred to by Professor Sayce. The 6 astral goats, or goatmen, were supposed to be dancing round the chief goatman, or satyr, Anshar. Even in the dialogues of Plato, the immemorial belief was perpetuated that the constellations were moving as in a dance. Dancing began as a magical or religious practice, and the earliest astronomers saw their dancing customs reflected in the heaven by the constellations, whose movements were rhythmical. No doubt Isaiah had in mind the belief of the Babylonians regarding the dance of their goat gods when he foretold, "Their houses shall be full of doleful creatures, and owls, ghosts, shall dwell there, and satyrs shall dance there." In other words, there would be no people left to perform religious dances beside the desolate houses. The stars only would be seen dancing around Polaris. Tammuz, like Anshar, as sentinel of the night heaven, was a goat, as was also Nin-Girsu of Lagash. A Sumerian reference to a white kid of En-Mersi, Nin-Girsu, was translated into Semitic, a white kid of Tammuz. The goat was also associated with Merodach. Babylonians, having prayed to that god to take away their diseases or their sins, released a goat, which was driven into the desert. The present polar star, which was not, of course, the polar star of the earliest astronomers, the world having rocked westward, is called in Arabic Al-Jadi, the kid. In India, the goat was connected with Agni and Varuna. It was slain at funeral ceremonies to inform the gods that a soul was about to enter heaven. Ea, the Sumerian lord of water, earth, and heaven, was symbolized as a goatfish. Thor, the Teutonic fertility and thunder god, had a chariot drawn by goats. It is of interest to note that the sacred Sumerian goat bore on its forehead the same triangular symbol as the Apis bull of Egypt. Ashur was not a goat of heaven, but a bull of heaven. Like the Sumerian Nannar, Sin, the moon god of Ur, Ninib of Saturn, and Bel and Lil. As the bull, however, he was, like Anshar, the ruling animal of the heavens, and like Anshar, he had associated with him 6 divinities of council. Other deities who were similarly exalted as high-heads at various centers and at various periods included Anu, Bel and Lil and Ea, Merodach, Nergal, and Shamash. A symbol of the first 3 was a turban on a seat, or altar, which may have represented the world mountain. Ea, as the world spine, was symbolized as a column with the ram's head standing on a throne, beside which crouched a goatfish. Merodach's column terminated in a lance head, and the head of a lion crowned that of Nergal. These columns were probably connected with pillar worship, and therefore with tree worship, the pillar being the trunk of the world tree. The symbol of the sun god Shamash was a disk, from which flowed streams of water. His rays apparently were fertilizing tears, like the rays of the Egyptian sun god Ra. Horus, the Egyptian falcon god, was symbolized as the winged solar disk. It is necessary to accumulate these details regarding other deities and their symbols before dealing with Ashur. The symbols of Ashur must be studied because they are one of the sources of our knowledge regarding the god's origins and character. These include 1. a winged disc with horns enclosing 4 circles revolving round a middle circle. Rippling rays fall down from either side of the disc. 2. A circle or wheel suspended from wings and enclosing a warrior drawing his bow to discharge an arrow. And 3. The same circle. The warrior's bow, however, is carried in his left hand, while the right hand is uplifted as if to bless his worshippers. These symbols were taken from seal cylinders. An Assyrian standard, which probably represented the world column, has the disc mounted on a bull's head with horns. The upper part of the disc is occupied by a warrior, whose head, part of his bow, and the point of his arrow protrude from the circle. The rippling water rays are V-shaped, and 2 bulls treading river-like rays occupy the divisions thus formed. There are also 2 heads, a lion and a man's, with gaping mouths, which may symbolize tempests, the destroying power of the sun, or the sources of the Tigris and Euphrates. Jastrow regards the winged disc as the purer and more genuine symbol of Ashur as a solar deity. He calls it a sun disc with protruding rays, and says, "To this symbol the warrior with the bow and arrow was added, a despiritualization that reflects the martial spirit of the Assyrian Empire." The sun symbol on the sun boat of Ra encloses similarly a human figure, which was apparently regarded as the soul of the sun. The life of the god was in the sun egg. In an Indian prose treatise it is set forth, "Now that man in yonder orb, the sun, and that man in the right eye truly are no other than death, the soul. His feet have stuck fast in the heart, and having pulled them out he comes forth. And when he comes forth, then that man dies. Whence they say of him who has passed away, he has been cut off, his life or life-string have been severed." The human figure did not indicate a process of despiritualization either in Egypt or in India. The Horus, winged disc, was besides a symbol of destruction and battle, as well as of light and fertility. Horus assumed that form in one legend to destroy Set and his followers. But of course the same symbols may not have conveyed the same ideas to all people. As Blake put it, "What to others a trifle appears fills me full of smiles and tears. With my inward eye 'tis an old man grey, with my outward a thistle across my way." Indeed, it is possible that the winged disc meant one thing to an Assyrian priest and another thing to a man not gifted with what Blake called double vision. What seems certain, however, is that the archer was as truly solar as the wings or rays. In Babylonia and Assyria, the sun was, among other things, a destroyer from the earliest times. It is not surprising, therefore, to find that Ashur, like Merodach, resembled in one of his phases Hercules, or rather his prototype Gilgamesh. One of Gilgamesh's mythical feats was the slaying of the 3 demon birds. These may be identical with the birds of prey which Hercules, in performing his 6th labor, hunted out at Stymphalus. In the Greek Hipparcho-Ptolemy star list, Hercules was the constellation of the Kneeler, and in Babylonian Assyrian astronomy he was, as Gilgamesh or Merodach, Saru, the king. The astral arrow, constellation of Sagitta, was pointed against the constellations of the eagle, vulture, and swan. In Phoenician astronomy, the vulture was zither, lyra, a weapon with which Hercules, identified with Melkarth, slew Linos the musician. Hercules used a solar arrow, which he received from Apollo. In various mythologies, the arrow is associated with the sun, the moon, and the atmospheric deities, and is a symbol of lightning, rain, and fertility, as well as famine, disease, war, and death. The green-faced goddess Neith of Libya, compared by the Greeks to Minerva, carries in one hand 2 arrows and a bow. If we knew as little of Athena, Minerva, who was armed with a lance, a breastplate made of the skin of a goat, a shield, a helmet, as we do of Ashur, it might be held that she simply was a goddess of war. The archer in the sun disk of the Assyrian standard probably represented Ashur as the god of the people, a deity closely akin to Merodach, with pronounced Tammuz traits, and therefore linking with other local deities like Ninip, Nergal, and Shamash, and partaking also like these of the attributes of the elder gods, Anu, Bel-Enlil, and Ea. All the other deities worshipped by the Assyrians were of Babylonian origin. Ashur appears to have differed from them just as one local Babylonian deity differed from another. He reflected Assyrian experiences and aspirations, but it is difficult to decide whether the sublime spiritual aspect of his character was due to the beliefs of alien peoples, by whom the early Assyrians were influenced, or to the teachings of advanced Babylonian thinkers, whose doctrines found readier acceptance in a new country than among the conservative ritualists of ancient Sumerian and Akkadian cities. New cults were formed from time to time in Babylonia, and when they achieved political power they gave a distinctive character to the religion of their city-states. Others, which did not find political support and remained in obscurity at home, may have yet extended their influence far and wide. Buddhism, for instance, originated in India, but now flourishes in other countries, to which it was introduced by missionaries. In the homeland it was submerged by the revival of Brahmanism, from which it sprung, and which it was intended permanently to displace. An instance of an advanced cult suddenly achieving prominence as a result of political influence is afforded by Egypt, where the fully developed Aton religion was embraced and established as a national religion by Akhenaton, the so-called dreamer. That migrations were sometimes propelled by cults, which sought new areas in which to exercise religious freedom and propagate their beliefs, is suggested by the invasion of India at the close of the Vedic period by the latecomers, who laid the foundations of Brahmanism. They established themselves in Mahadyesa, the Middle Country, the land where the Brahmanas and the later Samhitas were produced. From this center went forth missionaries, who accomplished the Brahmanization of the rest of India. It may be, therefore, that the cult of Ashur was influenced in its development by the doctrines of advanced teachers from Babylonia, and that Persian Mithraism was also the product of missionary efforts extended from that great and ancient cultural area. Mitra, as has been stated, was one of the names of the Babylonian sun god, who was also a god of fertility. But Ashur could not have been to begin with merely a battle and solar deity. As the god of a city-state he must have been worshipped by agriculturists, artisans, and traders. He must have been recognized as a deity of fertility, culture, commerce, and law. Even as a national god he must have made wider appeal than to the cultured and ruling classes. Bel-Enlil of Nippur was the world god and war god, but still remained a local corn god. Assyria's greatness was reflected by Ashur, but he also reflected the origin and growth of that greatness. The civilization of which he was a product had an agricultural basis. It began with the development of the natural resources of Assyria, as was recognized by the Hebrew prophet who said, "Behold, the Assyrian was a cedar in Lebanon with fair branches. The waters made him great, the deep set him up on high with her rivers running round about his plants, and sent out her little rivers unto all the trees of the field. Therefore his height was exalted above all the trees of the field, and his boughs were multiplied, and his branches became long because of the multitude of waters when he shot forth. All the fowls of heaven made their nests in his boughs, and under his branches did all the beasts of the field bring forth their young, and under his shadow dwelt all great nations. Thus was he fair in his greatness, and the length of his branches, for his root was by great waters. The cedars in the garden of God could not hide him. The fir trees were not like his boughs, and the chestnut trees were not like his branches, nor any tree in the garden of God was like unto him in his beauty." Assur, the ancient capital, was famous for its merchants. It is referred to in the Bible as one of the cities which traded with Tyre in all sorts of things, in blue clothes and broidered work, and in chests of rich apparel bound with cords and made of cedar. As a military power, Assyria's name was dreaded. "Behold," Isaiah said, addressing King Hezekiah, "thou hast heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all lands by destroying them utterly." The same prophet, when foretelling how Israel would suffer, exclaimed, "O Assyrian, the rod of mine anger, and the staff in their hands is mine indignation. I will send him against a hypocritical nation, and against the people of my wrath will I give him a charge, to take the spoil, and to take the prey, and to tread them down like the mire of the streets." We expect to find Ashur reflected in these three phases of Assyrian civilization. If we recognize him in the first place as a god of fertility, his other attributes are at once included. A god of fertility is a corn god and a water god. The river as a river was a creator, and Ashur was therefore closely associated with the watery place, with the canals or rivers running round about his plants. The rippling water rays or fertilizing tears appear on the solar discs. As a corn god, he was a god of war. Tammuz's first act was to slay the demons of winter and storm, as Indra's in India was to slay the demons of drought, and Thor's in Scandinavia was to exterminate the frost giants. The corn god had to be fed with human sacrifices, and the people therefore waged war against foreigners to obtain victims. As the god made a contract with his people, he was a deity of commerce. He provided them with food, and they in turn fed him with offerings. In Ezekiel's comparison of Assyria to a mighty tree, there is no doubt a mythological reference. The Hebrew prophets invariably utilized for their poetic imagery the characteristic beliefs of the people to whom they made direct reference. The owls, satyrs, and dragons of Babylon mentioned by Isaiah were taken from Babylonian mythology, as has been indicated. When, therefore, Assyria is compared to a cedar, which is greater than fir or chestnut, and it is stated that there are nesting birds in the branches and under them reproducing beasts of the field, and that the greatness of the tree is due to the multitude of the waters, the conclusion is suggested that Assyrian religion, which Asher's symbols reflect, included the worship of trees, birds, beasts, and waters. The symbols of the Assyrian tree, probably the world tree of its religion, appears to be the rod of mine anger, the staff in their hand, that is, the battle standard, which was the symbol of Asher. Tammuz and Osiris were tree gods, as well as corn gods. Now, as Ashur was evidently a complex deity, it is futile to attempt to read his symbols without giving consideration to the remnants of Assyrian mythology which are found in the ruins of the ancient cities. These either reflect the attributes of Ashur, or constitute the material from which he evolved. As Layard pointed out so many years ago, the Assyrians had a sacred tree which became conventionalized. It was an elegant device in which curved branches, springing from a kind of scroll-work, terminated in flowers of graceful form. As one of the figures last described was turned, as if an act of adoration, towards this device, it was evidently a sacred emblem, and I recognized in it the holy tree, or tree of life, so universally adored at the remotest period in the East, and which was preserved in the religious systems of the Persians to the final overthrow of their empire. The flowers were formed by 7 petals. This tree looks like a pillar and is thrice crossed by conventionalized bull's horns, tipped with ring symbols which may be stars, the highest pair of horns having a larger ring between them, but only partly shown as if it were a crescent. The tree with its many 7-fold designs may have been a symbol of the 7-fold One Are Ye deity. This is evidently the Assyrian tree, which was called the rod or staff. What mythical animals did this tree shelter? Layard found that 4 creatures continually introduced on the sculptured walls were a man, a lion, an ox, and an eagle. In Sumeria the gods were given human form, but before this stage was reached the bull symbolized Nannar, Sin, the moon god, Ninip, Saturn, the old sun, and Enlil, while Nergal was a lion, as a tribal sun god. The eagle is represented by the Zu bird, which symbolized the storm and phase of the sun, and was also a deity of fertility. On the silver vase of Lagash, the lion and eagle were combined as the lion-headed eagle, a form of Ningirsu, Tammuz, and it was associated with wild goats, stags, lions, and bulls. On a mace head dedicated to Ningirsu, a lion slays a bull as the Zu bird slays serpents in the folktale, suggesting the wars of totemic deities, according to one school, and the battle of the sun with the storm clouds, according to another. Whatever the explanation may be of one animal deity or fertility slaying another, it seems certain that the conflict was associated with the idea of sacrifice to procure the food supply. In Assyria, the various primitive gods are combined as a winged bull with a human head, the kings, a winged lion with a human head, a winged man, a deity with lion's head, human body, and eagle's legs and claws, and also as a deity with eagle's head and feather headdress, a human body, wings, and feather-fringed robe, carrying in one hand a metal basket on which 2 winged men adored the holy tree, and in another a fir cone. Layard suggested that the latter deity, with eagle's head, was Nisroch, the word Nisr signifying in all Semitic languages an eagle. This deity is referred to in the Bible. Sennacherib, king of Assyria, was worshipping in the house of Nisroch his god. Professor Pinchas is certain that Nisroch is Asher, but considers that the Ni was attached to Asher, Ashuraku, as it was read to Merodach, to give the reading Ni-Morod, Nimrod. The names of the heathen deities were thus made unrecognizable and, in all probability, ridiculous as well. Pious and orthodox lips could pronounce them without fear of defilement. At the same time, the Nezer theory is probable. It may represent another phase of this process. The names of heathen gods were not all treated in like manner by Hebrew teachers. Abednego, for instance, became Abednego, Daniel the First, 7, as Professor Pinchas shows. Seeing that the eagle received prominence in the mythologies of Sumeria and Assyria as a deity of fertility with solar and atmospheric attributes, it is highly probable that the Asher symbol, like the Egyptian Horus solar disk, is a winged symbol of life, fertility, and destruction. The idea that it represents the sun in eclipse with protruding rays seems rather far-fetched, because eclipses were disasters and indications of divine wrath. It certainly does not explain why the rays should only stretch out sideways like wings and downward like a tail, why the rays should be double, like the double wings of cherubs, bulls, and etc., and divided into sections suggesting feathers, or why the disk is surmounted by conventionalized horns tipped with star-like ring symbols, identical with those depicted in the Holy Tree. What particular connection the 5 small rings within the disk were supposed to have with the eclipse of the sun is difficult to discover. In one of the other symbols in which appears a feather-robed archer, it is significant to find that the arrow he is about to discharge has a head shaped like a trident. It is evidently a lightning symbol. When Ezekiel prophesied to the Israelitish captives at Tel Abib, by the river of Chebar in Chaldea, Chebar near Nippur, he seems to have utilized Assyrian symbolism. Probably, he came into contact in Babylonia with fugitive priests from Assyrian cities. This great prophet makes interesting references to 4 living creatures, with 4 faces: the face of a man, the face of the lion, the face of an ox, and the face of an eagle. They had the hands of a man under their wings were joined one to another, their wings were stretched upward, 2 wings of every one were joined one to another. Their appearance was like burning coals of fire, and like the appearance of lamps. The living creatures ran and returned as the appearance of a flash of lightning. Elsewhere, referring to the sisters Aholah and Aholibah, who had been in Egypt and had adopted unmoral ways of life, Ezekiel tells us when Aholibah doted upon the Syrians, she saw men portrayed upon the wall, the images of the Chaldeans portrayed with vermilion, girded with girdles upon their loins. Traces of the red color on the walls of Assyrian temples and palaces have been observed by excavators. The winged gods, like burning coals, were probably painted in vermilion. Ezekiel makes reference to ring and wheel symbols. In his vision he saw 1 wheel upon the earth by the living creatures, with his 4 faces. The appearance of the wheels and their work was like unto the color of beryl, and they 4 had one likeness, and their appearance and their work was as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel. As for their rings, they were so high that they were dreadful, and their rings were full of eyes round about them 4. And when the living creatures went, the wheels went by them. And when the living creatures were lifted up from the earth, the wheels were lifted up. Whithersoever their spirit was to go, they went, thither was their spirit to go, and the wheels were lifted up over against them. For the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. And when they went I heard the noise of their wings, like the noise of great waters, as the voice of the Almighty, the voice of speech, as the noise of an host. When they stood, they let down their wings. Another description of the cherubs states, their whole body and their back and their hands and their wings, and the wheels were full of eyes, possibly stars, round about, even the wheels that they 4 had. As for the wheels, it was cried unto them in my hearing, O wheel! Or, according to a marginal rendering, they were called in my hearing wheel, or Gilgal, i.e. move around, and the cherubims were lifted up. It would appear that the wheel, or hoop, a variant rendering, was the symbol of life, and that the Assyrian feather rope figure which it enclosed was a god, not of war only, but also of fertility. His trident-headed arrow resembles, as has been suggested, a lightning symbol. Ezekiel's references are suggestive in this connection. When the cherubs ran in return, they had the appearance of a flash of lightning, and the noise of their wings resembled the noise of great waters. Their bodies were like burning coals of fire. Fertility gods were associated with fire, lightning, and water. Agni of India, Sandan of Asia Minor, and Melkarth of Phoenicia were highly developed fire gods of fertility. The fire cult was also represented in Sumeria. In the Indian epic, the Mahabharata, the revolving ring or wheel protects the soma, ambrosia of the gods, on which their existence depends. The eagle giant Garuda sets forth to steal it. The gods, fully armed, gather round to protect the life-giving drink. Garuda approaches, darkening the worlds by the dust raised by the hurricane of his wings. The celestials, overwhelmed by that dust, swoon away. Garuda afterwards assumes a fiery shape, then looks like masses of black clouds, and in the end its body becomes golden and bright, as the rays of the sun. The soma is protected by fire, which the bird quenches after drinking in many rivers, with the numerous mouths it has assumed. Then Garuda finds that right above the soma is a wheel of steel, keen-edged and sharp as a razor, revolving incessantly. That fierce instrument of the luster of the blazing suns, and of terrible form, was devised by the gods for cutting to pieces all robbers of the soma. Garuda passes through the spokes of the wheel, and has then to contend against two great snakes of the luster of blazing fire, of tongues bright as the lightning flash, of great energy, of mouth emitting fire, of blazing eyes. He slays the snakes. The gods afterward recover the stolen soma. Garuda becomes the vehicle of the god Vishnu, who carries the discus, another fiery wheel which revolves and returns to the thrower like lightning. And he, Vishnu, made the bird sit on the flagstaff of his car, saying, "Even thus thou shalt stay above me." The Persian god Ahura Mazda hovers above the kings in sculptured representations of that high dignitary, enclosed in a winged wheel or disc like Ashur, grasping a ring in one hand, the other being lifted up as if blessing those who adore him. Shamash, the Babylonian sun god, Ishtar, the goddess of heaven, and other Babylonian deities carried rings as the Egyptian gods carried the Ankh, the symbol of life. Shamash was also depicted sitting on his throne in a pillar-supported pavilion, in front of which is a sun wheel. The spokes of the wheel are formed by a star symbol and threefold rippling water rays. In Hittite inscriptions there are interesting winged emblems. The central portion of one seems to be composed of two crescents underneath a disc, which is also divided like a crescent. Above the emblem there appear the symbol of sanctity, the divided oval, and the hieroglyph, which Sayce interprets as the name of the god Sandes. In another instance, the center of the winged emblem may be seen to be a rosette, with a curious spreading object below. Above, two dots follow the name of Sandes, and a human arm bent in adoration is by the side. Professor Garstang is here dealing with sacred places, on rocky points or hilltops, bearing out the suggestion of the sculptures near Bagaz Kwe, in which there may be reasonably suspected the surviving traces of mountain cults, or cults of mountain deities, underlying the newer religious symbolism. Who the deity is, it is impossible to say, but he was identified at some time or other with Sandes. It would appear, too, that the god may have been called by a name which was that used also by the priest. Perhaps the priest-king was believed to be an incarnation of the deity. Sandes, or Sandan, was identical with Sandan of Tarsus, the prototype of Attis, who links with the Babylonian Tammuz. Sandan's animal symbol was the lion, and he carried the double axe symbol of the god of fertility and thunder. As Professor Fraser has shown in The Golden Bough, he links with Hercules and Melkarth. All the younger gods who displaced the elder gods, as one year displaces another, were deities of fertility, battle, lightning, fire, and the sun. It is possible, therefore, that Ashur was like Merodach, son of Ea, god of the deep, a form of Tammuz in origin. His spirit was in the solar wheel, which revolved at times of seasonal change. In Scotland it was believed that on the morning of May Day, Beltane, the rising sun revolved 3 times. The younger god was a spring sun god and fire god. Great bonfires were lit to strengthen him, or as a ceremony of riddance. The old year was burned out. Indeed, the god himself might be burned, that is, the old god, so that he might renew his youth. Melkarth was burned at Tyre, Hercules burned himself on a mountaintop, and his soul ascended to heaven as an eagle. These fiery rites were evidently not unknown in Babylonia and Assyria. When, according to biblical narrative, Nebuchadnezzar made an image of gold, which he set up in the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon, he commanded, "O people, nations, and languages, at the time ye hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, dulcimer, and all kinds of music, fall down and worship the golden image." Certain Jews who had been set over the affairs of the province of Babylonia, namely Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, refused to adore the idol. They were punished by being thrown into a burning fiery furnace, which was heated 7 times more than it was wont to be heated. They came forth uninjured. In the Quran it is related that Abraham destroyed the images of Chaldean gods. He brake them all in pieces except the biggest of them, that they might lay their blame on that. According to the commentators, the Chaldeans were at the time abroad in the fields celebrating a great festival. To punish the offender, Nimrod had a great pyre erected at Cutha. Then they bound Abraham, and putting him into an engine, shot him into the midst of the fire, from which he was preserved by the angel Gabriel, who was sent to his assistance. Eastern Christians were wont to set apart in the Syrian calendar the 25th of January to commemorate Abraham's escape from Nimrod's pyre. It is evident that the Babylonian fire ceremony was observed in the spring season, and that the human beings were sacrificed to the sun god. A mock king may have been burnt to perpetuate the ancient sacrifice of real kings, who were incarnations of the god. Isaiah makes reference to the sacrificial burnings of kings in Assyria. "For through the voice of the Lord shall the Assyrian be beaten down, which smotes with the rod. And in every place where the grounded staff shall pass, which the Lord shall lay upon him, it shall be with tabrets and harps, and in battles of shaking will he fight for it. For Tophet is ordained of old, yea, for the king it is prepared. He hath made it deep and large. The pile thereof is fire and much wood. The breath of the Lord, like a stream of brimstone, doth kindle it." When Nineveh was about to fall, and with it the Assyrian Empire, the legendary king Sardanapalus, who was reputed to have founded Tarsus, burned himself with his wives, concubines, and eunuchs on a pyre in his palace. Zimri, who reigned over Israel for 7 days, burnt the king's house over him with fire. Saul, another fallen king, was burned after death, and his bones were buried under the oak in Jabesh. In Europe, the oak was associated with gods of fertility and lightning, including Jupiter and Thor. The ceremony of burning Saul is of special interest. Asa, the Orthodox king of Judah, was, after death, laid in the bed which was filled with sweet odors and divers kinds of spices prepared by the apothecary's art, and they made a very great burning for him. 2 Chronicles 16:14. Jehoram, the heretic king of Judah, who walked in the way of the kings of Israel, died of an incurable disease, and his people made no burning for him like the burning of his fathers. 2 Chronicles 21:18-19. The conclusion suggested by the comparative study of the beliefs of neighboring peoples, and the evidence afforded by Assyrian sculptures, is that Ashur was a highly developed form of the god of fertility, who was sustained, or aided in his conflicts with demons, by the fires and sacrifices of his worshippers. It is possible to read too much into his symbols. These are not more complicated and vague than are the symbols on the standing stones of Scotland: the crescent with the broken bow, the trident with the double rings or wheels connected by 2 crescents, the circle with the dot in its center, the triangle with the dot, the large disc with 2 small rings on either side crossed by double straight lines, the so-called mirror, and so on. Highly developed symbolism may not indicate a process of spiritualization so much, perhaps, as the persistence of magical beliefs and practices. There is really no direct evidence to support the theory that the Assyrian winged disc, or disc with protruding rays, was of more spiritual character than the wheel which encloses the feather-robed archer with his trident-shaped arrow. The various symbols may have represented phases of the god. When the spring fires were lit and the god renewed his life like the eagle, his symbol was possibly the solar wheel or disc with eagle's wings, which became regarded as a symbol of life. The god brought life and light to the world. He caused the crops to grow. He gave increase, he sustained his worshippers. But he was also the god who slew the demons of darkness and storm. The Hittite winged disc was Sandes, or Santen, the god of lightning, who stood on the back of a bull. As the lightning god was a war god, It was in keeping with his character to find him represented in Assyria as Ashur, the archer, with the bow and lightning arrow. On the disc of the Assyrian standard, the lion and bull appear with the archer as symbols of the war god Ashur, but they were also symbols of Ashur, the god of fertility. The life or spirit of the god was in the ring or wheel, as the life of the Egyptian and Indian gods, and of the giants of folk tales, was in the egg. The dot within a circle, a widespread symbol, may have represented the seed within the egg of more than one mythology, or the thorn within the egg of more than one legendary story. It may be that in Assyria, as in India, the crude beliefs and symbols of the masses were spiritualized by the speculative thinkers in the priesthood, but no literary evidence has survived to justify us in placing the Assyrian teachers on the same level as the Brahmins who composed the Upanishads. Temples were erected to Ashur, but he might be worshipped anywhere like the Queen of Heaven, who received offerings in the street of Jerusalem, for he needed no temple, as Professor Pinchas says. Whether this was because he was a highly developed deity or a product of folk religion, it is difficult to decide. One important fact is that the ruling king of Assyria was more closely connected with the worship of Ashur than the king of Babylonia was with the worship of Merodach. This may be because the Assyrian king was regarded as an incarnation of his god, like the Egyptian pharaoh. Ashur accompanied the monarch on his campaigns. He was their conquering war god. Where the king was, there was Ashur also. No images were made of him, but his symbols were carried aloft, as were the symbols of Indian gods in the great war of the Mahabharata epic. It would appear that Ashur was sometimes worshipped in the temples of other gods. And an interesting inscription, he is associated with the moon god Nanar Sin of Haran. Esarhaddon, the Assyrian king, is believed to have been crowned in that city. The writer, says Professor Pinchas, is apparently addressing Assur-bani-apli, the great and noble Asnapper. When the father of my king, my lord, went to Egypt, he was crowned in the Gani of Haran, the temple of cedar. The god Sin remained over the sacred standard, 2 crowns upon his head, and the god Nusku stood beside him. The father of the king, my lord, entered, and he, the priest of Sin, placed the crown upon his head, saying thus, "Thou shalt go and capture the lands in the midst." He went, he captured the land of Egypt, the rest of the lands not submitting to Ashur, and Sin, the king, the lord of kings, shall capture them. Ashur and Sin are here linked as equals. Associated with them is Nusku, the messenger of the gods, who is given prominence in Assyria. The kings frequently invoked him. As the son of Ea, he acted as the messenger between Merodach and the god of the deep. He was also son of Bel Enlil, and like Anu was guardian or chief of the Igigi, the host of heaven. Professor Pinchas suggests that he may have been either identical with the Sumerian fire god Gibel, or a brother of the fire god, and an impersonation of the light of fire and sun. In Haran he accompanied the moon god, and may therefore have symbolized the light of the moon also. Professor Pinchas adds that in one inscription he identified with Nirig or Enreshtu, Ningirsu, Tammuz. The Babylonians and Assyrians associated fire and light with moisture and fertility. The astral phase of the character of Ashur is highly probable. As has been indicated, the Greek rendering of Anshar as Asoros is suggestive in this connection. Jastrow, however, points out that the use of the characters Anshar for Ashur did not obtain until the 8th century BC. Linguistically, he says, the change of Ashir to Ashur can be accounted for, but not the transformation of Anshar to Ashur or Ashir, so that we must assume the etymology of Ashur, proposed by some learned scribe, should be the nature of a play upon the name. On the other hand, it is possible that what appears arbitrary to us may have been justified in ancient Assyria on perfectly reasonable, or at any rate traditional grounds. Professor Pinchas points out that as the sun god, and at the same time not Shamash, Ashur resembled Merodach. His identification with Merodach, if that was ever accepted, may have been due to the likeness of the word to Asari, one of the deity's names. As Asari, Merodach has been compared to the Egyptian Osiris, who, as the Nile god, was Asur-Hapi. Osiris resembles Tammuz, and was similarly a corn deity and a ruler of the living and the dead, associated with sun, moon, stars, water, and vegetation. We may consistently connect Ashur with Aushur, Waterfield, Anshar, god of the height or most high, and the eponymous king Assur, who went out into the land of Nimrod and builded Nineveh, if we regard him as of common origin with Tammuz, Osiris, and Attis, a developed and localized form of the ancient deity of fertility and corn. Ashur had a spouse who is referred to as Ashuritu, or Beltu, the lady. Her name, however, is not given, but it is possible that she was identified with the Ishtar of Nineveh. In the historical texts, Ashur, as the royal god, stands alone. Like the Hittite Great Father, he was perhaps regarded as the origin of life. Indeed, it may have been due to the influence of the northern hillmen in the early Assyrian period that Ashur was developed as a father god, a Baal. When the Hittite inscriptions are read, more light may be thrown on the Ashur problem. Another possible source of cultural influence is Persia. The supreme god, Ahura Mazda, Ormuzd, was, as has been indicated, represented like Ashur, hovering over the king's head, enclosed in a winged disc or wheel, and the sacred tree figured in Persian mythology. The early Assyrian kings had non-Semitic and non-Sumerian names. It seems reasonable to assume that the religious culture of the ethnic elements they represented must have contributed to the development of the city god of Assur.
Conflicts for trade and supremacy. It is possible that during the present century, Babylonia may once again become one of the great wheat-producing countries of the world. A scheme of land reclamation has already been inaugurated by the construction of a great dam to control the distribution of the waters of the Euphrates, and, if it is energetically promoted on a generous scale in the years to come, the ancient canals, which are used at present as caravan roads, may yet be utilized to make the whole country as fertile and prosperous as it was in ancient days. When that happy consummation is reached, new cities may grow up and flourish beside the ruins of the old centers of Babylonian culture. With the revival of agriculture will come the revival of commerce. Ancient trade routes will then be reopened, and the slow-traveling caravan supplanted by speedy trains. A beginning has already been made in this direction. The first modern commercial highway which is crossing the threshold of Babylonia's new age is the German railway through Asia Minor, North Syria, and Mesopotamia to Baghdad. It brings the land of Hammurabi into close touch with Europe, and will solve problems which engaged the attention of many rival monarchs for long centuries before the world knew aught of the glory that was Greece and the grandeur that was Rome. These sudden and dramatic changes are causing history to repeat itself. Once again, the great world powers are evincing much concern regarding their respective spheres of influence in Western Asia, and pressing together around the ancient land of Babylon. On the east, where the aggressive Elamites and Kassites were followed by the triumphant Persians and Medes, Russia and Britain have asserted themselves as protectors of Persian territory, and the influence of Britain is supreme in the Persian Gulf. Turkey controls the land of the Hittites, while Russia looms like a giant across the Armenian highlands. Turkey is also the governing power in Syria and Mesopotamia, which are being crossed by Germany's Baghdad Railway. France is constructing railways in Syria, and will control the ancient way of the Philistines. Britain occupies Cyprus on the Mediterranean coast, and presides over the destinies of the ancient land of Egypt, which, during the brilliant 18th dynasty, extended its sphere of influence to the borders of Asia Minor. Once again, after the lapse of many centuries, international politics is being strongly influenced by the problems connected with the development of trade in Babylonia and its vicinity. The history of the ancient rival states, which is being pieced together by modern excavators, is, in view of present-day political developments, invested with special interest to us. We have seen Assyria rising into prominence. It began to be a great power when Egypt was supreme in the western land, the land of the Amorites, as far north as the frontiers of Cappadocia. Under the Kassite regime, Babylonia's political influence had declined in Mesopotamia, but its cultural influence remained, for its language and script continued in use among traders and diplomatists. At the beginning of the Pharaoh Akhenaten period, the supreme power in Mesopotamia was Mitanni. As the ally of Egypt, it constituted a buffer state on the borders of North Syria, which prevented the southern expansion from Asia Minor of the Hittite Confederacy and the western expansion of aggressive Assyria, while it also held in check the ambitions of Babylonia, which still claimed the land of the Amorites. So long as Mitanni was maintained as a powerful kingdom, the Syrian possessions of Egypt were easily held in control, and the Egyptian merchants enjoyed preferential treatment compared with those of Babylonia. But when Mitanni was overcome, and its territories were divided between the Assyrians and the Hittites, the North Syrian Empire of Egypt went to pieces. A great struggle then ensued between the nations of Western Asia for political supremacy in the land of the Amorites. Babylonia had been seriously handicapped by losing control of its western caravan road. Prior to the Kassite period, its influence was supreme in Mesopotamia and Middle Syria. From the days of Sargon of Akkad and of Naram-Sin until the close of the Hammurabi Age, its merchants had naught to fear from bandits or petty kings between the banks of the Euphrates and the Mediterranean coast. The city of Babylon had grown rich and powerful as a commercial metropolis of Western Asia. Separated from the delta frontier by the broad and perilous wastes of the Arabian desert, Babylonia traded with Egypt by an indirect route. Its caravan road ran northward along the west bank of the Euphrates toward Haran, and then southward through Palestine. This was a long detour, but it was the only possible way. During the early Kassite Age, the caravans from Babylon had to pass through the area controlled by Mitanni, which was therefore able to impose heavy duties and fill its coffers with Babylonian gold. Nor did the situation improve when the influence of Mitanni suffered decline in southern Mesopotamia. Indeed, the difficulties under which traders operated were then still further increased, for the caravan roads were infested by plundering bandits of Suti, to which references are made in the Tel el Amarna letters. These bandits defied all the great powers, and became so powerful that even the messengers sent from one king to another were liable to be robbed and murdered without discrimination. When war broke out between powerful states, they harried livestock and sacked towns in those areas which were left unprotected. The Suti were Arabians of Aramaean stock. What is known as the Third Semitic Migration was in progress during this period. The nomads gave trouble to Babylonia and Assyria, and, penetrating Mesopotamia and Syria, sapped the power of Mitanni, until it was unable to resist the onslaughts of the Assyrians and the Hittites. The Aramaean tribes are referred to at various periods and by various peoples, not only as the Suti, but also as the Aklame, the Arimi, and the Kabiri. Ultimately, they were designated simply as Syrians, and under that name became the hereditary enemies of the Hebrews, although Jacob was regarded as being of their stock. A Syrian ready to perish, runs a biblical reference, was my father ancestor, and he went down into Egypt and sojourned there with a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. An heroic attempt was made by one of the Kassite kings of Babylonia to afford protection to traders by stamping out brigandage between Arabia and Mesopotamia, and opening up a new and direct caravan road to Egypt across the Arabian desert. The monarch in question was Kadashman-Karbe, the grandson of Ashur-uballit of Assyria. As we have seen, he combined forces with his distinguished and powerful kinsmen, and laid a heavy hand on the Suti. Then he dug wells and erected a chain of fortifications, like blockhouses, so that caravans might come and go without interruption, and merchants be freed from the imposts of petty kings, whose territory they had to penetrate when traveling by the Haran route. This bold scheme, however, was foredoomed to failure. It was shown scant favor by the Babylonian Kassites. No record survives to indicate the character of the agreement between Kadashman-Karbe and Ashur-uballit, but there can be little doubt that it involved the abandonment of Babylonia of its historic claim upon Mesopotamia, or part of it, and the recognition of an Assyrian sphere of influence in that region. It was probably on account of his pronounced pro-Assyrian tendencies that the Kassites murdered Kadashman-Karbe, and set the pretender, known as the Son of Nobody, on the throne for a brief period. Kadashman-Karbe's immediate successors recognized in Assyria a dangerous and unscrupulous rival, and resumed the struggle for the possession of Mesopotamia. The trade route across the Arabian desert had to be abandoned. Probably it required too great a force to keep it open. Then almost every fresh conquest achieved by Assyria involved it in war with Babylonia, which appears to have been ever waiting for a suitable opportunity to cripple its northern rival. But Assyria was not the only power which Babylonia had to guard itself against. On its eastern frontier, Elam was also panting for expansion. Its chief caravan roads ran from Susa through Assyria towards Asia Minor, and through Babylonia towards the Phoenician coast. It was probably because its commerce was hampered by the growth of Assyrian power in the north, as Servia's commerce in our own day has been hampered by Austria, that it cherished dreams of conquering Babylonia. In fact, as Kassite influence suffered decline, One of the great problems of international politics was whether Elam or Assyria would enter into possession of the ancient lands of Sumer and Akkad. Ashur-uballit's vigorous policy of Assyrian expansion was continued, as has been shown, by his son Bel-Nirari. His grandson, Arik-den-ilu, conducted several successful campaigns, and penetrated westward as far as Haran, thus crossing the Babylonian caravan road. He captured great herds of cattle and flocks of sheep, which were transported to Ashur, and on one occasion carried away 250,000 prisoners. Meanwhile, Babylonia waged war with Elam. It is related that Kur-Batila, king of Elam, sent a challenge to Kurigalzu III, a descendant of Kadashman-Karbe, saying, "Come hither, I will fight with thee." The Babylonian monarch accepted the challenge, invaded the territory of his rival, and won a great victory. Deserted by his troops, the Elamite king was taken prisoner, and did not secure release until he had ceded a portion of his territory and consented to pay annual tribute to Babylonia. Flushed with his success, the Kassite king invaded Assyria when Adad-nirari I died, and his son Arik-den-ilu came to the throne. He found, however, that the Assyrians were more powerful than the Elamites, and suffered defeat. His son, Nazi-Marutash, also made an unsuccessful attempt to curb the growing power of the northern power. These recurring conflicts were intimately associated with the Mesopotamian question. Assyria was gradually expanding westward and shattering the dreams of the Babylonian statesmen and traders who hoped to recover control of the caravan routes and restore the prestige of their nation in the west. Like his father, Adad-nirari I of Assyria had attacked the Aramaean Suti, who were settling around Haran. He also acquired a further portion of the ancient kingdom of Mitanni, with the result that he exercised sway over part of northern Mesopotamia. After defeating Nazi-Marutash, he fixed the boundaries of the Assyrian and Babylonian spheres of influence much to the advantage of his own country. At home, Adad-nirari conducted a vigorous policy. He developed the resources of the city-state of Ashur by constructing a great dam and quay wall, while he contributed to the prosperity of the priesthood and the growth of Assyrian culture by extending the temple of the god Ashur. Ere he died, he assumed the proud title of Shar-Kishashite, king of the world, which was also used by his son, Shalmaneser I. His reign extended over a period of 30 years and terminated about 1300 BC. Soon after Shalmaneser came to the throne, his country suffered greatly from an earthquake, which threw down Ishtar's temple at Nineveh and Ashur's temple at Ashur. Fire broke out in the latter building and destroyed it completely. These disasters did not dismay the young monarch. Indeed, they appeared to have stimulated him to set out on a career of conquest, to secure treasure and slaves, so as to carry out the work of reconstructing the temples without delay. He became as great a builder and as tireless a campaigner as Thutmose III of Egypt, and under his guidance Assyria became the most powerful nation in Western Asia. Ere he died, his armies were so greatly dreaded that the Egyptians and Assyrians drew their long struggle for supremacy in Syria to a close, and formed an alliance for mutual protection against their common enemy. It is necessary at this point to review briefly the history of Palestine and North Syria after the period of Hittite expansion under King Subi-Luliuma and the decline of Egyptian power under Akhenaten. The western part of Mitanni and the most of northern Syria had been colonized by the Hittites. Farther south, their allies, the Amorites, formed a buffer state on the borders of Egypt's limited sphere of influence in southern Palestine and of Babylonia's sphere in southern Mesopotamia. Mitanni was governed by a subject king, who was expected to prevent the acquisition by Assyria of territory in the northwest. Subi-Luliuma was succeeded on the Hittite throne by his son, King Mursil, who was known to the Egyptians as Merasar, or Morasar. The greater part of this monarch's reign appears to have been peaceful and prosperous. His allies protected his frontiers, and he was able to devote himself to the work of consolidating his empire in Asia Minor and North Syria. He erected a great palace at Bogaz-Qua, and appears to have had dreams of imitating the splendors of the royal courts of Egypt, Assyria, and Babylon. At this period, the Hittite Empire was approaching the zenith of its power. It controlled the caravan roads of Babylonia and Egypt, and its rulers appear not only to have had intimate diplomatic relations with both of these countries, but even to have concerned themselves regarding their internal affairs. When Ramses I came to the Egyptian throne, at the beginning of the 19th dynasty, he sealed an agreement with the Hittites, and at a later date the Hittite ambassador at Babylon, who represented Hattusil II, the second son of King Mursil, actually intervened in a dispute regarding the selection of a successor to the throne. The closing years of King Mursil's reign were disturbed by the military conquests of Egypt, which had renewed its strength under Ramses I. Seti I, the son of Ramses I, and the third pharaoh of the powerful 19th dynasty, took advantage of the inactivity of the Hittite ruler by invading southern Syria. He had first to grapple with the Amorites, whom he successfully defeated. Then he pressed northward as far as Tunip, and won a decisive victory over a Hittite army, which secured to Egypt for a period the control of Palestine as far north as Phoenicia. When Mursil died, he was succeeded on the Hittite throne by his son Mutalu, whom the Egyptians referred to as Metella or Matenel. He was a vigorous and aggressive monarch, and appears to have lost no time in compelling the Amorites to throw off their allegiance to Egypt and recognize him as their overlord. As a result, when Ramses II ascended the Egyptian throne, he had to undertake the task of winning back the Asiatic possessions of his father. The preliminary operations conducted by Ramses on the Palestinian coast were attended with much success. Then, in his 5th year, he marched northward with great armies, with purpose, it would appear, to emulate the achievements of Thutmose III and win fame as a mighty conqueror. But he underestimated the strength of his rival and narrowly escaped disaster. Advancing impetuously, with but 2 of his 4 divisions, he suddenly found himself surrounded by the army of the wily Hittite, King Mutalu, in the vicinity of the city of Kadesh, on the Orontes. His 1st division remained intact, but a 2nd was put to flight by an intervening force of the enemy. From this perilous position Ramses extricated himself by leading a daring charge against the Hittite lines on the riverbank, which proved successful. Thrown into confusion, his enemies sought refuge in the city, but the pharaoh refrained from attacking them there. Although Ramses boasted on his return home of having achieved a great victory, there is nothing more certain than that this campaign proved a dismal failure. He was unable to win back for Egypt the northern territories which had acknowledged the sovereignty of Egypt during the 18th dynasty. Subsequently, he was kept fully engaged in maintaining his prestige in northern Palestine and the vicinity of Phoenicia. Then his Asiatic military operations, which extended altogether over a period of about 20 years, were brought to a close in a dramatic and unexpected manner. The Hittite king Mutalu had died in battle, or by the hand of an assassin, and was succeeded by his brother Hattusil II, Kedisar, who sealed a treaty of peace with the great Ramses. An Egyptian copy of this interesting document can still be read on the walls of a Theban temple, but it is lacking in certain details which interest present-day historians. No reference, for instance, is made to the boundaries of the Egyptian Empire in Syria, so that it is impossible to estimate the degree of success which attended the campaigns of Ramses. An interesting light, however, is thrown on the purport of the treaty by a tablet letter which has been discovered by Professor Hugo Winkler at Bogaz Qua. It is a copy of a communication addressed by Hattusil II to the king of Babylonia, who had made an inquiry regarding it. "I will inform my brother," wrote the Hittite monarch. "The king of Egypt and I have made an alliance, and made ourselves brothers. Brothers we are and will unite against a common foe, and with friends in common." The common foe could have been no other than Assyria, and the Hittite king's letter appears to convey a hint to Kadeshman-Turgu of Babylon that he should make common cause with Ramses II and Hattusil. Shalmaneser I of Assyria was pursuing a determined policy of western and northern expansion. He struck boldly at the eastern Hittite states and conquered Malatia, where he secured great treasure for the god Ashur. He even founded colonies within the Hittite sphere of influence on the borders of Armenia. Shalmaneser's second campaign was conducted against the portion of ancient Mitanni which was under Hittite control. The vassal king, Satuari, apparently a descendant of Tushratta's, endeavored to resist the Assyrians with the aid of Hittites and Aramaeans, but his army of allies was put to flight. The victorious Shalmaneser was afterwards able to penetrate as far westward as Carchemish on the Euphrates. Having thus secured the whole of Mitanni, the Assyrian conqueror attacked the Aramaean hordes, which were keeping the territory round Haran in a continuous state of unrest, and forced them to recognize him as their overlord. Shalmaneser thus, it would appear, gained control of northern Mesopotamia and consequently of the Babylonian caravan route to Haran. As a result, Hittite prestige must have suffered decline in Babylon. For a generation the Hittites had had the Babylonian merchants at their mercy, and apparently compelled them to pay heavy duties. Winkler has found among the Bogaz Qua tablets several letters from the king of Babylon, who made complaints regarding robberies committed by Amoritic bandits, and requested that they should be punished and kept in control. Such a communication is a clear indication that he was entitled, in lieu of payment, to have an existing agreement fulfilled. Shalmaneser found that Ashur, the ancient capital, was unsuitable for the administration of his extended empire, so he built a great city at Kalki, Rimrud, the biblical Kala, which was strategically situated amidst fertile meadows on the angle of land formed by the Tigris and the upper Zab. Thither to a new palace he transferred his brilliant court. He was succeeded by his son, Tukulti-Ninip I, who was the most powerful of the Assyrian monarchs of the Old Empire. He made great conquests in the north and east, extended and strengthened Assyrian influence in Mesopotamia, and penetrated into Hittite territory, bringing into subjection no fewer than 40 kings, whom he compelled to pay annual tribute. It was inevitable that he should be drawn into conflict with the Babylonian king, who was plotting with the Hittites against him. One of the tablet letters found by Winkler at Bogaz-Qua is of special interest in this connection. Hattusil advises the young monarch of Babylonia to go and plunder the land of the foe. Apparently he sought to be freed from the harassing attention of the Assyrian conqueror by prevailing on his Babylonian royal friend to act as a cat's paw. It is uncertain whether or not Kashtiliash II of Babylonia invaded Assyria with purpose to cripple his rival. At any rate, war broke out between the two countries, and Tukulti-Ninip proved irresistible in battle. He marched into Babylonia, and not only defeated Kashtiliash, but captured him and carried him off to Ashur, where he was presented in chains to the god Ashur. The city of Babylon was captured, its wall was demolished, and many of its inhabitants were put to the sword. Tukulti-Ninip, however, was not a popular emperor even in his own country. He offended national susceptibilities by showing preference for Babylonia, and founding a new city which has not been located. There he built a great palace and a temple for Ashur and his pantheon. He called the city after himself, Kar Tukulti-Ninip. 7 years after the conquest of Babylonia, revolts broke out against the emperor in Assyria and Babylonia, and he was murdered in his palace, which had been besieged and captured by an army headed by his own son, Ashur-natsir-pal I, who succeeded him. The Babylonian nobles meantime drove the Assyrian garrisons from their cities, and set on the throne the Kassite prince Adad-shum-utsur. Thus in a brief space went to pieces the old Assyrian Empire, which, at the close of Tukulti-Ninip's 30 years' reign, embraced the whole Tigro-Euphrates valley from the borders of Armenia to the Persian Gulf. An obscure century followed, during which Assyria was raided by its enemies and broken up into petty states. The Alamites were not slow to take advantage of the state of anarchy which prevailed in Babylonia during the closing years of Assyrian rule. They overran a part of ancient Sumer and captured Nippur, where they slew a large number of inhabitants and captured many prisoners. On a subsequent occasion they pillaged Isin. When, however, the Babylonian king had cleared his country of the Assyrians, he attacked the Elamites and drove them across the frontier. Nothing is known regarding the reign of the parricide Ashur-natsir-pal I of Assyria. He was succeeded by Ninip-Tukulti-Ashur and Adad-shum-lishur, who either reigned concurrently or were father and son. After a brief period, these were displaced by another 2 rulers, Ashur-nirari III and Nabu-dan. It is not clear why Ninip-Tukulti-Ashur was deposed. Perhaps he was an ally of Adad-shum-utsur, the Babylonian king, and was unpopular on that account. He journeyed to Babylon on one occasion, carrying with him the statue of Merodach, but did not return. Perhaps he fled from the rebels. At any rate, Adad-shum-utsur was asked to send him back, by an Assyrian dignitary who was probably Ashur-nirari III. The king of Babylon refused this request, nor would he give official recognition to the new ruler or rulers. Soon afterwards another usurper, Bel-kudur-utsur, led an Assyrian army against the Babylonians, but was slain in battle. He was succeeded by Ninip-apil-eshariah, who led his forces back to Ashur, followed by Adad-shum-utsur. The city was besieged but not captured by the Babylonian army. Under Adad-shum-utsur, who reigned for 30 years, Babylonia recovered much of its ancient splendor. It held Elam in check and laid a heavy hand on Assyria, which had been paralyzed by civil war. Once again it possessed Mesopotamia and controlled its caravan road to Haran and Phoenicia, and apparently its relations with the Hittites and Syrians were of a cordial character. The next king, Meli-Shipach, assumed the Assyrian title Shar-Kishashti, king of the world, and had a prosperous reign of 15 years. He was succeeded by Marduk-aplu-iddin I, who presided over the destinies of Babylonia for about 13 years. Thereafter, the glory of the Kassite dynasty passed away. King Zamama-shum-iddin followed with a 12-month reign, during which his kingdom was successfully invaded from the north by the Assyrians under King Ashur-dan I, and from the east by the Elamites under a king whose name has not been traced. Several towns were captured and pillaged, and rich booty was carried off to Ashur and Susa. Bel-shum-iddin succeeded Zamama-shum-iddin, but 3 years afterwards he was deposed by a king of Isin. So ended the Kassite dynasty of Babylonia, which had endured for a period of 576 years and 9 months. Babylonia was called Karduniash during the Kassite dynasty. This name was originally applied to the district at the river mouths, where the alien rulers appeared to have first achieved ascendancy. Apparently, they were strongly supported by the non-Semitic elements in the population, and represented a popular revolt against the political supremacy of the city of Babylon and its god Merodach. It is significant to find in this connection that the early Kassite kings showed a preference for Nippur as their capital and promoted the worship of Enlil, the elder Bel, who was probably identified with their own god of fertility and battle. Their sun god, Sachi, appears to have been merged in Shamash. In time, however, the kings followed the example of Hammurabi by exalting Merodach. The Kassite language added to the babel of tongues among the common people, but was never used in inscriptions. At an early period, the alien rulers became thoroughly Babylonianized, and as they held sway for nearly 6 centuries, it cannot be assumed that they were unpopular. They allowed their mountain homeland, or earliest area of settlement in the east, to be seized and governed by Assyria, and probably maintained as slight a connection with it after settlement in Babylonia as did the Saxons of England with their continental area of origin. Although Babylonia was not so great a world power under the Kassites as it had been during the Hammurabi dynasty, it prospered greatly as an industrial, agricultural, and trading country. The Babylonian language was used throughout Western Asia as a language of diplomacy and commerce, and the city of Babylon was the most important commercial metropolis of the ancient world. Its merchants traded directly and indirectly with far distant countries. They imported cobalt, which was used for coloring glass of vivid blue, from China, and may have occasionally met Chinese traders who came westward with their caravans, while a brisk trade in marble and limestone was conducted with and through Elam. Egypt was the chief source of the gold supply, which was obtained from the Nubian mines, and in exchange for this precious metal, the Babylonians supplied the Nilotic merchants with lapis lazuli from Bactria, enamel, and their own wonderful colored glass, which was not unlike the later Venetian, as well as chariots and horses. The Kassites were great horse breeders, and the battle steeds from the Babylonian province of Namar were everywhere in great demand. They also promoted the cattle trade. Cattle rearing was confined chiefly to the marshy districts at the head of the Persian Gulf, and the extensive steppes on the borders of the Arabian desert, so well known to Abraham and his ancestors, which provided excellent grazing. Agriculture also flourished. As in Egypt, it constituted the basis of national and commercial prosperity. It is evident that great wealth accumulated in Karduniash during the Kassite period. When the images of Merodach and Zerpanituᵐ were taken back to Babylon from Assyria, they were clad, as has been recorded, in garments embroidered with gold and sparkling with gems, while E-Sagila was decorated on a lavish scale with priceless works of art. Assyria presented a sharp contrast to Babylonia, the motherland, from which its culture was derived. As a separate kingdom, it had to develop along different lines. In fact, it was unable to exist as a world power without the enforced cooperation of neighboring states. Babylonia, on the other hand, could have flourished in comparative isolation, like Egypt during the Old Kingdom period, because it was able to feed itself, and maintain a large population so long as its rich alluvial plain was irrigated during its dry season, which extended over about 8 months in the year. The region north of Baghdad was of different geographical formation to the southern plain, and therefore less suitable for the birth and growth of a great independent civilization. Assyria embraced a chalk plateau of the later Mesozoic period, with tertiary deposits, and had an extremely limited area suitable for agricultural pursuits. Its original inhabitants were nomadic pastoral and hunting tribes, and there appears to be little doubt that agriculture was introduced along the banks of the Tigris by colonists from Babylonia, who formed city-states which owed allegiance to the kings of Sumer and Akkad. After the Hammurabi period, Assyria rose into prominence as a predatory power, which depended for its stability upon those productive countries which it was able to conquer and hold in sway. It never had a numerous peasantry, and such as it had ultimately vanished, for the kings pursued the short-sighted policy of colonizing districts on the borders of their empire with their loyal subjects, and settling aliens in the heart of the homeland, where they were controlled by the military. In this manner they built up an artificial empire, which suffered at critical periods in its history because it lacked the great driving and sustaining force of a population welded together by immemorial native traditions, and the love of country which is the essence of true patriotism. National sentiment was chiefly confined to the military aristocracy and the priests. The enslaved and uncultured masses of aliens were concerned mainly with their daily duties, and no doubt included communities, like the Israelites in captivity, who longed to return to their native lands. Assyria had to maintain a standing army, which grew from an alliance of brigands who first enslaved the native population, and ultimately extended their sway over neighboring states. The successes of the army made Assyria powerful. Conquering kings accumulated rich booty by pillaging alien cities, and grew more and more wealthy as they were able to impose annual tribute on those states which came under their sway. They even regarded Babylonia with avaricious eyes. It was to achieve the conquest of the fertile and prosperous mother state that the early Assyrian emperors conducted military operations in the northwest and laid hands on Mesopotamia. There was no surer way of strangling it than by securing control of its trade routes. What the command of the sea is to Great Britain at the present day, the command of the caravan roads was to ancient Babylonia. Babylonia suffered less than Assyria by defeat in battle. Its natural resources gave it great recuperative powers, and the native population was ever so intensely patriotic that centuries of alien sway could not obliterate their national aspirations. A conqueror of Babylon had to become a Babylonian. The Amorites and Kassites had in turn to adopt the modes of life and modes of thought of the native population. Like the Egyptians, the Babylonians ever achieved the intellectual conquest of their conquerors. The Assyrian Empire, on the other hand, collapsed like a house of cards when its army of mercenaries suffered a succession of disasters. The kings, as we have indicated, depended on the tribute of subject states to pay their soldiers and maintain the priesthood. They were faced with national bankruptcy when their vassals successfully revolted against them. The history of Assyria as a world power is divided into 3 periods. 1. The Old Empire. 2. The Middle Empire. 3. The New or Last Empire. We have followed the rise and growth of the Old Empire from the days of Ashur-uballit until the reign of Tukulti-Ninip, when it flourished in great splendor and suddenly went to pieces. Thereafter, until the second period of the Old Empire, Assyria comprised but a few city-states, which had agricultural resources and were trading centers. Of these, the most enterprising was Ashur. When a ruler of Ashur was able, by conserving his revenues, to command sufficient capital with purpose to raise a strong army of mercenaries as a business speculation, he set forth to build up a new empire on the ruins of the old. In its early stages, of course, this process was slow and difficult. It necessitated the adoption of a military career by native Assyrians, who officered the troops, and these troops had to be trained and disciplined by engaging in brigandage, which also brought them rich rewards for their services. Babylonia became powerful by developing the arts of peace. Assyria became powerful by developing the science of warfare. Race movements that shattered empires. Great changes were taking place in the ancient world during the period in which Assyria rose into prominence and suddenly suffered decline. These were primarily due to widespread migrations of pastoral peoples from the steppelands of Asia and Europe, and the resulting displacement of settled tribes. The military operations of the great powers were also a disturbing factor, for they not only propelled fresh movements beyond their spheres of influence, but caused the petty states to combine against a common enemy, and foster ambitions to achieve conquests on a large scale. Towards the close of the 18th dynasty of Egypt, of which Amenhotep III and Akhenaten were the last great kings, 2 well-defined migrations were in progress. The Aramaean folk waves had already begun to pour in increasing volume into Syria from Arabia, and in Europe the pastoral fighting folk from the mountains were establishing themselves along the southeastern coast and crossing the Hellespont to overrun the land of the Hittites. These race movements were destined to exercise considerable influence in shaping the history of the ancient world. The Aramaean, or Third Semitic migration, in time swamped various decaying states. Despite the successive efforts of the great powers to hold it in check, it ultimately submerged the whole of Syria and part of Mesopotamia. Aramaean speech then came into common use among the mingled peoples over a wide area, and was not displaced until the time of the Fourth Semitic or Muslim migration from Arabia, which began in the 7th century of the Christian era and swept northward through Syria to Asia Minor, eastward across Mesopotamia into Persia and India, and westward through Egypt along the North African coast to Morocco, and then into Spain. When Syria was sustaining the first shocks of Aramaean invasion, the last wave of Achaeans, the tamers of horses, and shepherds of the people, had achieved the conquest of Greece, and contributed to the overthrow of the dynasty of King Minos of Crete. Professor Ridgway identifies this stock, which had been filtering southward for several centuries, with the tall, fair-haired, and grey-eyed Keltoi, Celts, who, Dr. Haddon believes, were representatives of the mixed peoples of northern and alpine descent. Mr. Hawes, following Professor Sergi, holds, on the other hand, that the Achaeans were fair in comparison with the native Pelasgian Mediterranean stock, but not necessarily blonde. The earliest Achaeans were rude, uncultured barbarians, but the last wave came from some unknown center of civilization, and probably used iron as well as bronze weapons. The old Cretans were known to the Egyptians as the Keftiu, and traded on the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. It is significant to find, however, that no mention is made of them in the inscriptions of the pharaohs after the reign of Amenhotep III. In their place appear the Shardana, the Mycenaean people who gave their name to Sardinia, the Danana, believed to be identical with the Danoi of Homer, the Akshai Vasha, perhaps the Achaeans, and the Tersha and Shakalsha, who may have been of the same stock as the piratical Lycians. When Ramses II fought his famous battle at Kadesh, the Hittite king included among his allies the Aramaeans from Arabia, and other mercenaries like the Dardanui and Massa, who represented the Thraco-Phrygian peoples, who had overrun the Balkans, occupied Thrace and Macedonia, and crossed into Asia Minor. In time, the Hittite confederacy was broken up by the migrating Europeans, and their dominant tribe, the Muski, the Moschoi of the Greeks, and the Meshech of the Old Testament, came into conflict with the Assyrians. The Muski were forerunners of the Phrygians, and were probably of allied stock. Pharaoh Meneptah, the son of Ramses II, did not benefit much from the alliance with the Hittites, to whom he had to send a supply of grain during a time of famine. He found it necessary, indeed, to invade Syria, where their influence had declined, and had to beat back from the Delta region the piratical invaders of the same tribes as were securing a footing in Asia Minor. In Syria, Meneptah fought with the Israelites, who apparently had begun their conquest of Canaan during his reign. Before the Kassite dynasty had come to an end, Ramses III of Egypt, 1198 to 1167 BC, freed his country from the perils of a great invasion of Europeans by land and sea. He scattered a fleet on the Delta coast, and then arrested the progress of a strong force which was pressing southward through Phoenicia towards the Egyptian frontier. These events occurred at the beginning of the Homeric Age, and were followed by the siege of Troy, which, according to the Greeks, began about 1194 BC. The land raiders who were thwarted by Ramses III were the Philistines, a people from Crete. When the prestige of Egypt suffered decline, they overran the coastline of Canaan, and that country was then called Palestine, the land of the Philistines, while the Egyptian overland trade route to Phoenicia became known as the Way of the Philistines. Their conflicts with the Hebrews are familiar to readers of the Old Testament. The only contributions the Hebrews made to the culture of the country, writes Professor McAllister, were their simple desert customs and their religious organization. On the other hand, the Philistines, sprung from one of the great homes of art of the ancient world, had brought with them the artistic instincts of their race. Decay, no doubt, but still superior to anything they met with in the land itself. Tombs to be ascribed to them, found in Gezer, contained beautiful jewelry and ornaments. The Philistines, in fact, were the only cultured or artistic race who ever occupied the soil of Palestine, at least until the time when the influence of classical Greece asserted itself too strongly to be withstood. Whatsoever things raised life in the country above the dull animal existence of Fellahin were due to this people. The peasantry of the modern villages still tell of the great days of old, when it, Palestine, was inhabited by the mighty race of the Fenish. When the Kassite dynasty of Babylonia was extinguished, about 1140 BC, the Amorites were being displaced in Palestine by the Philistines and the Israelitish tribes. The Aramaeans were extending their conquests in Syria and Mesopotamia. The Muski were the overlords of the Hittites. Assyrian power was being revived at the beginning of the second period of the Old Empire, and Egypt was governed by a weakly king, Ramses VIII, a puppet in the hands of the priesthood, who was unable to protect the rich tombs of the 18th dynasty pharaohs against the bands of professional robbers who were plundering them. A new dynasty, the dynasty of Pash, had arisen at the ancient Sumerian city of Isin. Its early kings were contemporary with some of the last Kassite monarchs, and they engaged in conflicts with the Elamites, who were encroaching steadily upon Babylonian territory, and were ultimately able to seize the province of Namar, famous for its horses, which was situated to the east of Akkad. The Assyrians under Ashur-dan I were not only reconquering lost territory, but invading Babylonia and carrying off rich plunder. Ashur-dan inflicted a crushing defeat upon the second-last Kassite ruler. There, years later, Nebuchadnezzar I of the dynasty of Pash seized the Babylonian throne. He was the most powerful and distinguished monarch of his line, an accomplished general and a wise statesman. His name signifies, "May the god Nebo protect my boundary." His first duty was to drive the Elamites from the land, and win back from them the statue of Merodach, which they had carried off from Esagila. At first he suffered a reverse, but although the season was midsummer, and the heat overpowering, he persisted in his campaign. The Elamites were forced to retreat, and following up their main force he inflicted upon them a shattering defeat on the banks of the Ula, a tributary of the Tigris. He then invaded Elam and returned with rich booty. The province of Namar was recovered, and its governor, Merodach, who was Nebuchadnezzar's battle companion, was restored to his family possessions and exempted from taxation. A second raid to Elam resulted in the recovery of the statue of Merodach. The Kassite and Lulum mountaineers also received attention, and were taught to respect the power of the new monarch. Having freed his country from the yoke of the Elamites, and driven the Assyrians over the frontier, Nebuchadrezzar came into conflict with the Hittites, who appeared to have overrun Mesopotamia. Probably the invaders were operating in conjunction with the Muski, who were extending their sway over part of northern Assyria. They were not content with securing control of the trade route, but endeavored also to establish themselves permanently in Babylon, the commercial metropolis, which they besieged and captured. This happened in the third year of Nebuchadrezzar, when he was still reigning at Isin. Assembling a strong force, he hastened forthward and defeated the Hittites, and apparently followed up his victory. Probably it was at this time that he conquered the Westland, the land of the Amorites, and penetrated to the Mediterranean coast. Egyptian power had been long extinguished in that region. The possession of Mesopotamia was a signal triumph for Babylonia. As was inevitable, however, it brought Nebuchadrezzar into conflict some years later with the Assyrian king, Ashur-resh-ishi I, grandson of Ashur-dan, and father of the famous Tiglath-Pileser I. The northern monarch had engaged himself in subduing the Lulum and Aklami hill tribes in the southeast, whose territory had been conquered by Nebuchadrezzar. Thereafter he crossed the Babylonian frontier. Nebuchadrezzar drove him back and then laid siege to the border fortress of Zanki, but the Assyrian king conducted a sudden and successful reconnaissance in force, which rendered perilous the position of the attacking force. By setting fire to his siege train, the Babylonian warlord was able, however, to retreat in good order. Some time later, Nebuchadrezzar dispatched another army northward, but it suffered a serious defeat, and its general, Karashtu, fell into the hands of the enemy. Nebuchadrezzar reigned less than 20 years, and appears to have secured the allegiance of the nobility by restoring the feudal system which had been abolished by the Kassites. He boasted that he was the son of his country, who restored ancient landmarks and boundaries, and promoted the worship of Ishtar, the ancient goddess of the people. By restoring the image of Merodach, he secured the support of Babylon, to which city he transferred his court. Nebuchadrezzar was succeeded by his son Elil-nadin-apil, who reigned a few years, but little or nothing is known regarding him. His grandson, Marduk-nadin-akhe, came into conflict with Tiglath-Pileser I of Assyria and suffered serious reverses, from the effects of which his country did not recover for over a century. Tiglath-Pileser I, in one of his inscriptions, recorded significantly, "The feet of the enemy I kept from my country." When he came to the throne, northern Assyria was menaced by the Muski and their allies, the Hittites and the Shubari of Old Mitanni. The Kashiari hill tribes to the north of Nineveh, whom Shalmaneser I subdued, had half a century before thrown off the yoke of Assyria, and their kings were apparently vassals of the Muski. Tiglath-Pileser first invaded Mitanni, where he routed a combined force of Shubari hillmen and Hittites. Thereafter a great army of the Muski and their allies pressed southward with purpose to deal a shattering blow against the Assyrian power. The very existence of Assyria as a separate power was threatened by this movement. Tiglath-Pileser, however, was equal to the occasion. He surprised the invaders among the Kashiari mountains and inflicted a crushing defeat, slaying about 14,000 and capturing 6,000 prisoners, who were transported to Ashur. In fact, he wiped the invading army out of existence and possessed himself of all its baggage. Thereafter he captured several cities, and extended his empire beyond the Kashiari hills and into the heart of Mitanni. His second campaign was also directed towards the Mitanni district, which had been invaded during his absence by a force of Hittites, about 4,000 strong. The invaders submitted to him as soon as he drew near, and he added them to his standing army. Subsequent operations towards the north restored the preeminence of Assyria in the Nairi country, on the shores of Lake Van, in Armenia, where Tiglath-Pileser captured no fewer than 23 petty kings. These he liberated after they had taken the oath of allegiance and consented to pay annual tribute. In his fourth year the conqueror learned that the Aramaeans were crossing the Euphrates and possessing themselves of Mitanni, which he had cleared of the Hittites. By a series of forced marches he caught them unawares, scattered them in confusion, and entered Carchemish, which he pillaged. Thereafter his army crossed the Euphrates in boats of skin, and plundered and destroyed 6 cities round the base of the mountain of Bishru. While operating in this district, Tiglath-Pileser engaged in big game hunting. He recorded, 10 powerful bull elephants in the land of Haran and on the banks of the Khabar I killed. 4 elephants alive I took. Their skins, their teeth, with the living elephants I brought to my city of Ashur. He also claimed to have slain 920 lions, as well as a number of wild oxen, apparently including in his record the bags of his officers and men. A later king credited him with having penetrated the Phoenician coast, where he put to sea and slew a sea monster called Nekuru. While at Arvad, the narrative continues, the king of Egypt, who is not named, sent him a hippopotamus, Pagutu. This story, however, is of doubtful authenticity. About this time the prestige of Egypt was at so low an ebb that its messengers were subjected to indignities by the Phoenician kings. The conquest of Tiglath-Pileser once more raised the Mesopotamian question in Babylonia, whose sphere of influence in that region had been invaded. Marduk-Nadin-Akka, the grandson of Nebuchadrezzar I, arrayed his chariots against Tiglath-Pileser, and in the first conflict achieved some success, but subsequently he was defeated in the land of Akkad. The Assyrian army afterwards captured several cities, including Babylon and Sippar. Thus once again the Assyrian Empire came into being as the predominant world power, extending from the land of the Hittites into the heart of Babylonia. Its cities were enriched by the immense quantities of booty captured by its warrior king, while the coffers of state were glutted with the tribute of subject states. Fortifications were renewed, temples were built, and great gifts were lavished on the priesthood. Artists and artisans were kept fully employed restoring the faded splendors of the old empire, and everywhere thousands of slaves labored to make the neglected land prosperous as of old. Canals were repaired and reopened, the earthworks and quay wall of Ashur were strengthened, and its great wall was entirely rebuilt, faced with a rampart of earth, and protected once again by a deep moat. The royal palace was enlarged and redecorated. Meanwhile, Babylonia was wasted by civil war and invasions. It was entered more than once by the Aramaeans, who pillaged several cities in the north and the south. Then the throne was seized by Adad-Aplu-Iddina, the grandson of a nobody, who reigned for about 10 years. He was given recognition, however, by the Assyrian king Ashur-bel-Kala, son of Tiglath-Pileser I, who married his daughter, and apparently restored to him Sippar and Babylon after receiving a handsome dowry. Ashur-bel-Kala died without issue and was succeeded by his brother, Shamshi-Adad. An obscure period followed. In Babylonia, there were 2 weak dynasties in less than half a century, and thereafter an Elamite dynasty which lasted about 6 years. An 8th dynasty ensued, and lasted between 50 and 60 years. The records of its early kings are exceedingly meager, and their order uncertain. During the reign of Nabu-Mukin-Apli, who was perhaps the 4th monarch, the Aramans constantly raided the land and hovered about Babylon. The names of 2 or 3 kings who succeeded Nabu-Mukin-Apli are unknown. A century and a half after Tiglath-Pileser I conquered the North Syrian possessions of the Hittites, the old Assyrian Empire reached the close of its second and last period. It had suffered gradual decline under a series of inert and luxury-loving kings, until it was unable to withstand the gradual encroachment on every side of the restless hill tribes, who were ever ready to revolt when the authority of Ashur was not asserted at the point of the sword. After 950 BC, the Hittites of North Syria, having shaken off the last semblance of Assyrian authority, revived their power, and enjoyed a full century of independence and prosperity. In Cappadocia, their kinsmen had freed themselves at an earlier period from the yoke of the Muski, who had suffered so severely at the hands of Tiglath-Pileser I. The Hittite buildings and rock sculptures of this period testify to the enduring character of the ancient civilization of the Hatti. Until the hieroglyphics can be read, however, we must wait patiently for the detailed story of the pre-Phrygian period, which was of great historical importance, because the tide of cultural influence was then flowing at its greatest volume from the Old to the New World, where Greece was emerging in virgin splendor out of the ruins of the ancient Mycenaean and Cretan civilizations. It is possible that the conquest of a considerable part of Palestine by the Philistines was not unconnected with the revival of Hittite power in the north. They may have moved southward as the allies of the Cilician state, which was rising into prominence. For a period they were the overlords of the Hebrews, who had been displacing the older inhabitants of the Promised Land, and appear to have been armed with weapons of iron. In fact, as is indicated by a passage in the book of Samuel, they had made a corner in that metal and restricted its use among their vassals. Now, the biblical narrative sets forth, there was no smith found throughout all the land of Israel, for the Philistines said, lest the Hebrews make them swords and spears. But all the Israelites went down to the Philistines, to sharpen every man his share, and his coulter, and his axe, and his mattock. We are inclined, says Professor McAllister, to picture the West as a thing of yesterday, new-fangled with its inventions and its progressive civilization, and the East as an embodiment of hoary and unchanging traditions. But when West first met East on the shores of the Holy Land, it was the former which represented the magnificent traditions of the past, and the latter which looked forward to the future. The Philistines were of the remnant of the dying glories of Crete. The Hebrews had no past to speak of, but were entering on the heritage they regarded as theirs, by right of a recently ratified divine covenant. Saul was a leader of a revolt against the Philistines in northern Palestine, and became the ruler of the kingdom of Israel. Then David, having liberated Judah from the yoke of the Philistines, succeeded Saul as ruler of Israel, and selected Jerusalem as his capital. He also conquered Edom and Moab, but was unsuccessful in his attempt to subjugate Ammon. The Philistines were then confined to a restricted area on the sea coast, where they refused with the Semites and ultimately suffered loss of identity. Under the famous Solomon, the united kingdom of the Hebrews reached its highest splendor and importance among the nations. If the Philistines received the support of the Hittites, the Hebrews were strengthened by an alliance with Egypt. For a period of 2.5 centuries no Egyptian army had crossed the delta frontier into Syria. The ancient land of the pharaohs had been overshadowed meantime by a cloud of anarchy, and piratical and robber bands settled freely on its coastline. At length a Libyan general named Shishak seized the throne from the Tanite dynasty. He was the pharaoh with whom Solomon made affinity, and from whom he received the city of Gezer, which an Egyptian army had captured. Solomon had previously married a daughter of Shishak's. Phoenicia was also flourishing. Freed from Egyptian, Hittite, and Assyrian interference, Tyre and Sidon attained to a high degree of power as independent city-states. During the reigns of David and Solomon, Tyre was the predominant Phoenician power. Its kings, Abibal and his son Hiram, had become kings of the Sidonians, and are believed to have extended their sway over part of Cyprus. The relations between the Hebrews and the Phoenicians were of a cordial character. Indeed, the two powers became allies. And Hiram, king of Tyre, sent his servants unto Solomon, for he had heard that they had anointed him king in the room of his father. For Hiram was ever a lover of David. And Solomon sent to Hiram, saying, Thou knowest how that David my father could not build an house until the name of the Lord his God for the wars which were about him on every side, until the Lord put them under the soles of his feet. But now the Lord my God hath given me rest on every side, so that there is neither adversary nor evil current. And, behold, I purpose to build an house unto the name of the Lord my God, as the Lord spake unto David my father, saying, Thy son, whom I will set upon thy throne in thy room, he shall build an house unto my name. Now therefore command thou that they hew me cedar trees out of Lebanon, and my servants shall be with thy servants. And unto thee will I give hire for thy servants according to all that thou shalt appoint. For thou knowest that there is not among us any that can skill to hew timber like unto the Sidonians. And it came to pass, when Hiram heard the words of Solomon, that he rejoiced greatly, and said, Blessed be the Lord this day, which hath given unto David a wise son over this great people. And Hiram sent to Solomon, saying, I have considered the things which thou sentest to me for, and I will do all thy desire concerning timber of cedar, and concerning timber of fir. My servants shall bring them down from Lebanon unto the sea, and I will convey them by sea in floats unto the place that thou shalt appoint me, and will cause them to be discharged there, and thou shalt receive them, and thou shalt accomplish my desire in giving food for my household. So Hiram gave Solomon cedar trees and fir trees according to all his desire, and Solomon gave Hiram 20,000 measures of wheat for food to his household, and 20 measures of pure oil. Thus gave Solomon to Hiram year by year, and the Lord gave Solomon wisdom as he promised him, and there was peace between Hiram and Solomon, and they two made a league together. Hiram also sent skilled workers to Jerusalem to assist in the work of building the temple and Solomon's palace, including his famous namesake, a widow's son of the Hebrew tribe of Naphtali, who, like his father, a man of Tyre, had understanding and cunning to work all works in brass. Solomon must have cultivated good relations with the Chaldeans, for he had a fleet of trading ships on the Persian Gulf which was manned by Phoenician sailors. Once in 3 years, the narrative runs, came the navy of Tarshish, bringing gold and silver, ivory and apes, and peacocks. Apparently he traded with India, the land of peacocks, during the Brahmanical period, when the Sanskrit name Samudra, which formerly signified the collected waters of the broadening Indus, was applied to the Indian Ocean. The Aramaeans of the third Semitic migration were not slow to take advantage of the weakness of Assyria and Babylon. They overran the whole of Syria, and entered into the possession of Mesopotamia, thus acquiring full control of the trade routes towards the west. From time to time they ravaged Babylonia from the north to the south. Large numbers of them acquired permanent settlement in that country, like the Amorites of the second Semitic migration in the pre-Hammurabi Age. In Syria, the Aramaeans established several petty states, and were beginning to grow powerful at Damascus, an important trading center, which assumed considerable political importance after the collapse of Assyria's old empire. At this period, too, the Chaldeans came into prominence in Babylonia. Their kingdom of Chaldea, Kaldu, which signifies sealand, embraces a wide stretch of the coastland at the head of the Persian Gulf between Arabia and Elam. As we have seen, an important dynasty flourished in this region in the time of Hammurabi. Although more than one king of Babylon recorded that he had extinguished the sealand power, it continued to exist all through the Kassite period. It is possible that this obscure kingdom embraced diverse ethnic elements, and that it was controlled in turn by military aristocracies of Sumerians, Elamites, Kassites, and Arabians. After the downfall of the Kassites, it had become thoroughly Semitized, perhaps as a result of the Aramaean migration, which may have found one of its outlets around the head of the Persian Gulf. The ancient Sumerian city of which dominated a considerable area of steppe-land to the west of the Euphrates, was included in the Sealand Kingdom, and was consequently referred to in after time as of the Chaldees. When Solomon reigned over Judah and Israel, Babylonia was broken up into a number of petty states, as in early Sumerian times. The feudal revival of Nebuchadrezzar I had weakened the central power, with the result that the nominal high kings were less able to resist the inroads of invaders. Military aristocracies of Aramaeans, Elamites, and Chaldeans held sway in various parts of the valley, and struggled for supremacy. When Assyria began to assert itself again, it laid claim on Babylonia, ostensibly as the protector of its independence, and the Chaldeans for a time made common cause with the Elamites against it. The future, however, lay with the Chaldeans, who, like the Kassites, became the liberators of the ancient inhabitants. When Assyria was finally extinguished as a world power, they revived the ancient glory of Babylonia, and supplanted the Sumerians as the scholars and teachers of Western Asia. The Chaldeans became famous in Syria, and even in Greece, as the wise men from the East, and were renowned as astrologers. The prestige of the Hebrew kingdom suffered sharp and serious decline after Solomon's death. Pharaoh Sheshonq fostered the elements of revolt, which ultimately separated Israel from Judah, and, when a favorable opportunity arose, invaded Palestine and Syria and re-established Egypt's suzerainty over part of the area which had been swayed by Ramses II, replenishing his exhausted treasury with rich booty and the tribute he imposed. Phoenicia was able, however, to maintain its independence, but before the Assyrians moved westward again, Sidon had shaken off the yoke of Tyre and become an independent state. It will be seen from the events outlined in this chapter how greatly the history of the ancient world was affected by the periodic migrations of pastoral folks from the steppelands. These human tides were irresistible. The direction of their flow might be diverted for a time, but they ultimately overcame every obstacle by sheer persistency and overpowering volume. Great emperors in Assyria and Egypt endeavored to protect their countries from the Bedouin peril, by strengthening their frontiers and extending their spheres of influence. But the dammed-up floods of humanity only gathered strength in the interval for the struggle which might be postponed but could not be averted. These migrations, as has been indicated, were due to natural causes. They were propelled by climatic changes which caused a shortage of the food supply, and by the rapid increase of population under peaceful conditions. Once a migration began to flow, it set in motion many currents and cross-currents, but all these converged towards the districts which offer the most attractions to mankind. Prosperous and well-governed states were ever in peril of invasion by barbarous peoples. The fruits of civilization tempted them. The reward of conquest was quickly obtained in Babylon and Egypt with their flourishing farms and prosperous cities. Wasteland was reclaimed then as now by colonists from centers of civilization. The migrating pastoral folks lacked the initiative and experience necessary to establish new communities in undeveloped districts. Highly civilized men sowed the harvest, and the barbarians reaped it. It must not be concluded, however, that the migrations were historical disasters, or that they retarded the general advancement of the human race. In time, the barbarians became civilized and fused with the peoples whom they conquered. They introduced, too, into communities which had grown stagnant and weak, a fresh and invigorating atmosphere that acted as a stimulant in every sphere of human activity. The Kassite, for instance, was a unifying and therefore a strengthening influence in Babylonia. He shook off the manacles of the past which bound the Sumerian and the Akkadian alike to traditional lines of policy based on unforgotten ancient rivalries. His concern was chiefly with the future. The nomads with their experience of desert wandering promoted trade, and the revival of trade inaugurated new eras of prosperity in ancient centers of culture, and brought them into closer touch than ever before with one another. The rise of Greece was due to the blending of the Achaeans and other pastoral fighting folks with the indigenous Pelasgians. Into the early states which fostered the elements of ancient Mycenaean civilization poured the cultural influences of the East through Asia Minor and Phoenicia and from the Egyptian coast. The conquerors from the steppes meanwhile contributed their genius for organization, their simple and frugal habits of life, and their sterling virtues. They left a deep impress on the moral, physical, and intellectual life of Greece.
The Hebrews in Assyrian history. In one of the Scottish versions of the Seven Sleepers legend, a shepherd enters a cave in which the great heroes of other days lie wrapped in magic slumber, and blows 2 blasts on the horn which hangs suspended from the roof. The sleepers open their eyes and raise themselves on their elbows. Then the shepherd hears a warning voice which comes and goes like the wind, saying, "If the horn is blown once again, the world will be upset altogether." Terrified by the voice and the ferocious appearance of the heroes, the shepherd retreats hurriedly, locking the door behind him. He casts the key into the sea. The story proceeds. If anyone should find the key and open the door and blow but a single blast on the horn, Finn and all the Phaons would come forth, and that would be a great day in Alapun. After the lapse of an obscure century, the national heroes of Assyria were awakened as if from sleep by the repeated blasts from the horn of the triumphant thunder god amidst the northern and western mountains. Adad or Ramon of Syria, Teshub of Armenia, Tarku of the Western Hittites. The great kings who came forth to upset the world bore the familiar names Ashur-natsir-pal, Shalmaneser, Shamash-Adad, Ashur-dan, Adad-nirari, and Ashur-nirari. They received and increased the ancient glory of Assyria during its Middle Empire period. The Syro-Cappadocian Hittites had grown once again powerful and prosperous, but no great leader like Subi-Luliuma arose to weld the various states into an empire, so as to ensure the protection of the mingled peoples from the operations of the aggressive and ambitious warlords of Assyria. One kingdom had its capital at Hamath, and another at Carchemish on the Euphrates. The kingdom of Tabal flourished in Cilicia, Hilaku. It included several city-states, like Tarsus, Tiana, and Kamanu. Farther west was the dominion of the Thraco-Phrygian Muski. The tribes round the shores of Lake Van had asserted themselves and extended their sphere of influence. The state of Urartu was of growing importance, and the Nairi tribes had spread round the southeastern shores of Lake Van. The northern frontier of Assyria was continually menaced by groups of independent hill states, which would have been irresistible had they operated together against a common enemy, but were liable to be extinguished when attacked in detail. A number of Aramaean kingdoms had come into existence in Mesopotamia and throughout Syria. The most influential of all these was the state of Damascus, the king of which was overlord of the Hebrew kingdoms of Israel and Judah, when Ashur-natsir-pal III ascended the Assyrian throne about 885 BC. Groups of the Aramaeans had acquired a high degree of culture and become traders and artisans. Later numbers had filtered as well, not only into Babylonia, but also Assyria and the northern Syrian area of Hittite control. Accustomed for generations to desert warfare, they were fearless warriors. Their armies had great mobility, being composed mostly of mounted infantry, and were not easily overpowered by the Assyrian forces of footmen and charioteers. Indeed, it was not until cavalry was included in the standing army of Assyria that operations against the Aramaeans were attended with permanent success. Ashur-natsir-pal III was preceded by two vigorous Assyrian rulers, Adad-nirari III, 911 to 890 BC, and Tukulti-Ninip II, 890 to 885 BC. The former had raided North Syria and apparently penetrated as far as the Mediterranean coast. In consequence, he came into conflict with Babylonia, but he ultimately formed an alliance with that kingdom. His son, Tukulti-Ninip, operated in southern Mesopotamia and apparently captured Sippar. In the north, he had to drive back invading bands of the Muski. Although, like his father, he carried out great works of Ashur, he appears to have transferred his court to Nineveh, a sure indication that Assyria was once again becoming powerful in northern Mesopotamia and the regions towards Armenia. Ashur-natsir-pal III, son of Tukulti-Ninip II, inaugurated a veritable reign of terror in Mesopotamia and northern Syria. His methods of dealing with revolting tribes were of a most savage character. Chiefs were skinned alive, but when he sacked their cities, not only fighting men, but women and children were either slaughtered or burned at the stake. It is not surprising to find, therefore, that, on more than one occasion, the kings of petty states made submission to him without resistance as soon as he invaded their domains. In his first year, he overran the mountainous district between Lake Van and the upper sources of the Tigris. Bubu, the rebel son of the governor of Nishtun, who had been taken prisoner, was transported to Arbela, where he was skinned alive. Like his father, Ashur-natsir-pal fought against the Muski, whose power was declining. Then he turned southward from the borders of Asia Minor and dealt with a rebellion in northern Mesopotamia. An Aramaean pretender named Achiababa had established himself at Suru, in the region to the east of the Euphrates, enclosed by its tributaries the Khabar and the Balich. He had come from the neighboring Aramaean state of Bit Adini, and was preparing, it would appear, to form a powerful confederacy against the Assyrians. When Ashur-natsir-pal approached Suru, a part of its population welcomed him. He entered the city, seized the pretender and many of his followers. These he disposed of with characteristic barbarity. Some were skinned alive, and some impaled on stakes, while others were enclosed in a pillar which the king had erected, to remind the Arameans of his determination to brook no opposition. Achia Baba, the pretender, was sent to Nineveh with a few supporters, and when they had been flayed, their skins were nailed upon the city walls. Another revolt broke out in the Kirchi district, between the upper reaches of the Tigris and the southwestern shores of Lake Van. It was promoted by the Nairi tribes, and even supported by some Assyrian officials. Terrible reprisals were meted out to the rebels. When the city of Kinabu was captured, no fewer than 3,000 prisoners were burned alive, the unfaithful governor being flayed. The city of Damdamusa was set on fire. Then Tello was attacked. Ashur-natsir-pal's own account of the operations runs as follows. The city of Tello was very strong. 3 walls surround it. The inhabitants trusted to their strong walls and numerous soldiers. They did not come down or embrace my feet. With battle and slaughter I assaulted and took the city. 3,000 warriors I slew in battle. Their booty and possessions, cattle, sheep, I carried away. Many captives I burned with fire. Many of the soldiers I took alive. Of some I cut off hands and limbs. Of others the noses, ears, and arms. Of many soldiers I put out the eyes. I reared a column of the living and a column of heads. I hung on high their heads on trees in the vicinity of their city. Their boys and girls I burned up in flames. I devastated the city, dug it up, in fire burned it, I annihilated it. The Assyrian warlord afterwards forced several Nairi kings to acknowledge him as their overlord. He was so greatly feared by the Syro-Cappadocian Hittites that when he approached their territory they sent him tribute, yielding without a struggle. For several years the great conqueror engaged himself in thus subduing rebellious tribes and extending his territory. His military headquarters were at Kalhi, to which city the court had been transferred. Thither he drafted thousands of prisoners, the great majority of whom he incorporated in the Assyrian army. Assyrian colonies were established in various districts for strategical purposes, and officials supplanted the petty kings in certain of the northern city-states. The Arameans of Mesopotamia gave much trouble to Ashur-natsir-pal. Although he had laid a heavy hand on Suru, the southern tribes, the Suhi, stirred up revolts in Mesopotamia as the allies of the Babylonians. On one occasion, Ashur-natsir-pal swept southward through this region and attacked a combined force of Suhi Arameans and Babylonians. The Babylonians were commanded by Zabdanu, brother of Nabu-aplu-iddin, king of Babylonia, who was evidently anxious to regain control of the western trade route. The Assyrian warlord, however, proved to be too powerful a rival. He achieved so complete a victory that he captured the Babylonian general and 3,000 of his followers. The people of Kashi, Babylonia, and Kaldu, Chaldea, were stricken with terror and had to agree to pay increased tribute. Ashur-natsir-pal reigned for about a quarter of a century, but his wars occupied less than half of that period. Having accumulated great booty, he engaged himself, as soon as peace was secured throughout his empire, in rebuilding the city of Kalhi, where he erected a great palace and made records of his achievements. He also extended and redecorated the royal palace at Nineveh, and devoted much attention to the temples. Tribute poured in from the subject states. The mountain and valley tribes in the north furnished in abundance wine and corn, sheep and cattle and horses, and from the Arameans of Mesopotamia and the Syro-Cappadocian Hittites came much silver and gold, copper and lead, jewels and ivory, as well as richly decorated furniture, armor, and weapons. Artists and artisans were also provided by the vassals of Assyria. There are traces of Phoenician influence in the art of this period. Ashur-natsir-pal's great palace at Kalhi was excavated by Layard, who has given a vivid description of the verdant plain on which the ancient city was situated, as it appeared in spring. "Its pasture lands, known as the Jaif, are renowned," he wrote, "for their rich and luxuriant herbage. In times of quiet, the studs of the Pasha and of the Turkish authorities, with the horses of the cavalry and of the inhabitants of Mosul, are sent here to graze. Flowers of every hue enameled the meadows, not thinly scattered over the grass as in northern climes, but in such thick and gathering clusters that the whole plain seemed a patchwork of many colors. The dogs, as they returned from hunting, issued from the long grass, dyed red, yellow, or blue, according to the flowers through which they had last forced their way. In the evening, after the labor of the day, I often sat at the door of my tent, giving myself up to the full enjoyment of that calm and repose which are imparted to the senses by such scenes as these. As the sun went down behind the low hills which separate the river from the desert, even their rocky sides had struggled to emulate the verdant clothing of the plain. Its receding rays were gradually withdrawn like a transparent veil of light from the landscape. Over the pure cloudless sky was the glow of the last light. In the distance and beyond the Zab, Keshaf, another venerable ruin, rose indistinctly into the evening mist. Still more distant, and still more indistinct, was a solitary hill overlooking the ancient city of Arbela. The Kurdish mountains, whose snowy summits cherished the dying sunbeams, yet struggled with the twilight. The bleating of sheep and lowing of cattle, at first faint, became louder as the flocks returned from their pastures and wandered amongst the tents. Girls hurried over the greensward to seek their father's cattle, or crouched down to milk those which had returned alone to their well-remembered folds. Some were coming from the river bearing the replenished pitcher on their heads or shoulders. Others, no less graceful in their form and erect in their carriage, were carrying the heavy loads of long grass which they had cut in the meadows. Across the meadows so beautiful in March, the great armies of Ashur-natsir-pal returned with a booty of great campaigns, horses and cattle and sheep, bales of embroidered cloth, ivory and jewels, silver and gold, the products of many countries, while thousands of prisoners were assembled there to rear stately buildings which ultimately fell into decay and were buried by drifting sands. Layard excavated the emperor's palace and dispatched to London, among other treasures of antiquity, the sublime winged human-headed lions which guarded the entrance and many bas-reliefs. The Assyrian sculptures of this period lack the technical skill, the delicacy, and imagination of Sumerian and Akkadian art, but they are full of energy, dignified and massive, and strong and lifelike. They reflect the spirit of Assyria's greatness, which, however, had a materialistic basis. Assyrian art found expression in delineating the outward form rather than in striving to create a thing of beauty, which is a joy forever. When Ashur-natsir-pal died, he was succeeded by his son Shalmaneser III, 860 to 825 BC, whose military activities extended over his whole reign. No fewer than 32 expeditions were recorded on his famous black obelisk. As Shalmaneser was the first Assyrian king who came into direct touch with the Hebrews, it will be of interest here to review the history of the divided kingdoms of Israel and Judah, as recorded in the Bible, because of the light it throws on international politics and the situation which confronted Shalmaneser in Mesopotamia and Syria in the early part of his reign. After Solomon died, the kingdom of his son Rehoboam was restricted to Judah, Benjamin, Moab, and Edom. The 10 tribes of Israel had revolted and were ruled over by Jeroboam, whose capital was at Tirzah. There were wars between Rehoboam and Jeroboam continually. The religious organization which had united the Hebrews under David and Solomon was thus broken up. Jeroboam established the religion of the Canaanites and made gods and molten images. He was condemned for his idolatry by the prophet Ahijah, who declared, "The Lord shall smite Israel as a reed is shaken in the water, and he shall root up Israel out of this good land which he gave to their fathers, and shall scatter them beyond the river, because they have made their groves, provoking the Lord to anger. And he shall give Israel up because of the sins of Jeroboam, who did sin, and who made Israel to sin." In Judah, Rehoboam similarly did evil in the sight of the Lord. His subjects also built their high places and images and groves on every high hill, and under every green tree. After the raid of the Egyptian pharaoh Shishak, or Shashank, Rehoboam repented, however. And when he humbled himself, the wrath of the Lord turned from him, that he would not destroy him altogether, and also in Judah things went well. Rehoboam was succeeded by his son Abijah, who shattered the power of Jeroboam, defeating that monarch in battle after he was surrounded as Ramses II had been by the Hittite army. The children of Israel fled before Judah, and God delivered them into their hand. And Abijah and his people slew them with a great slaughter, so there fell down slain in Israel 500,000 chosen men. Thus the children of Israel were brought under at that time, and the children of Judah prevailed, because they relied upon the Lord God of their fathers. And Abijah pursued after Jeroboam, and took cities from him, Bethel with the towns thereof, and Jeshanah with the towns thereof, and Ephraim with the towns thereof. Neither did Jeroboam recover strength again in the days of Abijah, and the Lord struck him, and he died. Ere Jeroboam died, however, Abijah slept with his fathers, and they buried him in the city of David, and Asa his son reigned in his stead. In his days the land was quiet 10 years, and Asa did that which was good and right in the eyes of the Lord his God. For he took away the altars of the strange gods, and the high places, and brake down the images, and cut down the groves, and commanded Judah to seek the Lord God of their fathers, and to do the law and the commandment. Also he took away out of all the cities of Judah the high places and the images, and the kingdom was quiet before him. And he built fenced cities in Judah, for the land had rest, and he had no war in those years, because the Lord had given him rest. Jeroboam died in the 2nd year of Asa's reign, and was succeeded by his son Nadab, who did evil in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the way of his father, and in his sin wherewith he made Israel to sin. Nadab waged war against the Philistines, and was besieging Gibbethon, when Baasha revolted and slew him. Thus ended the first dynasty of the kingdom of Israel. Baasha was declared king, and proceeded to operate against Judah. Having successfully waged war against Asa, he proceeded to fortify Ramah, a few miles to the north of Jerusalem, that he might not suffer any to go out or come in to Asa king of Judah. Now Israel was at this time one of the allies of the powerful Aramaean state of Damascus, which had resisted the advance of the Assyrian armies during the reign of Ashur-natsir-pal I, and apparently supported the rebellions of the northern Mesopotamian kings. Judah was nominally subject to Egypt, which, however, was weakened by internal troubles, and therefore unable either to assert its authority in Judah or help its king to resist the advances of the Israelites. In the hour of peril, Judah sought the aid of the king of Damascus. Asa took all the silver and the gold that were left in the treasures of the house of the Lord, and the treasures of the king's house, and delivered them into the hand of his servants. And King Asa sent them to Ben-Hadad, the son of Tabrimon, the son of Hezion, king of Syria, that dwelt at Damascus, saying, There is a league between me and thee, and between my father and thy father. Behold, I have sent unto thee a present of silver and gold. Come and break thy league with Baasha king of Israel, that he may depart from me. Ben-Hadad accepted the invitation readily. He waged war against Israel, and Baasha was compelled to abandon the building of the fortifications at Ramah. Then King Asa made a proclamation throughout all Judah. None was exempted, and they took away the stones of Ramah, and the timber thereof, wherewith Baasha had builded, and King Asa built with them Geba of Benjamin, and Mizpah. Judah and Israel thus became subject to Damascus, and had to recognize the king of that city as arbiter in all their disputes. After reigning about 24 years, Baasha of Israel died in 886 BC, and was succeeded by his son Elah, who came to the throne in the 26th year of Asa. He had ruled a little over a year, when he was murdered by his servant Zimri, captain of half his chariots, while he was drinking himself drunk in the house of Arza, steward of his house at Tirzah. Thus ended the second dynasty of the kingdom of Israel. Zimri's revolt was short-lived. He reigned only 7 days in Tirzah. The army was encamped against Gibbethon, which belonged to the Philistines. And the people that were encamped heard say, Zimri hath conspired, and hath also slain the king. Wherefore all Israel made Omri, the captain of the host, king over Israel that day in the camp. And Omri went up from Gibbethon, and all Israel with him, and they besieged Tirzah. And it came to pass, when Zimri saw that the city was taken, that he went into the palace of the king's house, and burnt the king's house over him with fire, and died. Omri's claim to the throne was disputed by a rival named Tibni, but the people that followed Omri prevailed against the people that followed Tibni, son of Ginath. So Tibni died, and Omri reigned. Omri was the builder of Samaria, whither his court was transferred from Tirzah toward the close of his 6 years' reign. He was followed by his son Ahab, who ascended the throne in the 38th year of Asa king of Judah. And Ahab did evil in the sight of the Lord above all that were before him. So notorious indeed were father and son, that the prophet Micah declared to the backsliders of his day, For the statutes of Omri are kept, and all the works of the house of Ahab, and ye walk in their counsel, that I should make thee a desolation, and the inhabitants thereof an hissing. Therefore ye shall bear the reproach of my people. Ahab was evidently an ally of Sidon, as well as a vassal of Damascus, for he married the notorious princess Jezebel, the daughter of the king of that city-state. He also became a worshipper of the Phoenician god Baal, to whom a temple had been erected in Samaria. And Ahab made a grove, and Ahab did more to provoke the Lord God of Israel to anger than all the kings of Israel that were before him. Obadiah, who feared the Lord greatly, was the governor of Ahab's house, but the outspoken prophet Elijah, whose arch-enemy was the notorious Queen Jezebel, was an outcast, like the 100 prophets concealed by Obadiah in 2 mountain caves. Ahab became so powerful a king that Ben-Hadad II of Damascus picked a quarrel with him, and marched against Samaria. It was on this occasion that Ahab sent the famous message to Ben-Hadad, Let not him that girdeth his harness, or armor, boast himself as he that putteth it off. The Israelites issued forth from Samaria, and scattered the attacking force, and Israel pursued them. And Ben-Hadad the king of Syria escaped on a horse with a horseman. And the king of Israel went out, and smote the horses and chariots, and slew the Syrians with a great slaughter. Ben-Hadad was made to believe afterwards by his counselors that he owed his defeat to the fact that the gods of Israel were gods of the hills, therefore they are stronger than we. They added, Let us fight against them in the plain, and surely we shall be stronger than they. In the following year, Ben-Hadad fought against the Israelites at Aphek, but was again defeated. He then found it necessary to make a covenant with Ahab. In 854 BC, Shalmaneser III of Assyria was engaged in military operations against the Aramaean Syrians. 2 years previously he had broken the power of Ahuni, king of Bit Adini in northern Mesopotamia, the leader of a strong confederacy of petty states. Thereafter, the Assyrian monarch turned towards the southwest and attacked the Hittite state of Hamath and the Aramaean state of Damascus. The various rival kingdoms of Syria united against him, and an army of 70,000 allies attempted to thwart his progress at Harhar on the Orontes. Although Shalmaneser claimed a victory on this occasion, it was of no great advantage to him, for he was unable to follow it up. Among the Syrian allies were Bir-Idri, Ben-Hadad II, of Damascus, and Ahab of Israel, Achabu, of the land of Sirilites. The latter had a force of 10,000 men under his command. 4 years after Ahab began to reign, Asa died at Jerusalem, and his son Jehoshaphat was proclaimed king of Judah. And he walked in all the ways of Asa his father. He turned not aside from it, doing that which was right in the eyes of the Lord. Nevertheless, the high places were not taken away, for the people offered and burnt incense yet in the high places. There is no record of any wars between Israel and Judah during this period, but it is evident that the two kingdoms had been drawn together and that Israel was the predominating power. Jehoshaphat joined affinity with Ahab, and some years afterward visited Samaria, where he was hospitably entertained. The two monarchs plotted together. Apparently Israel and Judah desired to throw off the yoke of Damascus, which was being kept constantly on the defense by Assyria. It is recorded in the Bible that they joined forces and set out on an expedition to attack Ramoth in Gilead, which Israel claimed, and take it out of the hand of the king of Syria. In the battle which ensued, in 853 BC, Ahab was mortally wounded, and about the time of the sun going down, he died. He was succeeded by his son Ahaziah, who acknowledged the suzerainty of Damascus. After a reign of 2 years, Ahaziah was succeeded by Joram. Jehoshaphat did not again come into conflict with Damascus. He devoted himself to the development of his kingdom, and attempted to revive the sea trade on the Persian Gulf which had flourished under Solomon. He made ships in Tarshish to go to Ophir for gold, but they went not, for the ships were broken, wrecked, at Ezion-Geber. Ahaziah offered him sailors, probably Phoenicians, but they were refused. Apparently Jehoshaphat had close trading relations with the Chaldeans, who were encroaching on the territory of the king of Babylon, and menacing the power of that monarch. Jehoram succeeded Jehoshaphat and reigned 8 years. After repulsing the Syrian allies at Karkar on the Orontes in 854 BC, Shalmaneser III of Assyria found it necessary to invade Babylonia. Soon after he came to the throne, he had formed an alliance with Nabu-aplu-idim of that kingdom, and was thus able to operate in the northwest without fear of complications with the rival claimant of Mesopotamia. When Nabu-aplu-idim died, his 2 sons Marduk-Zakir-Shum and Marduk-bel-Usate were rivals for the throne. The former, the rightful heir, appealed for help to Shalmaneser, and that monarch at once hastened to assert his authority in the southern kingdom. In 851 BC, Marduk-bel-Usate, who was supported by an Aramaean army, was defeated and put to death. Marduk-Zakir-Shum afterwards reigned over Babylonia as the vassal of Assyria, and Shalmaneser, his overlord, made offerings to the gods at Babylon, Borsippa, and Cuthah. The Chaldeans were afterwards subdued and compelled to pay annual tribute. In the following year, Shalmaneser had to lead an expedition into northern Mesopotamia and suppress a fresh revolt in that troubled region. But the western allies soon gathered strength again, and in 846 BC he found it necessary to return with a great army, but was not successful in achieving any permanent success, although he put his enemies to flight. The various western kingdoms, including Damascus, Israel, and Tyre and Sidon, remained unconquered, and continued to conspire against him. The resisting power of the Syrian allies, however, was being greatly weakened by internal revolts, which may have been stirred up by Assyrian emissaries. Edom threw off the yoke of Judah and became independent. Jehoram, who had married Athaliah, a royal princess of Israel, was dead. His son Ahaziah, who succeeded him, joined forces with his cousin and overlord, King Joram of Israel, to assist him in capturing Ramoth-Gilead from the king of Damascus. Joram took possession of the city, but was wounded, and returned to Jezreel to be healed. He was the last king of the Omri dynasty of Israel. The prophet Elisha sent a messenger to Jehu, a military leader, who was at Ramoth-Gilead, with a box of oil and the ominous message, "Thus saith the Lord, I have anointed thee king over Israel, and thou shalt smite the house of Ahab thy master, that I may avenge the blood of my servants the prophets, and the blood of all the servants of the Lord, at the hand of Jezebel. And the dogs shall eat Jezebel in the portion of Jezreel, and there shall be none to bury her." Jehu conspired against Joram, and then, accompanied by an escort, rode in a chariot and went to Jezreel, so that he might be the first to announce the revolt to the king whom he was to depose. The watchman on the tower of Jezreel saw Jehu and his company approaching, and informed Joram, who twice sent out a messenger to inquire, "Is it peace?" Neither messenger returned, and the watchman informed the wounded monarch of Israel, "He came even unto them, and cometh not again, and the driving is like the driving of Jehu, the son of Nimshi, for he driveth furiously." King Joram went out himself to meet the famous charioteer, but turned to flee when he discovered that he came as an enemy. Then Jehu drew his bow and shot Joram through the heart. Ahaziah endeavored to conceal himself in Samaria, but was slain also. Jezebel was thrown down from a window of the royal harem and trodden underfoot by the horsemen of Jehu. Her body was devoured by dogs. The Syrian king, against whom Joram fought at Ramoth-Gilead, was Hazael. He had murdered Ben-Hadad II as he lay on a bed of sickness by smothering him with a thick cloth soaked in water. Then he had himself proclaimed the ruler of the Aramean state of Damascus. The prophet Elisha had previously wept before him, saying, I know the evil that thou wilt do unto the children of Israel. Their strongholds wilt thou set on fire, and their young men wilt thou slay with the sword, and wilt dash their children, and rip up their women with child. The time seemed ripe for Assyrian conquest. In 843 BC, Shalmaneser III crossed the Euphrates into Syria for the 16th time. His first objective was Aleppo, where he was welcomed. He made offerings there to Hadad, the local Thor, and then suddenly marched southward. Hazael went out to oppose the advancing Assyrians, and came into conflict with them in the vicinity of Mount Hermon. I fought with him, Shalmaneser recorded, and accomplished his defeat. I slew with the sword 1,600 of his warriors, and captured 1,121 chariots and 470 horses. He fled to save his life. Hazael took refuge within the walls of Damascus, which the Assyrians besieged, but failed, however, to capture. Shalmaneser's soldiers meanwhile wasted and burned cities without number, and carried away great booty. In those days, Shalmaneser recorded, I received tribute from the Tyrians and Sidonians, and from Yahweh, Jehu, son, or successor, of Omri. The following is a translation from a bas-relief by Professor Pinches of a passage detailing Jehu's tribute. The tribute of Yahweh, son of Omri: silver, gold, a golden cup, golden vases, golden vessels, golden buckets, lead, a staff for the hand of the king, and scepters I received. The scholarly translator adds, it is noteworthy that the Assyrian form of the name, Yahweh, shows that the unpronounced aleph at the end was at that time sounded, so the Hebrews must have called him Yahuwah, Jehuah. Shalmaneser did not again attack Damascus. His sphere of influence was therefore confined to North Syria. He found it more profitable, indeed, to extend his territories into Asia Minor. For several years he engaged himself in securing control of the northwestern caravan road, and did not rest until he had subdued Cilicia and overrun the Hittite kingdoms of Tabal and Malatia. Hazael of Damascus avenged himself, meanwhile, on his unfaithful allies, who had so readily acknowledged the shadowy suzerainty of Assyria. In those days the Lord began to cut Israel short, and Hazael smote them in all the coasts of Israel, from Jordan eastward, all the land of Gilead, the Gadites, and the Reubenites, and the Manassites, from Aroer, which is by the river Arnon, even Gilead and Bashan. Israel thus came completely under the sway of Damascus. Jehu appears to have cherished the ambition of uniting Israel and Judah under one crown. His revolt received the support of the Orthodox Hebrews, and he began well by inaugurating reforms in the northern kingdom with purpose apparently to re-establish the worship of David's God. He persecuted the prophets of Baal, but soon became a backslider, for although he stamped out the Phoenician religion, he began to worship the golden calves that were in Bethel and that were in Dan. He departed not from the sins of Jeroboam, which made Israel to sin. Apparently he found it necessary to secure the support of the idolaters of the ancient cult of the Queen of Heaven. The crown of Judah had been seized by the Israelitish queen mother Athaliah after the death of her son Ahaziah at the hands of Jehu. She endeavored to destroy all the seed royal of the house of Judah, but another woman thwarted the completion of her monstrous design. This was Jehoshabeath, sister of Ahaziah, and wife of the priest Jehoiada, who concealed the young prince Joshua, and put him and his nurse in a bedchamber in the house of God. There Joash was strictly guarded for 6 years. In time, Jehoiada stirred up a revolt against the Baal-worshipping queen of Judah. Having secured the support of the captains of the royal guard and a portion of the army, he brought out from the temple the 7-year-old prince Joash, the king's son, and put upon him the crown, and gave him the testimony, and made him king. And Jehoiada and his sons anointed him, and said, God save the king. Now when Athaliah heard the noise of the people running and praising the king, she came to the people into the house of the Lord, and she looked, and, behold, the king stood at his pillar at the entering in, and the princes and the trumpets by the king. And all the people of the land rejoiced, and sounded with trumpets, also the singers with instruments of music, and such as taught, to sing praise. Then Athaliah rent her clothes, and said, Treason! Treason! Then Jehoiada the priest brought out the captains of hundreds that were set over the host, and he said unto them, Have her forth of the ranges, and whoso followeth her, let him be slain by the sword. For the priest said, Slay her not in the house of the Lord. So they laid hands on her, and when she was come to the entering of the horse gate by the king's house, they slew her there. And Jehoiada made a covenant between him, and between all the people, and between the king, that they should be the Lord's people. Then all of the people went to the house of Baal, and brake it down, and brake his altars, and his image in pieces, and slew Mattan the priest of Baal before the altars. When Jehu of Israel died, he was succeeded by Jehoahaz. The Lord was kindled against Israel, and he delivered them into the hand of Benhadad the son of Hazael all their days. Then Jehoahaz repented. He besought the Lord, and the Lord hearkened unto him, for he saw the oppression of Israel, because the king of Syria oppressed them. And the Lord gave Israel a Saviour, so that they went out from under the hands of the Syrians. The Saviour, as will be shown, was Assyria. Not only Israel, but Judah under King Joash, Edom, the Philistines and the Ammonites, were compelled to acknowledge the suzerainty of Damascus. Shalmaneser III swayed an extensive and powerful empire, and kept his generals continually employed, suppressing revolts on his frontiers. After he subdued the Hittites, Kati, king of Tabal, sent him his daughter, who was received into the royal harem. Tribes of the Medes came under his power. The Nairi and Urartian tribes continued battling with his soldiers on the northern borders, like the frontier tribes of India against the British troops. The kingdom of Urartu was growing more and more powerful. In 829 BC, the great empire was suddenly shaken to its foundations by the outbreak of civil war. The party of rebellion was led by Shalmaneser's son, Ashur-danin-apli, who evidently desired to supplant the crown prince Shamshi-Adad. He was a popular hero and received the support of most of the important Assyrian cities, including Nineveh, Ashur, Arbela, Imgurbel, and Dur-Balat, as well as some of the dependencies. Shalmaneser retained Kalkhi and the provinces of northern Mesopotamia, and it appears that the greater part of the army also remained loyal to him. After 4 years of civil war, Shalmaneser died. His chosen heir, Shamshi-Adad VII, had to continue the struggle for the throne for 2 more years. When at length the new king had stamped out the last embers of revolt within the kingdom, he had to undertake the reconquest of those provinces which in the interval had thrown off their allegiances to Assyria. Urartu in the north had grown more aggressive. The Syrians were openly defiant. The Medes were conducting bold raids, and the Babylonians were plotting with the Chaldeans, Elamites, and Arameans to oppose the new ruler. Shamshi-Adad, however, proved to be as great a general as his father. He subdued the Medes and Nairi tribes, burned many cities, and collected enormous tribute, while thousands of prisoners were taken and forced to serve the conqueror. Having established his power in the north, Shamshi-Adad then turned his attention to Babylonia. On his way southward he subdued many villages. He fell upon the first strong force of Babylonian allies at Dur-Papsukal in Akkad, and achieved a great victory, killing 13,000 and taking 3,000 captives. Then the Babylonian king, Marduk-balatsu-ikbi, advanced to meet him with his mixed forces of Babylonians, Chaldeans, Elamites, and Aramaeans, but was defeated in a fierce battle on the banks of the Daban Canal. The Babylonian camp was captured, and the prisoners taken by the Assyrians included 5,000 footmen, 200 horsemen, and 100 chariots. Shamshi-Adad conducted in all 5 campaigns in Babylonia and Chaldea, which he completely subdued, penetrating as far as the shores of the Persian Gulf. In the end he took prisoner the new king, Bau-ach-Idina, the successor of Marduk-balatsu-ikbi, and transported him to Assyria, and offered up sacrifices as the overlord of the ancient land at Babylonia, Borsippa, and Cuthah. For over half a century after this disaster, Babylonia was a province of Assyria. During that period, however, the influence which it exercised over the Assyrian court was so great that it contributed to the downfall of the royal line of the Second Empire. The Age of Semiramis. One of the most interesting figures in Mesopotamian history came into prominence during the Assyrian Middle Empire period. This was the famous Sammu-Rammat, the Babylonian wife of an Assyrian ruler. Like Sargon of Akkad, Alexander the Great, and Dietrich von Bern, she made, by reason of her achievements and influence, a deep impression on the popular imagination, and as these monarchs became identified in tradition with the gods of war and fertility, she had attracted to her memory the myths associated with the mother goddess of love and battle, who presided over the destinies of mankind. In her character as the legendary Semiramis of Greek literature, the Assyrian queen was reputed to have been the daughter of Derceto, the dove and fish goddess of Ascalon, and to have departed from earth in bird form. It is not quite certain whether Sammu-Rammat was the wife of Shamshi-Adad VII, or of his son, Adad-nirari IV. Before the former monarch reduced Babylonia to the status of an Assyrian province, he had signed a treaty of peace with its king, and it is suggested that it was confirmed by a matrimonial alliance. This treaty was repudiated by King Bau-ach-Idina, who was transported with his palace treasures to Assyria. As Sammu-Rammat was evidently a royal princess of Babylonia, it seems probable that her marriage was arranged with purpose to legitimize the succession of the Assyrian overlords to the Babylonian throne. The principle of mother right was ever popular in those countries where the worship of the Great Mother was perpetuated, if not in official, at any rate in domestic religion. Not a few Egyptian pharaohs reigned as husbands or as sons of royal ladies. Succession by the female line was also observed among the Hittites. When Hattusil II gave his daughter in marriage to Putahi, king of the Amorites, he inserted a clause in the Treaty of Alliance to the effect that the sovereignty over the Amorite should belong to the son and descendants of his daughter forevermore. As queen or queen mother, Sammu-Rammat occupied as prominent a position in Assyria as did Queen Tai of Egypt during the lifetime of her husband Amenhotep III, and the early part of the reign of her son Amenhotep IV, or Akhenaton. The Tel El Amarna letters testify to Tai's influence in the Egyptian Foreign Office, and we know that at home she was joint ruler with her husband, and took part with him in public ceremonials. During their reign, a temple was erected to the mother goddess Mut, and beside it was formed a great lake on which sailed the bark of Aton, in connection with mysterious religious ceremonials. After Akhenaton's religious revolt was inaugurated, the worship of Mut was discontinued and Tai went into retirement. In Akhenaton's time, the vulture symbol of the goddess Mut did not appear above the sculptured figures of royalty. What connection the god Aton had with Mut during the period of the Tai regime remains obscure. There is no evidence that Aton was first exalted as the son of the great mother goddess, although this is not improbable. Queen Sammu-Rammat of Assyria, like Tai of Egypt, is associated with social and religious innovations. She was the first, and indeed the only Assyrian royal lady, to be referred to on equal terms with her royal husband in official inscriptions. In a dedication to the god Nebo, that deity is reputed to be the protector of the life of Adad-nirari, king of the land of Ashur, his lord, and the life of Sammu-rammat, she of the palace, his lady. During the reign of Adad-nirari IV, the Assyrian court radiated Babylonian culture and traditions. The king not only recorded his descent from the first Shalmaneser, but also claimed to be a descendant of Bel-kap-kapu, an earlier, but to us unknown, Babylonian monarch than Sulili, i.e. Sumu-la-ilu, the great-great-grandfather of Hammurabi. Bel-kap-kapu was reputed to have been an overlord of Assyria. Apparently Adad-nirari desired to be regarded as the legitimate heir to the thrones of Assyria and Babylonia. His claim upon the latter country must have had a substantial basis. It is not too much to assume that he was a son of a princess of its ancient royal family. Sammu-rammat may therefore have been his mother. She could have been called his wife in the mythological sense, the king having become husband of his mother. If such was the case, the royal pair probably posed as the high priest and high priestess of the ancient goddess cult, the incarnations of the Great Mother and the son who displaced his sire. The worship of the Great Mother was the popular religion of the indigenous peoples of Western Asia, including parts of Asia Minor, Egypt, and southern and western Europe. It appears to have been closely associated with agricultural rites practiced among the representative communities of the Mediterranean race. In Babylonia and Assyria, the peoples of the goddess cult fused with the peoples of the god cult, but the prominence maintained by Ishtar, who absorbed many of the old mother deities, testifies to the persistence of immemorial habits of thought and antique religious ceremonials among the descendants of the earliest settlers in the Tigro-Euphrates valley. Merodach's spouse Zarpanatu was not a shadowy deity, but a goddess who exercised as much influence as her divine husband. As Araru, she took part with him in the creation of mankind. In Asia Minor, the mother goddess was overshadowed by the father god during the period of Hatti predominance, but her worship was revived after the early people along the coast and in the agricultural valleys were freed from the yoke of the father god worshippers. It must be recognized in this connection that an official religion was not always a full reflection of popular beliefs. In all the great civilizations of antiquity, it was invariably a compromise between the beliefs of the military aristocracy and the masses of mingled peoples over whom they held sway. Temple worship had therefore a political aspect. It was indeed, among other things, to strengthen the position of the ruling classes. But ancient deities could still be worshipped, and were worshipped, in homes and fields, in groves and on mountain tops, as the case might be. Jeremiah has testified to the persistence of the folk practices in connection with the worship of the mother goddess among the inhabitants of Palestine. Sacrificial fires were lit, and cakes were baked and offered to the Queen of Heaven in the streets of Jerusalem and other cities. In Babylonia and Egypt, domestic religious practices were never completely supplanted by temple ceremonies in which rulers took a prominent part. It was always possible, therefore, for usurpers to make popular appeal by reviving ancient and persistent forms of worship. As we have seen, Jehu of Israel, after stamping out Phoenician Baal worship, secured a strong following by giving official recognition to the cult of the golden calf. It is not possible to set forth in detail, or with intimate knowledge, the various innovations which Sammu-rammat introduced, or with which she was credited, during the reigns of Adad-nirari IV, 810 to 782 BC, and his father. No discovery has been made of documents like the Tel el Amarna letters, which would shed light on the social and political life of this interesting period. But evidence is not awanting that Assyria was being suffused with Babylonian culture. Royal inscriptions record the triumphs of the army, but suppress the details of barbarities such as those which sully the annals of Ashur-natsir-pal, who had boys and girls burned on pyres and the heroes of small nations flayed alive. An ethical tendency becomes apparent in the exaltation of the Babylonian Shamash as an abstract deity who loved law and order, inspired the king with wisdom, and ordained the destinies of mankind. He is invoked on equal terms with Ashur. The prominence given to Nebo, the god of Borsippa, during the reign of Adad-nirari IV is highly significant. He appears in his later character as a god of culture and wisdom, the patron of scribes and artists, and the wise counselor of the deities. He symbolized the intellectual life of the southern kingdom, which was more closely associated with religious ethics than that of war-loving Assyria. A great temple was erected to Nebo at Kalkhi, and 4 statues of him were placed within it, 2 of which are now in the British Museum. On one of these was cut the inscription, from which we have quoted, lauding the exalted and wise deity, and invoking him to protect Adad-nirari and the lady of the palace, Sammu-rammat, and closing with the exhortation, "Whoso cometh after time, let him trust in Nebo, and trust in no other god." The priests of Ashur in the city of Ashur must have been as deeply stirred by this religious revolt at Kalkhi as were the priests of Ammon when Akhenaton turned his back on Thebes and the national god to worship Aton in his new capital at Tel El Amarna. It would appear that this sudden stream of Babylonian culture had begun to flow into Assyria as early as the reign of Shalmaneser III, and it may be that it was on account of that monarch's pro-Babylonian tendencies that his nobles and priests revolted against him. Shalmaneser established at Kalkhi a royal library, which was stocked with the literature of the southern kingdom. During the reign of Adad-nirari IV, this collection was greatly increased, and subsequent additions were made to it by his successors, and especially Ashur-nirari IV, the last monarch of the Middle Empire. The inscriptions of Shamshi-Adad, son of Shalmaneser III, have literary qualities which distinguish them from those of his predecessors, and may be accounted for by the influence exercised by Babylonian scholars who migrated northward. To the reign of Adad-nirari belongs also that important compilation, the Synchronistic History of Assyria and Babylonia, which deals with the relations of the 2 kingdoms, and refers to contemporary events and rulers. The legends of Semiramis indicate that Sammu-rammat was associated, like Queen Tai, with a revival of mother worship. As we have said, she went down to tradition as the daughter of the fish goddess Derceto. Pliny identified that deity with Atargatis of Hierapolis. In Babylonia, the fish goddess was Nina, a developed form of Damkina, spouse of Ea and Eridu, and the inscription on the Nebo statue, that god is referred to as the son of Nudimmud, or Ea. Nina was the goddess who gave her name to Nineveh, and it is possible that Nebo may have been regarded as her son during the Semiramis period. The story of Semiramis's birth is evidently of great antiquity. It seems to have survived throughout Europe in the nursery tale of the Babes in the Wood. A striking Indian parallel is afforded by the legend of Shakuntala, which may be first referred to for the purpose of comparative study. Shakuntala was the daughter of the Rishi, Viswamitra and Menaka, the Aspara, celestial fairy. Menaka gave birth to her child beside the sacred river Malini, and she cast the newborn infant on the bank of that river and went away. And beholding the newborn infant lying in that forest destitute of human beings, but abounding with lions and tigers, a number of vultures sat around to protect it from harm. A sage discovered the child and adopted her, because, he said, she was surrounded by Shakuntas, the birds, therefore hath she been named by me Shakuntala, bird protected. Semiramis was similarly deserted at birth by her celestial mother. She was protected by doves, and her Assyrian name, Sammu-rammat, is believed to be derived from Sumat, dove, and to signify, the dove goddess loveth her. Simas, the chief of royal shepherds, found the child and adopted her. She was of great beauty, like Shakuntala, the maiden of perfect symmetry, sweet smiles, and faultless features, with whom King Dushyanta fell in love, and married in Gandharva fashion. Semiramis became the wife of Ones, governor of Nineveh, and one of the generals of its alleged founder, King Ninus. She accompanied her husband to Bactria on a military campaign, and is said to have instructed the king how that city should be taken. Ninus fell in love with Semiramis, and Ones, who refused to give her up, went and hanged himself. The fair courtesan then became the wife of the king. The story proceeds that Semiramis exercised so great an influence over the impressionable King Ninus that she persuaded him to proclaim her Queen of Assyria for 5 days. She then ascended the throne decked in royal robes. On the first day she gave a great banquet, and on the second thrust Ninus into prison, or had him put to death. In this manner she secured the empire for herself. She reigned for over 40 years. Professor Fraser inclines to the view that the legend is a reminiscence of the custom of appointing a mock king and queen, to whom the kingdom was yielded up to 5 days. Semiramis played the part of the mother goddess, and the priestly king died a violent death in the character of her divine lover. The mounds of Semiramis, which were pointed out all over Western Asia, were said to have been the graves of her lovers whom she buried alive. This tradition is one of the surest indications of the identity of the mythical Semiramis with the Babylonian goddess Ishtar or Astarte. As we have seen, Ishtar and other mother goddesses had many lovers whom they deserted, like La Belle Dame sans Merci. As Queen of Assyria, Semiramis was said to have cut roads through mountainous districts and erected many buildings. According to one version of the legend, she founded the city of Babylon. Herodotus, however, says in this connection, Semiramis held the throne for 5 generations before the later princess, Nitocris. She raised certain embankments, well worthy of inspection, in the plain near Babylon to control the river Euphrates, which, till then, used to overflow and flood the whole country round about. Lucian, who associates the famous queen with mighty works in Asia, states that she was reputed by some to be the builder of the ancient temple of Aphrodite in the Libanus, although others credit it to Cinyras or Deucalion. Several Median places bear her name, and according to ancient Armenian tradition, she was the founder of Van, which was formerly called Shamiramagerd. Strabo tells that unidentified mountains in Western Asia were named after Semiramis. Indeed, many of the great works of this Tigro-Euphrates valley, not excepting the famous inscription of Darius, were credited to the legendary queen of Babylonia and Assyria. She was the rival in tradition of the famous Sesostris of Egypt as a ruler, builder, and conqueror. All the military expeditions of Semiramis were attended with success, except her invasion of India. She was supposed to have been defeated in the Punjab. After suffering this disaster, she died, or abdicated the throne in favor of her son Ninyas. The most archaic form of the legend appears to be that she was turned into a dove and took flight to heaven in that form. After her death, she was worshipped as a dove goddess, like Our Lady of Trees and Doves in Cyprus, whose shrine at Old Paphos was founded, Herodotus says, by Phoenician colonists from Ascalon. Fish and doves were sacred to Derceto, or Atar, who had a mermaid form. "I have beheld," says Lucian, "the image of Derceto in Phoenicia. A marvelous spectacle it is. One half is a woman, but the part which extends from thighs to feet terminates with the tail of a fish." Derceto was supposed to have been a woman who threw herself in despair into a lake. After death she was adored as a goddess, and her worshippers abstained from eating fish, except sacrificially. A golden image of a fish was suspended in her temple. Atargatis, who was identical with Derceto, was reputed in another form of the legend to have been born of an egg which the sacred fishes found in the Euphrates and thrust ashore. The Greek Aphrodite was born of the froth of the sea, and floated in a seashell. According to Hesiod, the wafting waves first bore her to Cythera the divine. To wave-encircled Cyprus came she then, and forth emerged a goddess in the charms of awful beauty, where her delicate feet had pressed the sands, green herbage flowering sprang. Her Aphrodite, gods and mortals name, the foam-born goddess, and her name is known as Cytherea with the blooming wreath, for that she touched Cythera's flowery coast, and Cyprus for that on the Cyprian shore she rose amid the multitude of waves. Elton's translation. The animals sacred to Aphrodite included the sparrow, the dove, the swan, the swallow, and the wryneck. She presided over the month of April, and the myrtle, rose, poppy, and apple were sacred to her. Some writers connect Semiramis, in her character as a dove goddess, with Medea and the old Persian mother goddess Anaitis, and regard as arbitrary her identification with the fish goddess Derceto or Atargatis. The dove was certainly not a popular bird in the religious art of Babylonia and Assyria, but in one of the hymns translated by Professor Pinches, Ishtar says, "Like a lonely dove I rest." In another, the worshipper tries to touch Ishtar's heart by crying, "Like the dove I moan." A Sumerian psalmist makes a goddess, Gula, who presided over Larak, a part of Isin, lament over the city as it was captured by the enemy. "My temple Easte, temple of Larak, Larak the city which Bel and Lil gave. Beneath are turned to strangeness, above are turned to strangeness. With wailing on the lyre my dwelling places surrendered to the stranger. The dove-cots they wickedly seized, the doves they entrapped, the ravens he, and Lil, caused to fly." Apparently there were temple and household doves in Babylonia. The Egyptians had their household dove-cots in ancient as in modern times. Lane makes reference to the large pigeon houses in many villages. They are of archaic pattern, with the walls slightly inclining inwards, like many of the ancient Egyptian buildings, and are constructed upon the roofs of the huts with crude brick, pottery, and mud. Each pair of pigeons occupies a separate earthen pot. It may be that the dove bulked more prominently in domestic than in official religion, and had a special seasonal significance. Ishtar appears to have had a dove form. In the Gilgamesh epic, she is said to have loved the brilliant Alalu bird, the bright-colored wood pigeon, according to Sayce, and to have afterwards wounded it by breaking its wings. She also loved the lion and the horse, and must therefore have assumed the forms of these animals. The goddess Bau, she whose city is destroyed, laments in a Sumerian psalm. "Like a dove to its dwelling place, how long to my dwelling place will they pursue me? To my sanctuary, the sacred place they pursue me. My resting place, the brick walls of my city Isin, thou art destroyed. My sanctuary, shrine of my temple Galma, thou art destroyed." Here the goddess appears to be identified with the doves which rest on the walls and make their nests in the shrine. The Sumerian poets did not adorn their poems with meaningless picturesque imagery. Their images were stern facts. They had a magical or religious significance like the imagery of magical incantations. The worshipper invoked the deity by naming his or her various attributes, forms, etc. Of special interest are the references in Sumerian psalms to the ravens as well as the doves of goddesses. Throughout Asia and Europe, ravens are birds of ill omen. In Scotland, there still linger curious folk beliefs regarding the appearance of ravens and doves after death. Michael Scott, the great magician, when on his deathbed, told his friends to place his body on a hillock. 3 ravens and 3 doves would be seen flying towards it. If the ravens were first, the body was to be burned, but if the doves were first, it was to receive Christian burial. The ravens were foremost, but in their hurry flew beyond their mark. So the devil, who had long been preparing a bed for Michael, was disappointed. In Indian mythology, Purusha, the chaos giant, first divided himself. Hence were husband and wife produced. This couple then assumed various animal forms, and thus created every living pair whatsoever, down to the ants. Goddesses and fairies in the folk tales of many countries sometimes assume bird forms. The Fates appear to Damayanti in the Nala story as swans which carry love messages. According to Aryo-Indian belief, birds were blessed with fecundity. The Babylonian Etana eagle and the Egyptian vulture, as had been indicated, were deities of fertility. Throughout Europe, birds, which were fates, mated, according to popular belief, on St. Valentine's Day in February, when lots were drawn for wives by rural folks. Another form of the old custom is referred to by the poet Gay. Last Valentine, the day when birds of kind their paramours with mutual chirpings find, I early rose. Thee first I spied, and the first swain we see, in spite of fortune, shall our true love be. The dove appears to have been a sacred bird in various areas occupied by tribes of the Mediterranean race. Models of a shrine found in 2 royal graves at Mycenae are surmounted by a pair of doves, suggesting twin goddesses like Isis and Nephthys of Egypt and Ishtar and Belit-sheri of Babylonia. Doves and snakes were associated with the mother goddess of Crete, typifying, according to one view, her connection with air and earth. Although her character was distinctly beneficent and pacific, yet, as Lady of the Wild Creatures, she had a more fearful aspect, one that was often depicted on carved gems, where lions are her companions. Discussing the attributes and symbols of this mother goddess, Professor Burroughs says, "As the serpent, coming from the crevices of the earth, shows the possession of the tree or pillar from the underworld, so the dove, with which this goddess is also associated, shows its possession from the world of the sky." Professor Robertson Smith has demonstrated that the dove was of great sanctity among the Semites. It figures in Hittite sculptures and was probably connected with the goddess cult in Asia Minor. Although Egypt had no dove goddesses, the bird was addressed by lovers. "I hear thy voice, O turtle dove, the dawn is all aglow. Weary am I with love, oh, whither shall I go?" Pigeons, as indicated, are in Egypt still regarded as sacred birds, and a few years ago British soldiers created a riot by shooting them. Doves were connected with the ancient Greek oracle at Dodona. In many countries, the dove is closely associated with love, and also symbolizes innocence, gentleness, and holiness. The pigeon was anciently, it would appear, a sacred bird in these islands, and Brand has recorded curious folk beliefs connected with it. In some districts, the idea prevailed that no person could die on a bed which contained pigeon feathers. If anybody be sick and lie a-dying, if they lie upon pigeon feathers, they will be languishing and never die, but be in pain and torment, wrote a correspondent. A similar superstition about the feathers of different varieties of wild fowl obtained in other districts. Brand traced this interesting traditional belief in Yorkshire, Lancashire, Derbyshire, and some of the Welsh and Irish counties. It still lingers in parts of the Scottish Highlands. In the old ballad of "The Bloody Gardener," the white dove appears to a young man as the soul of his lady love, who was murdered by his mother. He first saw the bird perched on his breast, and then sitting on a myrtle tree. The dove was not only a symbol of Semiramis, but also of her mother Derceto, the Phoenician fish goddess. The connection between bird and fish may have been given an astral significance. In Poor Robin's Almanac for 1757, a St. Valentine rhyme begins, "This month bright Phoebus enters Pisces. The maids will have great store of kisses, for always when the sun comes there, Valentine's Day is drawing near, and both the men and maids incline to choose them each a Valentine." As we have seen, the example was set by the mating birds. The almanac poet no doubt versified an old astrological belief. When the spring sun entered the sign of the fishes, the love goddess in bird form returned to earth. Advocates of the totemic theory, on the other hand, may hold that the association of doves with snake goddesses and fish goddesses of fertility was due to the fusion of tribes who had various animal totems. The Pelew Islanders believed, says Professor Fraser, that the souls of their forefathers lived in certain species of animals, which accordingly they held sacred and would not injure. For this reason, one man would not kill snakes, another would not harm pigeons, and so on. But everyone was quite ready to kill and eat the sacred animals of his neighbors. That the Egyptians had similar customs is suggested by what Herodotus tells us regarding their sacred animals. Those who live near Thebes and the lake Moeris hold the crocodile in religious veneration. Those who live in or near Elephantine, so far from considering these beasts as sacred, make them an article of food. The hippopotamus is esteemed sacred in the district of Papremis, but in no other part of Egypt. They roast and boil birds and fishes, excepting those which are preserved for sacred purposes. Totemic animals controlled the destinies of tribes and families. Gross tells us, said Brand, that, besides general notices of death, many families have particular warnings or notices, some by the appearance of a bird, and others by the figure of a tall woman, dressed all in white. Pennant says that many of the great families in Scotland had their demon or genius, who gave them monitions of future events. Members of tribes which venerated the pigeon, therefore, invoked it like the Egyptian love poet, and drew omens from its notes, or saw one appearing as the soul of the dead, like the lover in the ballad of the Bloody Gardener. They refrained also from killing the pigeon, except sacrificially, and suffered agonies on a deathbed which contained pigeon feathers, the taboo having been broken. Some such explanation is necessary to account for the specialization of certain goddesses as fish, snake, cat, or bird deities. Aphrodite, who like Ishtar absorbed the attributes of several goddesses of fertility and fate, had attracted to her the various animal symbols which were prominent in the districts or among tribes brought into close contact, while the poppy, rose, myrtle, etc., which were used as love charms, or for making love potions, were also consecrated to her. Anthropomorphic deities were decorated with the symbols and flowers of folk religion. From the comparative evidence accumulated here, it will be seen that the theory of the mythical Semiramis's Median, or Persian origin, is somewhat narrow. It is possible that the dove was venerated in Cyprus, as it was certainly in Crete, long centuries before Assyrian and Babylonian influence filtered westward through the Phoenician and Hittite channels. In another connection, Sir Arthur Evans shows that the resemblance between Cretan and early Semitic beliefs points rather to some remote common element, the nature of which is at present obscure, than to any definite borrowing by one side or another. From the evidence afforded by the Semiramis legends and the inscriptions of the latter half of the Assyrian Middle Empire period, it may be inferred that a renaissance of mother worship was favored by the social and political changes which were taking place. In the first place, the influence of Babylon must have been strongly felt in this connection. The fact that Adad-nirari found it necessary to win the support of the Babylonians by proclaiming his descent from one of their ancient royal families suggests that he was not only concerned about the attitude assumed by the scholars of the southern kingdom, but also that of the masses of old Sumerian and Akkadian stocks, who continued to bake cakes to the Queen of Heaven so as to ensure good harvests. In the second place, it is not improbable that even in Assyria the introduction of Nebo and his spouse made widespread appeal. That country had become largely peopled by an alien population. Many of these aliens came from districts where mother worship prevailed, and had no traditional respect for Ashur, while they regarded with hostility the military aristocracy who conquered and ruled in the name of that dreaded deity. Perhaps, too, the influence of the Aramaeans, who in Babylonia racked the temples of the sun god, tended to revive the ancient religion of the Mediterranean race. Jehu's religious revolt in Israel, which established once again the cult of Ashtoreth, occurred after he came under the sway of Damascus, and may have not been unconnected with the political ascendancy elsewhere of the goddess cult. Nebo, whom Adad-nirari exalted at Khalhich, was more than a local god of Borsippa. The most satisfactory view, says Jastrow, is to regard him as a counterpart of Ea. Like Ea, he is the embodiment and source of wisdom. The study of the heavens formed part of the wisdom which is traced back to Nebo, and the temple school at Borsippa became one of the chief centers for the astrological and, subsequently, for the astronomical lore of Babylonia. Like Nebo, Ea is also associated with the irrigation of the fields, and with their consequent fertility. A hymn praises him as the one who fills the canals and the dikes, who protects the fields and brings the crops to maturity. Nebo links with Merodach, or Marduk, who is sometimes referred to as his father, Jastrow assumes that the close partnership between Nebo and Merodach had, as a consequence, a transfer of some of the father Marduk's attributes as a solar deity to Nebo, his son, just as Ea passed his traits on to his son Marduk. As the recorder or scribe among the gods, Nebo resembles the Egyptian god Thoth, who links with Khonsu, the lunar and spring sun god of love and fertility, and with Osiris. In Borsippa, he had, like Merodach in Babylon, pronounced Tammuz traits. Nebo, in fact, appears to be the Tammuz of the New Age, the son of the ancient goddess, who became husband of his mother. If Nebo had no connection with great mother worship, it is unlikely that his statue would have borne an inscription referring to King Adad-nirari and Queen Sammu-rammat on equal terms. The Assyrian spouse of Nebo was called Tashmit. This goddess of supplication and love had a lunar significance. A prayer addressed to her in association with Nannar, Sin, and Ishtar precedes. In the evil of the eclipse of the moon which has taken place, in the evil of the powers of the portents, evil and not good, which are in my palace and my land, I have turned towards thee. Before Nebo, thy spouse, thy lord, the prince, the firstborn of Aesegalia, intercede for me. May he hearken to my cry at the word of thy mouth. May he remove my sighing. May he learn my supplication. Damkina is similarly addressed in another prayer. O Damkina, mighty queen of all the gods, O wife of Ea, valiant art thou. O Irnina, mighty queen of all the gods, thou that dwellest in the abyss, O lady of heaven and earth, in the evil of the eclipse of the moon, etc. Bau is also portrayed in a similar connection as mighty lady that dwellest in the bright heavens, i.e., Queen of Heaven. Tashmit, whose name signifies obedience according to Jastrow, or hearing according to Sayce, carried the prayers of worshippers to Nebo, her spouse. As Isis interceded with Osiris, she interceded with Nebo on behalf of mankind. But this did not signify that she was the least influential of the divine pair. A goddess played many parts. She was at once mother, daughter, and wife of the god, the servant of one god, or the mighty queen of all the gods. The Great Mother was, as has been indicated, regarded as the eternal and undecaying one. The gods passed away, son succeeding father. She alone remained. Thus, too, did Semiramis survive in the popular memory, as the queen goddess of widespread legends, after kings and gods had been forgotten. To her was ascribed all the mighty works of other days in the lands where the indigenous peoples first worshipped the Great Mother as Damkina, Nina, Bau, Ishtar, or Tashmit, because the goddess was anciently believed to be the first cause, the creatrix, the mighty one who invested the ruling god with the powers he possessed, the god who held sway because he was her husband, as did Nergal as the husband of Eresh ki Gal, queen of Hades. The multiplication of well-defined goddesses was partly due to the tendency to symbolize the attributes of the Great Mother, and partly due to the development of the Great Lady in a particular district where she reflected local phenomena and where the political influence achieved by her worshippers emphasized her greatness. Legends regarding a famous goddess were in time attached to other goddesses, and in Aphrodite and Derceto we appear to have mother deities who absorbed the traditions of more than one local lady of river and plain, forest and mountain. Semiramis, on the other hand, survived as a link between the Old World and the New, between the country from which emanated the stream of ancient culture and the regions which received it. As the high priestess of the cult, she became identified with the goddess whose bird name she bore, as Gilgamesh and Etana became identified with the primitive culture hero or patriarch of the ancient Sumerians, and Sargon became identified with Tammuz. No doubt the fame of Semiramis was specially emphasized because of her close association, as Queen Sammu-rammat, with the religious innovations which disturbed the land of the god Ashur during the Middle Empire period. Adad-nirari IV, the son or husband of Sammu-rammat, was a vigorous and successful campaigner. He was the Assyrian king who became the savior of Israel. Although it is not possible to give a detailed account of his various expeditions, we find from the list of these which survives in the Eponym Chronicle that he included in the Assyrian Empire a larger extent of territory than any of his predecessors. In the northeast he overcame the Median and other tribes, and acquired a large portion of the Iranian plateau. He compelled Edom to pay tribute, and established his hold in Babylonia by restricting the power of the Chaldeans in Sealand. In the north he swayed, at least so he claimed, the wide domains of the Nairi people. He also confirmed his supremacy over the Hittites. The Aramaean state of Damascus, which had withstood the attacks of the great Shalmaneser, and afterwards oppressed, as we have seen, the kingdoms of Israel and Judah, was completely overpowered by Adad-nirari. The old king, Hazael, died when Assyria's power was being strengthened and increased along his frontiers. He was succeeded by his son Mari, who is believed to be identical with the biblical Ben-Hadad III. Shortly after this new monarch came to the throne, Adad-nirari IV led a great army against him. The Syrian ruler appears to have been taken by surprise. Probably his kingdom was suffering from the 3 defeats which had been previously administered by the revolting Israelites. At any rate, Mari was unable to gather together an army of allies to resist the Assyrian advance, and took refuge behind the walls of Damascus. This strongly fortified city was closely invested, and Mari had at length to submit and acknowledge Adad-nirari as his overlord. The prize of peace included 23,000 talents of silver, 20 of gold, 3,000 of copper, and 5,000 of iron, as well as ivory, ornaments, and furniture, embroidered materials, and other goods to a countless amount. Thus, the Lord gave Israel a savior, so that they went out from under the hand of the Syrians, and the children of Israel dwelt in their tents, as beforetime. This significant reference to the conquest of Damascus by the Assyrian king is followed by another which throws light on the religious phenomena of the period. Nevertheless, they departed not from the sins of the house of Jeroboam, who made Israel sin, but walked therein, and there remained the grove also in Samaria. Ashtoreth and her golden calf continued to be venerated, and doves were sacrificed to the local Adonis. It is not certain whether Adad-nirari penetrated farther than Damascus. Possibly all the states which owed allegiance to the king of that city became at once the willing vassals of Assyria, their protector. The tribute received by Adad-nirari from Tyre, Sidon, the land of Omri, or Israel, Edom, and Palastu, Philistia, may have been gifted as a formal acknowledgement of his suzerainty, and with purpose to bring them directly under Assyrian control, so that Damascus might be prevented from taking vengeance against them. Meager details survive regarding the reign of the next king, Shalmaneser IV, 781 to 772 BC. These are, however, supplemented by the Urartian inscriptions. Although Adad-nirari boasted that he had subdued the kingdom of Urartu in the north, he appears to have done no more than limit its southern expansion for a time. The Urarti were, like the Mitanni, a military aristocracy who welded together by conquest the tribes of the eastern and northern highlands, which several Assyrian monarchs included in their empire. They acquired the elements of Assyrian culture and used the Assyrian script for their own language. Their god was named Chaldis, and they called their nation Chaldea. During the reign of Ashur-natsir-pal, their area of control was confined to the banks of the river Araxes, but it was gradually extended under a succession of vigorous kings toward the southwest, until they became supreme round the shores of Lake Van. 3 of their early kings were Lutipris, Sharduris I, and Arame. During the reign of Shamsi-Adad, the Assyrians came into conflict with the Urarti, who were governed at that time by Ushpina of Nairi, or Ishpuinis, son of Sharduris II. The Urartian kingdom had extended rapidly and bordered on Assyrian territory. To the west, there were the tribes known as the Manai, the northern enemies of the Medes, a people of Indo-European speech. When Adad-nirari IV waged war against the Urarti, their king was Menuas, the son of Ishpuinis. Menuas was a great warlord, and was able to measure his strength against Assyria on equal terms. He had nearly doubled by conquest the area controlled by his predecessors. Adad-nirari endeavored to drive his rival northward, but all along the Assyrian frontier from the Euphrates to the lower Zab, Menuas forced the outposts of Adad-nirari to retreat southward. The Assyrians, in short, were unable to hold their own. Having extended his kingdom towards the south, Menuas invaded Hittite territory, subdued Malatia, and compelled its king to pay tribute. He also conquered the Manai and other tribes. Towards the north and northwest, he added a considerable area to his kingdom, which became as large as Assyria. Menuas's capital was the city of Turushpa, or Duspas, Van, which was called Chaldenas after the national god. For a century, it was the seat of Urartian administration. The buildings erected there by Menuas and his successors became associated in aftertime with the traditions of Semiramis, who, as Queen Samuramet of Assyria, was a contemporary of the great Urartian conqueror. Similarly, a sculptured representation of the Hittite god was referred to by Herodotus as a memorial of the Egyptian king Sesostris. The strongest fortification at Duspas was a citadel, which was erected on a rocky promontory jutting into Lake Van. A small garrison could there resist a prolonged siege. The water supply of the city was assured by the construction of subterranean aqueducts. Menuas erected a magnificent palace, which rivaled that of the Assyrian monarch at Kalkhi, and furnished it with rich booty brought back from victorious campaigns. He was a lover of trees, and planted many, and he laid out gardens which bloomed with brilliant Asian flowers. The palace commanded a noble prospect of hill and valley scenery on the southwestern shore of beautiful Lake Van. Menuas was succeeded by his son Argistis, who ascended the throne during the lifetime of Adad-nirari of Assyria. During the early part of his reign, he conducted military expeditions to the north, beyond the river Araxes. He afterwards came into conflict with Assyria and acquired more territory on its northern frontier. He also subdued the Manai, who had risen in revolt. For 3 years, 781 to 778 BC, the general of Shalmaneser IV waged war constantly with Urartu, and again in 776 BC and 774 BC, attempts were made to prevent the southern expansion of that power. On more than one occasion the Assyrians were defeated and compelled to retreat. Assyria suffered serious loss of prestige on account of its inability to hold in check its northern rival. Damascus rose in revolt and had to be subdued, and northern Syria was greatly disturbed. Hadrach was visited in the last year of the king's reign. Ashur-dan III, 771 to 763 BC, occupied the Assyrian throne during a period of great unrest. He was unable to attack Urartu. His army had to operate instead on his eastern and southern frontiers. A great plague broke out in 765 BC, the year in which Hadrach had again to be dealt with. On June 15th, 763 BC, there was a total eclipse of the sun, and that dread event was followed by a revolt at Ashur, which was no doubt of priestly origin. The king's son, Adad-nirari, was involved in it, but it is not certain whether or not he displaced his father for a time. In 758 BC, Ashur-dan again showed signs of activity by endeavoring to suppress the revolts which during the period of civil war had broken out in Syria. Adad-nirari V came to the throne in 763 BC. He had to deal with revolts in Ashur, in other cities. Indeed, for the greater part of his reign, he seems to have been kept fully engaged endeavoring to establish his authority within the Assyrian borders. The Syrian provinces regained their independence. During the first 4 years of his successor Ashur-nirari IV, 753 to 746 BC, the army never left Assyria. Namri was visited in 749 to 748 BC, but it is not certain whether he fought against the Urartians or the Aramaeans who had become active during this period of Assyrian decline. In 746 BC, a revolt broke out in the city of Kalkhi, and the king had to leave it. Soon afterwards he died. Perhaps he was assassinated, and none of his sons came to the throne. A year previously, Nabu-Natsir, known to the Greeks as Nabonassar, was crowned king of Babylonia. Ashur-nirari IV appears to have been a monarch of somewhat like character to the famous Akhenaton of Egypt, an idealist for whom war had no attractions. He kept his army at home, while his foreign possessions rose in revolt one after another. Apparently he had dreams of guarding Assyria against attack by means of treaties of peace. He arranged one with a Mesopotamian king, Mati-ilu of Agusi, who pledged himself not to go to war without the consent of his Assyrian overlord, and it is possible that there were other documents of like character which have not survived to us. During his leisure hours, the king engaged himself in studious pursuits, and made additions to the royal library. In the end, his disappointed soldiers found a worthy leader in one of its generals, who seized the throne and assumed the royal name of Tiglath-Pileser. Ashur-nirari IV was the last king of the Middle Empire of Assyria. He may have been a man of high character and refinement, and worthy of our esteem, although an unsuitable ruler for a predatory state.
Assyria's Age of Splendor. We now enter upon the last and most brilliant phase of Assyrian civilization, the period of the Third or New Empire, during which flourished Tiglath-Pileser IV, the mighty conqueror, the Shalmaneser of the Bible, Sargon the Later, who transported the lost 10 tribes of Israel, Sennacherib, the destroyer of Babylon, and Esarhaddon, who made Lower Egypt an Assyrian province. We also meet with notable figures of biblical fame, including Ahaz, Hezekiah, Isaiah, and the idolatrous Manasseh. Tiglath-Pileser IV, who deposed Ashur-nirari IV, was known to the Babylonians as Pulu, which some think was a term of contempt, signifying wild animal. In the Bible he is referred to as Pul, Tiglath-Pilneser, and Tiglath-Pileser. He came to the Assyrian throne toward the end of April in 745 BC, and reigned until 727 BC. We know nothing regarding his origin, but it seems clear that he was not of royal descent. He appears to have been a popular leader of the revolt against Ashur-nirari, who, like certain of his predecessors, had pronounced pro-Babylonian tendencies. It is significant to note in this connection that the new king was an unswerving adherent of the cult of Ashur, by the adherents of which he was probably strongly supported. Tiglath-Pileser combined in equal measure those qualities of generalship and statesmanship which were necessary for the reorganization of the Assyrian state and the revival of its military prestige. At the beginning of his reign, there was much social discontent and suffering. The national exchequer had been exhausted by the loss of tribute from revolting provinces. Trade was paralyzed and the industries were in a languishing condition. plundering bands of Aramaeans were menacing the western frontiers and had overrun part of northern Babylonia. New political confederacies in Syria kept the northwest regions in a constant state of unrest, and the now powerful Eurasian kingdom was threatening the Syro-Cappadocian states as if its rulers had dreams of building up a great world empire on the ruins of that of Assyria. Tiglath-Pileser first paid attention to Babylonia and extinguished the resistance of the Aramaeans in Akkad. He appears to have been welcomed by Nabonassar, who became his vassal, and he offered sacrifices in the cities of Babylon, Sippar, Kuta, and Nippur. Sippar had been occupied by Aramaeans, as on a previous occasion when they destroyed the temple of the sun god Shamash, which was restored by Nabu-aplu-iddina of Babylon. Tiglath-Pileser did not overrun Chaldea, but he destroyed its capital, Serebenu, and impaled King Nabu-Ushabishi. He proclaimed himself king of Sumer and Akkad, and king of the Four Quarters. The frontier states of Elam and Media were visited and subdued. Having disposed of the Aramaeans and other raiders, the Assyrian monarch had next to deal with his most powerful rival, Urartu. Argistis I had been succeeded by Sharduris III, who had formed an alliance with the North Mesopotamian king Mati-Ilu of Agusi, on whom Ashur-Nirari had reposed his faith. Ere long, Sharduris pressed southward from Malaysia and compelled the North Syrian Hittite states, including Carchemish, to acknowledge his suzerainty. A struggle then ensued between Urartu and Assyria for the possession of the Syro-Cappadocian states. At this time, the reputation of Tiglath-Pileser hung in the balance. If he failed in his attack on Urartu, his prestige would vanish at home and abroad, and Sharduris might, after establishing himself in northern Syria, invade Assyria and compel its allegiance. Two courses lay before Tiglath-Pileser. He could either cross the mountains and invade Urartu, or strike at his rival in North Syria, where the influence of Assyria had been completely extinguished. The latter appeared to him to be the most feasible and judicious procedure, for if he succeeded in expelling the invaders, he would at the same time compel the allegiance of the rebellious Hittite states. In the spring of 743 BC, Tiglath-Pileser led his army across the Euphrates and reached Arpad without meeting with any resistance. The city appears to have opened its gates to him, although it was in the kingdom of Mati-Ilu, who acknowledged Eurasian sway. Its foreign garrison was slaughtered. Well might Sharduris exclaim, in the words of the prophet, "Where is the king of Arpad? Where are the gods of Arpad?" Leaving Arpad, Tiglath-Pileser advanced to meet Sharduris, who was apparently hastening southward to attack the Assyrians in the rear. Tiglath-Pileser, however, crossed the Euphrates and moving northward, delivered an unexpected attack on the Eurasian army in Kumuk. A fierce battle ensued, and one of its dramatic incidents was a single combat between the rival kings. The tide of battle flowed in Assyria's favor, and when evening was falling, the chariots and cavalry of Urartu were thrown into confusion. An attempt was made to capture King Sharduris, who leapt from his chariot and made hasty escape on horseback, hotly pursued in the gathering darkness by an Assyrian contingent of cavalry. Not until the bridge of the Euphrates was reached was the exciting night chase abandoned. Tiglath-Pileser had achieved on overwhelming victory against an army superior to his own in numbers. Over 70,000 of the enemy were slain or taken captive, while the Uarshian camp with its stores and horses and followers fell into the hands of the triumphant Assyrians. Tiglath-Pileser burned the royal tent and throne as an offering to Ashur, and carried Sharduris's bed to the temple of the goddess of Nineveh, whither he returned to prepare a new plan of campaign against his northern rival. Despite the blow dealt against Urartu, Assyria did not immediately regain possession of North Syria. The shifty Meti-Ilu either cherished the hope that Sharduris would recover strength and again invade North Syria, or that he might himself establish an empire in that region. Tiglath-Pileser had therefore to march westward again. For 3 years he conducted vigorous campaigns in the western land, where he met with vigorous resistance. In 740 BC, Arpad was captured and Meti-Ilu deposed and probably put to death. 2 years later, Kulani and Hamath fell, and the districts which they controlled were included in the Assyrian Empire and governed by crown officials. Once again, the Hebrews came into contact with Assyria. The dynasty of Jehu had come to an end by this time. Its fall may not have been unconnected with the trend of events in Assyria during the closing years of the Middle Empire. Supported by Assyria, the kings of Israel had become powerful and haughty. Jehoash, the grandson of Jehu, had achieved successes in conflict with Damascus. In Judah, the unstable Amaziah, son of Joash, was strong enough to lay a heavy hand on Edom, and flushed with triumph, then resolved to readjust his relations with his overlord, the king of Israel. Accordingly, he sent a communication to Jehoash, which contained some proposal regarding their political relations, concluding with the offer or challenge: "Come, let us look one another in the face." A contemptuous answer was returned. Jehoash, the king of Israel, sent to Amaziah, king of Judah, saying, "The thistle that was in Lebanon sent to the cedar that was in Lebanon, saying, 'Give thy daughter to my son to wife.' And there passed by a wild beast that was in Lebanon, and trode down the thistle. Thou hast indeed smitten Edom, and thine heart hath lifted thee up. Glory of this, and tarry at home. For why shouldest thou meddle to thy hurt, that thou shouldest fall, even thou, and Judah with thee?" But Amaziah would not hear. Therefore Jehoash, king of Israel, went up, and he and Amaziah, king of Judah, looked one another in the face at Beth Shemesh, city of Shamash the sun god, which belongeth to Judah. And Judah was put to the worse before Israel, and they fled, every man to their tents. Jehoash afterwards destroyed a large portion of the wall of Jerusalem, and plundered the temple and palace, returning home to Samaria with rich booty and hostages. Judah thus remained a vassal state of Israel's. Jeroboam, son of Jehoash, had a long and prosperous reign. About 773 BC, he appears to have cooperated with Assyria and conquered Damascus and Hamath. His son, Zechariah, the last king of the Jehu dynasty of Israel, came to the throne in 740 BC, towards the close of the reign of Azariah, son of Amaziah, king of Judah. 6 months afterward, he was assassinated by Shalom. This usurper held sway at Samaria for only a month. For Menahem, the son of Gadi, went up from Tirzah, and came to Samaria, and smote Shalom, the son of Jabesh, in Samaria, and slew him, and reigned in his stead. Tiglath-Pileser was operating successfully in Middle Syria when he had dealings with, among others, Menahem, of the city of the Sumerians, who paid tribute. No resistance was possible on the part of Menahem, the usurper, who was probably ready to welcome the Assyrian conqueror so that, by arranging an alliance, he might secure his own position. The biblical reference is as follows. And Pul, the king of Assyria, came against the land, and Menahem gave Pul 1,000 talents of silver, that his hand might be with him to confirm the kingdom in his hand. And Menahem exacted the money of Israel, even of all the mighty men of wealth, of each man 50 shekels of silver, to give to the king of Assyria. So the king of Assyria turned back, and stayed not there in the land. Rezin of Damascus, Hiram of Tyre, and Zabibi, queen of the Arabians, also sent gifts to Tiglath-Pileser. At this time, 738 BC, Aramaean revolts on the borders of Elam were suppressed by Assyrian governors, and large numbers of the inhabitants were transported to various places in Syria. Tiglath-Pileser next operated against the Median and other hill tribes in the northeast. In 735 BC, he invaded Urartu, the great Armenian state which had threatened the supremacy of Assyria in North Syria and Cappadocia. King Sharduris was unable to protect his frontier or hamper the progress of the advancing army, which penetrated to his capital. Jershpush was soon captured, but Sharduris took refuge in his rocky citadel, which he and his predecessors had labored to render impregnable. There he was able to defy the might of Assyria, for the fortress could be approached on the western side alone by a narrow path between high walls and towers, so that only a small force could find room to operate against the numerous garrison. Tiglath-Pileser had to content himself by devastating the city on the plain and the neighboring villages. He overthrew buildings, destroyed orchards, and transported to Nineveh those of the inhabitants he had not put to the sword, with all the livestock he could lay hands on. Thus was Urartu crippled and humiliated. It never regained its former prestige among the northern states. In the following year, Tiglath-Pileser returned to Syria. The circumstances which made this expedition necessary are of special interest on account of its biblical associations. Menahem, king of Israel, had died, and was succeeded by his son Pekahiah. But Pekah, the son of Remaliah, a captain of his, conspired against him and smote him in Samaria, in the palace of the king's house, and he killed him, and reigned in his room. When Pekah was on the throne, Ahaz began to reign over Judah. Judah had taken advantage of the disturbed conditions in Israel to assert its independence. The walls of Jerusalem were repaired by Jotham, father of Ahaz, and a tunnel constructed to supply it with water. Isaiah refers to this tunnel. Go forth and meet Ahaz at the end of the conduit of the upper pool in the highway of the fuller's field. Isaiah chapter 7 verse 3. Pekah had to deal with a powerful party in Israel which favored the re-establishment of David's kingdom in Palestine. Their most prominent leader was the prophet Amos, whose eloquent exhortations were couched in no uncertain terms. He condemned Israel for its idolatries and cried, For thus saith the Lord unto the house of Israel, Seek ye me, and ye shall live. Have ye offered unto me sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness 40 years, O house of Israel? But ye have borne the tabernacle of your Molech and Chion, your images, the star of your God, which ye made to yourselves. Pekah sought to extinguish the Orthodox party's movement by subduing Judah, so he plotted with Rezin, king of Damascus. Amos prophesied, Thus saith the Lord, I will send a fire into the house of Hazael, which will devour the palaces of Ben-Hadad. I will break also the bar of Damascus, and the people of Syria shall go into captivity unto Kir. The remnant of the Philistines shall perish. Tyre, Edom, and Ammon would also be punished. Judah was completely isolated by the allies who acknowledged the suzerainty of Damascus. Soon after Ahaz came to the throne, he found himself hemmed in on every side by adversaries who desired to accomplish his fall. At that time, Rezin, king of Syria, and Pekah came up to Jerusalem to war, and they besieged Ahaz, but could not overcome him. Judah, however, was overrun. The city of Elath was captured and restored to Edom, while the Philistines were liberated from the control of Jerusalem. Isaiah visited Ahaz and said, "Take heed and be quiet. Fear not, neither be faint-hearted, for the two tails of these smoking firebrands, for the fierce anger of Rezin with Syria, and of the son of Remaliah, because Syria, Ephraim, and the son of Remaliah have taken evil counsel against thee, saying, Let us go up against Judah, and vex it, and let us make a breach therein for us, and set a king in the midst of it, even the son of Tabeel. Thus saith the Lord God, it shall not stand, neither shall it come to pass." The unstable Ahaz had sought assistance from the Baal, and made his son to pass through the fire, according to the abominations of the heathen. Then he resolved to purchase the sympathy of one of the great powers. There was no hope of assistance from the fly that is in the uttermost part of the rivers of Egypt, for the Ethiopian pharaohs had not yet conquered the delta region. So he turned to the bee that is in the land of Assyria. Assyria was the last resource of the king of Judah. So Ahaz sent messengers to Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, saying, "I am thy servant and thy son. Come up and save me out of the hand of Syria, and out of the hand of the king of Israel, which rise up against me." And Ahaz took the silver and gold that was found in the house of the Lord, and in the treasures of the king's house, and sent it for a present to the king of Assyria. And the king of Assyria hearkened unto him. For the king of Assyria went up against Damascus, and took it, and carried the people of it captive to Kir, and slew Rezin. Tiglath-Pileser recorded that Rezin took refuge in his city like a mouse. Israel was also dealt with. In the days of Pekah, king of Israel, came Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, and took Ijon, and Abel-Beth-Maachah, and Janoah, and Kiddish, and Hazor, and Gilead, and Galilee, all the land of Naphtali, and carried them captive to Assyria. And Hoshea, the son of Elah, made a conspiracy against Pekah, the son of Remaliah, and smote him, and slew him, and reigned in his stead. Tiglath-Pileser recorded, they overthrew Pekah, the king, and placed Hoshea over them. He swept through Israel like a hurricane. The Philistines and the Arabians of the desert were also subdued. Tribute was sent to the Assyrian monarch by Phoenicia, Moab, Ammon, and Edom. It was a proud day for Ahaz when he paid a visit to Tiglath-Pileser at Damascus. An Assyrian governor was appointed to rule over Syria and its subject states. Babylon next claimed the attention of Tiglath-Pileser. Nabonassar had died and was succeeded by his son Nabu-Nadin-Zeri, who after reigning for 2 years was slain in a rebellion. The throne was then seized by Nabu-Shum-Ukin, but in less than 2 months this usurper was assassinated, and the Chaldeans had one of their chiefs, Ukinzer, proclaimed king. 732 BC. When the Assyrian king returned from Syria in 731 BC, he invaded Babylonia. He was met with a stubborn resistance. Ukinzer took refuge in his capital, Shapia, which held out successfully, although the surrounding country was ravaged and despoiled. 2 years afterwards, Tiglath-Pileser returned, captured Shapia, and restored peace throughout Babylonia. He was welcomed in Babylon, which opened its gates to him, and he had himself proclaimed king of Sumer and Akkad. The Chaldeans paid tribute. Tiglath-Pileser had now reached the height of his ambition. He had not only extended his empire in the west from Cappadocia to the river of Egypt, crippled Urartu and pacified his eastern frontier, but brought Assyria into close union with Babylonia, the motherland, the home of culture and the land of the ancient gods. He did not live long, however, to enjoy his final triumph, for he died a little over 12 months after he took the hands of Bel at Babylon. He was succeeded by Shalmaneser V, 727 to 722 BC, who may have been his son, but this is not quite certain. Little is known regarding his brief reign. In 725 BC, he led an expedition to Syria and Phoenicia. Several of the vassal peoples had revolted when they heard of the death of Tiglath-Pileser. These included the Phoenicians, the Philistines, and the Israelites, who were intriguing with either Egypt or Mutsri. Apparently, Hoshea, king of Israel, pretended when the Assyrians entered his country that he remained friendly. Shalmaneser, however, was well informed and made Hoshea a prisoner. Samaria closed its gates against him, although their king had been dispatched to Assyria. The biblical account of the campaign is as follows. Against him, Hoshea, came up Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, and Hoshea became his servant and gave him presents. And the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea, for he had sent messengers to So, king of Egypt, and brought no present to the king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. Therefore the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years. Shalmaneser died before Samaria was captured, and may have been assassinated. The next Assyrian monarch, Sargon II, 722 to 705 BC, was not related to either of his 2 predecessors. He is referred to by Isaiah and is the Archaeanos of Ptolemy. He was the Assyrian monarch who deported the lost 10 tribes. In the 9th year of Hoshea, and the 1st of Sargon, the king of Assyria took Samaria, and carried Israel away into Assyria, and placed them in Halah, and in Habor by the river of Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes. In all, according to Sargon's record, 27,290 people dwelling in the midst of it, I carried off. They, the Israelites, left all the commandments of the Lord their God, and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and made a grove, and worshipped all the host of heaven, and served Baal. And they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, and used divination and enchantments, and sold themselves to do evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger. Therefore the Lord was very angry with Israel, and removed them out of his sight. There was none left but the tribe of Judah only, and the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon, and from Cuthah, and from Ava, and from Hamath, and from Sepharvaim, and placed them in the cities of Samaria, instead of the children of Israel. And they possessed Samaria, and dwelt in the cities thereof. And the men of Babylon made Succoth-Benoth, and the men of Cuth made Nergal, and the men of Hamath made Ashima. And the Avites made Nebaz and Tartak, and the Sepharites burnt their children in fire to Adramelech and Anamelech, the gods of the Sepharvaim. A number of the new settlers were slain by lions, and the king of Assyria ordered that a Samaritan priest should be sent to teach them the manner of the God of the land. This man was evidently an Orthodox Hebrew, for he taught them how they should fear the Lord. So they feared the Lord, but also served their own gods, their graven images. There is no evidence to suggest that the 10 lost tribes, regarding whom so many nonsensical theories have been formed, were not ultimately absorbed by the peoples amongst whom they settled between Mesopotamia and the Median highlands. The various sections must have soon lost touch with one another. They were not united like the Jews, who were transported to Babylonia a century and a half later, by a common religious bond, for although a few remained faithful to Abraham's God, the majority of the Israelites worshipped either Baal or the Queen of Heaven. The Assyrian policy of transporting the rebellious inhabitants of one part of their empire to another was intended to break their national spirit and compel them to become good and faithful subjects amongst the aliens, who must have disliked them. The colonists, says Professor Maspero, exposed to the same hatred as the original Assyrian conquerors, soon forgot to look upon the latter as the oppressors of all, and allowing their present grudge to efface the memory of past injuries, did not hesitate to make common cause with them. In time of peace, the Assyrian governor did his best to protect them against molestation on the part of the natives, and in return for this, they rallied round him whenever the latter threatened to get out of hand, and helped him to stifle the revolt, or hold it in check until the arrival of reinforcements. Thanks to their help, the empire was consolidated and maintained without too many violent outbreaks in regions far removed from the capital, and beyond the immediate reach of the sovereign. While Sargon was absent in the west, a revolt broke out in Babylonia. A Chaldean king, Merodach Baladan III, had allied himself with the Elamites and occupied Babylon. A battle was fought at Dur-el-Yu, and the Elamites retreated. Although Sargon swept triumphantly through the land, he had to leave his rival, the tyrannous Chaldean, in possession of the capital, and he reigned there for over 11 years. Trouble was brewing in Syria. It was apparently fostered by an Egyptian king, probably Bokhoris of Sais, the sole pharaoh, so far as can be ascertained, of the 24th dynasty, who had allied himself with the local dynasty of Lower Egypt, and apparently sought to extend his sway into Asia, the Ethiopians being supreme in Upper Egypt. An alliance had been formed to cast off the yoke of Assyria. The city-states involved Arpad, Samarra, Damascus, Samaria, and Gaza. Hanno of Gaza had fled to Egypt after Tiglath-Pileser came to the relief of Judah and broke up the league of conspirators by capturing Damascus and punishing Samaria, Gaza, and other cities. His return in Sargon's reign was evidently connected with the new rising in which he took part. The throne of Hamath had been seized by an adventurer named Ilu-Bidi, a smith. The Philistines of Ashdod and the Arabians, being strongly pro-Egyptian in tendency, were willing sympathizers and helpers against the hated Assyrians. Sargon appeared in the west with a strong army before the allies had matured their plans. He met the Smith king of Hamath in battle at Karkar, and having defeated him, had him skinned alive. Then he marched southward. At Rapiki, he routed an army of allies. Shabi, the Tartan, commander-in-chief of Piru, king of Mutsri, an Arabian state confused perhaps with Mizraim, Egypt, escaped like to a shepherd whose sheep have been taken. Piru and other two southern kings, Samsi and Etamara, afterwards paid tribute to Sargon. Hanno of Gaza was transported to Ashur. In 715 BC, Sargon, according to his records, appeared with his army in Arabia and received gifts in token of homage from Piru of Mutsri, Samsi of Arabi, and Etamara of Saba. 4 years later, a revolt broke out in Ashdod, which was, it would appear, directly due to the influence of Shabaka, the Ethiopian pharaoh, who had deposed Bachoris of Sais. Another league was about to be formed against Assyria. King Azuri of Ashdod had been deposed because of his Egyptian sympathies by the Assyrian governor, and his brother Akhemeti was placed on the throne. The citizens, however, overthrew Akhemeti, and an adventurer from Cyprus was proclaimed king. 711 BC. It would appear that advances were made by the anti-Assyrians to Ahaz of Judah. That monarch was placed in a difficult position. He knew that if the allies succeeded in stamping out Assyrian authority in Syria and Palestine, they would certainly depose him. But if on the other hand he joined them and Assyria triumphed, its emperor would show him small mercy, as Babylon defied Sargon and received the active support of Elam, and there were rumors of risings in the north. It must have seemed to the western kings as if the Assyrian Empire was likely once again to go to pieces.
Fortunately for Ahaz, he had a wise counselor at this time in the great statesman and prophet, the scholarly Isaiah. The Lord spake by Isaiah, saying, Go and loose the sackcloth from off thy loins, and put off thy shoe from thy foot. And he did so, walking naked and barefoot. And the Lord said, Like as my servant Isaiah hath walked naked and barefoot 3 years for a sign and wonder upon Egypt and upon Ethiopia, so shall the king of Assyria lead away the Egyptian prisoners. And they, the allies, shall be afraid and ashamed of Ethiopia their expectation, and of Egypt their glory. Isaiah warned Ahaz against joining the league in the year that Tartan came upon Ashdod, when Sargon the king of Assyria sent him. The Tartan fought against Ashdod and took it. According to Sargon's record, the pretender of Ashdod fled to Arabia, where he was seized by an Arabian chief and delivered up to Assyria. The pro-Egyptian party in Palestine went under a cloud for a period thereafter. Before Sargon could deal with Merodach-Baladan of Babylon, he found it necessary to pursue the arduous task of breaking up a powerful league which had been formed against him in the north. The Syro-Cappadocian Hittite states, including Tabal in Asia Minor and Carchemish in North Syria, were combining for the last time against Assyria, supported by Midas, the king of the Muski Frisians, and Rusas, son of Sarduris III, king of Urartu. Urartu had recovered somewhat from the disasters which it had suffered at the hands of Tiglath-Pileser, and was winning back portions of its lost territory on the northeast frontier of Assyria. A buffer state had been formed in that area by Tiglath-Pileser, who had assisted the king of the Mannai to weld together the hill tribesmen between Lake Van and Lake Urmia into an organized nation. Iranzu, its leader, remained faithful to Assyria and consequently became involved in war with Rusas of Urartu, who either captured or won over several cities of the Mannai. Iranzu was succeeded by his son Azah, and this king was so pronounced a pro-Assyrian that his pro-Urartian subjects assassinated him and set on the throne Bagati of Umildish. Soon after Sargon began his operations in the north, he captured Bagati and had him skinned alive. The flag of revolt, however, was kept flying by his brother Ulusunu, but ere long this ambitious man found it prudent to submit to Sargon on condition that he would retain the throne as a faithful Assyrian vassal. His sudden change of policy appears to have been due to the steady advance of the Median tribes into the territory of the Mannai. Sargon conducted a vigorous and successful campaign against the raiders and extended Ulusunu's area of control. The way was now clear to Urartu. In 714 BC, Sargon attacked the revolting king of Zikirtu, who was supported by an army led by Rusas, his overlord. A fierce battle was fought in which the Assyrians achieved a great victory. King Rusas fled, and when he found that the Assyrians pressed home their triumph by laying waste the country before them, he committed suicide, according to the Assyrian records, although those of Urartu indicate that he subsequently took part in the struggle against Sargon. The Armenian peoples were compelled to acknowledge the suzerainty of Assyria, and the conqueror received gifts from various tribes between Lake Van and the Caspian Sea, and along the frontiers from Lake Van towards the southeast as far as the borders of Elam. Rusas of Urartu was succeeded by Argistes II, who reigned over the shrunken kingdom. He intrigued with neighboring states against Assyria, but was closely watched. Ere long he found himself caught between two fires. During his reign, the notorious Cimmerians and Scythians displayed much activity in the north and raided his territory. The pressure of fresh infusions of Thraco-Phrygian tribes into Western Asia Minor had stirred Midas of the Muski to cooperate with the Urartian power in an attempt to stamp out Assyrian influence in Cilicia, Cappadocia, and North Syria. A revolt in Tabal in 718 BC was extinguished by Sargon, but in the following year, evidences were forthcoming of a more serious and widespread rising. Pisiris, king of Carchemish, threw off the Assyrian yoke. Before, however, his allies could hasten to his assistance, he was overcome by the vigilant Sargon, who deported a large portion of the city's inhabitants and incorporated it in an Assyrian province. Tabal revolted in 713 BC and was similarly dealt with. In 712 BC, Nilid had to be overcome. The inhabitants were transported, and Suti-Aramean peoples settled in their homes. The king of Commagene, having remained faithful, received large extensions of territory. Finally, in 709 BC, Midas of the Muski Phrygians was compelled to acknowledge the suzerainty of Assyria. The Northern Confederacy was thus completely worsted and broken up. The tribute was paid by many peoples, including the rulers of Cyprus. Sargon was now able to deal with Babylonia, which for about 12 years had been ruled by Merodach Baladan, who oppressed the peoples and set at defiance ancient laws by seizing private estates and transferring them to his Chaldean kinsmen. He still received the active support of Elam. Sargon's first move was to interpose his army between those of the Babylonians and Elamites. Pushing southward, he subdued the Arameans on the eastern banks of the Tigris and drove the Elamites into the mountains. Then he invaded Middle Babylonia from the east. Merodach Baladan hastily evacuated Babylon, and moving southward, succeeded in evading Sargon's army. Finding Elam was unable to help him, he took refuge in the Chaldean capital, Bit Jakin, in southern Babylonia. Sargon was visited by the priests of Babylon and Borsippa, and hailed as the savior of the ancient kingdom. He was afterwards proclaimed king at East Sagilla, where he took the hands of Bel. Then, having expelled the Arameans from Sippar, he hastened southward, attacked Bit Jakin, and captured it. Merodach Baladan escaped into Elam. The whole of Chaldea was subdued. Thus Sargon the latter entered at length into full possession of the empire of Sargon of Akkad. In Babylonia he posed as an incarnation of his ancient namesake, and had similarly messianic pretensions, which were no doubt inspired by the Babylonian priesthood. Under him, Assyria attained its highest degree of splendor. He recorded proudly not only his great conquests, but also his works of public utility. He restored ancient cities, irrigated vast tracts of country, fostered trade, and promoted the industries. Like the pious pharaohs of Egypt, he boasted that he fed the hungry and protected the weak against the strong. Sargon found time during his strenuous career as a conqueror to lay out and plan a new city called Dur-Sharukin, the Burg of Sargon, to the north of Nineveh. It was completed before he undertook the Babylonian campaign. The new palace was occupied in 708 BC. Previously to that period, he had resided principally in Kalki, in the restored palace of Ashur-natsir-pal III. He was a worshipper of many gods. Although he claimed to have restored the supremacy of Ashur, which had come to an end, he not only adored Ashur, but also revived the ancient triad of Anu, Bel, and Ea, and fostered the growth of the immemorial mother cult of Ishtar. Before he died, he appointed one of his sons, Sennacherib, viceroy of the northern portion of the empire. He was either assassinated at a military review or in some frontier war, as much as suggested by the following entry in an eponym list. Eponymy of Upahir-Balu, prefect of the city of Medu. According to the oracle of the Kulumites, a soldier entered the camp of the king of Assyria and killed him. Month Ab, day 12th, Sennacherib sat on the throne. The fact that Sennacherib lamented his father's sins suggests that the old king had in some manner offended the priesthood. Perhaps, like some of the Middle Empire monarchs, he succumbed to the influence of Babylon during the closing years of his life. It is stated that he was not buried in his house, which suggests that the customary religious rites were denied him, and that his lost soul was supposed to be a wanderer which had to eat offal and drink impure water, like the ghost of a pauper or a criminal. The task which lay before Sennacherib, 705 to 680 BC, was to maintain the unity of the great empire of his distinguished father. He waged minor wars against the Kassite and Illipi tribes on the Elamite border, and the Muski and Hittite tribes in Cappadocia and Cilicia. The Kassites, however, were no longer of any importance, and their Hittite power had been extinguished, for ere the states could recover from the blows dealt by the Assyrians, the Sumerian hordes ravaged their territory. Urartu was also overrun by the fierce barbarians from the north. It was one of these last visits of the Assyrians to Tabal of the Hittites and the land of the Muski, Meshkek, which the Hebrew prophet referred to in aftertime when he exclaimed, "Ashur is there and all her company. His graves are about him, all of them slain, fallen by the sword. There is Meshech, Tubal, and all her multitude. Her graves are round about him, all of them uncircumcised, slain by the sword, though they caused their terror in the land of the living." Ezekiel 32. Sennacherib found that the Ionians had settled in Cilicia, and he deported large numbers of them to Nineveh. The metal and ivory work at Nineveh show traces of Greek influence after this period. A great conspiracy was fomented in several states against Sennacherib when the intelligence of Sargon's death was bruited abroad. Egypt was concerned in it. Taharka, the biblical Tirhaka, the last pharaoh of the Ethiopian dynasty, had dreams of re-establishing the Egyptian supremacy in Palestine and Syria, and leagued himself with Luli, king of Tyre, Hezekiah, king of Judah, and others. Merodach-Baladan, the Chaldean king, whom Sargon had deposed, supported by the Elamites and Arameans, was also a party to the conspiracy. At that time Merodach-Baladan, the son of Baladan, king of Babylon, sent letters and a present to Hezekiah, and Hezekiah was glad of them. Merodach-Baladan again seized the throne of Babylon. Sargon's son, who had been appointed governor, was murdered, and a pretender sat on the throne for a brief period. But Merodach-Baladan thrust him aside and reigned for 9 months, during which period he busied himself by encouraging the kings of Judah and Tyre to revolt. Sennacherib invaded Babylonia with a strong army, deposed Merodach-Baladan, routed the Chaldeans and Arameans, and appointed as vassal king Bel-Ibni, a native prince, who remained faithful to Assyria for about 3 years. In 707 BC, Sennacherib appeared in the west. When he approached Tyre, Luli, the king, fled to Cyprus. The city was not captured, but much of its territory was ceded to the king of Sidon. Ascalon was afterwards reduced. At Eltekeh, Sennacherib came into conflict with an army of allies, including Ethiopian, Egyptian, and Arabian Mutsri forces, which he routed. Then he captured a number of cities in Judah, and transported 200,150 people. He was unable, however, to enter Jerusalem, in which Hezekiah was compelled to remain like a bird in a cage. It appears that Hezekiah bought off the Assyrians on this occasion with gifts of gold and silver and jewels, costly furniture, musicians, and female slaves. In 689 BC, Sennacherib found it necessary to penetrate Arabia. Apparently another conspiracy was brewing, for Hezekiah again revolted. On his return from the south, according to Berosus, he had been in Egypt. The Assyrian king marched against the king of Judah. And when Hezekiah saw that Sennacherib was come, and that he was proposed to fight against Jerusalem, he took counsel with the princes and his mighty men to stop the waters of the fountains which were without the city, and they did help him. Why should the kings of Assyria come and find much water? Sennacherib sent messengers to Jerusalem to attempt to stir up the people against Hezekiah. He wrote also letters to rail on the Lord God of Israel, and to speak against him, saying, "As the gods of the nations of other lands have not delivered their people out of mine hand, so shall not the God of Hezekiah deliver his people out of mine hand." Hezekiah sent his servants to Isaiah, who was in Jerusalem at the time, and the prophet said to them, "Thus shall ye say to your master, Thus saith the Lord, Be not afraid of the words which thou hast heard, with which the servants of the king of Assyria have blasphemed me. Behold, I shall send a blast upon him, and he shall hear a rumor, and shall return to his own land, and I will cause him to fall by the sword in his own land." According to Berosus, the Babylonian priestly historian, the camp of Sennacherib was visited in the night by swarms of field mice, which ate up the quivers and bows and the leather handles of shields. Next morning the army fled. The biblical account of the disaster is as follows. "And it came to pass that night, that the angel of the Lord went out, and smote the camp of the Assyrians 180,500. And when they arose early in the morning, behold, they were all dead corpses. So Sennacherib king of Assyria departed, and went and returned and dwelt at Nineveh." The pestilence may have broken out in the camp, the infection perhaps having been carried by field mice. Byron's imagination was stirred by the vision of the broken army of Assyria. "The Assyrian came down like a wolf on the fold, and his cohorts were gleaming with purple and gold, and the sheen of their shields was like stars of the sea, when the blue wave rolls nightly on the deep Galilee. Like the leaves of the forest when summer is green, that host with their banners at sunset was seen. Like the leaves of the forest when autumn hath blown, that host on the morrow lay withered and strown. For the angel of death spread his wings on the blast, and breathed on the face of the foe as he passed. And the eyes of the sleepers waxed deadly and chill, and their hearts but once heaved, and forever grew still. And there lay the steed with his nostrils all wide, but through it there rolled not the breath of his pride, and the foam of his gasping lay white on the turf, and cold as the spray of the rock-beating surf. And there lay the rider distorted and pale, with the dew on his brow and the rust on his mail. And the tents were all silent, the banners alone, the lances uplifted, the trumpet unblown. And the widows of Ashur are loud in their wail, and the idols are broken in the temple of Baal. And the might of the Gentile, unsmote by the sword, hath melted like snow in the glance of the Lord. Before this disaster occurred, Sennacherib had to invade Babylonia again, for the vassal king, Bel-Ibni, had allied himself with the Chaldeans and raised the standard of revolt. The city of Babylon was besieged and captured, and its unfaithful king deported with a number of nobles to Assyria. Old Merodach Baladan was concerned in the plot and took refuge on the Elamite coast, where the Chaldeans had formed a colony. He died soon afterwards. Sennacherib operated in southern Babylonia and invaded Elam. But ere he could return to Assyria, he was opposed by a strong army of allies, including Babylonians, Chaldeans, Arameans, Elamites, and Persians, led by Samunu, the son of Merodach Baladan. A desperate battle was fought. Although Sennacherib claimed a victory, he was unable to follow it up. This was in 692 BC. A Chaldean named Mushazib Merodach seized the Babylonian throne. In 691 BC, Sennacherib again struck a blow for Babylonia, but was unable to depose Mushazib Merodach. His opportunity came, however, in 689 BC. Elam had been crippled by raids of the men of Parsua, Persia, and was unable to cooperate with the Chaldean king of Babylon. Sennacherib captured the great commercial metropolis, took Mushazib Merodach prisoner, and dispatched him to Nineveh. Then he wreaked his vengeance on Babylon. For several days the Assyrian soldiers looted the houses and temples, and slaughtered the inhabitants without mercy. Isigla was robbed of its treasures. Images of deities were either broken in pieces or sent to Nineveh. The statue of Bel-Merodach was dispatched to Ashur so that he might take his place among the gods who were vassals of Ashur. The city and its houses, Sennacherib records, from foundation to roof, I destroyed them, I demolished them, I burned them with fire. Walls, gateways, sacred chapels, and the towers of earth and tiles, I laid them low and cast them into the Araktu. So thoroughly was Sennacherib's destruction of the city in 689 BC, writes Mr. King, that after several years of work, Dr. Koldewey concluded that all traces of earlier buildings had been destroyed on that occasion. More recently, some remains of earlier strata have been recognized, and contract tablets have been found which date from the period of the First Dynasty. Moreover, a number of earlier pot burials have been unearthed, but a careful examination of the greater part of the ruins has added little to our knowledge of this most famous city before the Neo-Babylonian period. It is possible that Sennacherib desired to supplant Babylon as a commercial metropolis by Nineveh. He extended and fortified that city, surrounding it with 2 walls protected by moats. According to Diodorus, the walls were 100 feet high and about 50 feet wide. Excavators have found that at the gates they were about 100 feet in breadth. The water supply of the city was ensured by the construction of dams and canals, and strong quays were erected to prevent flooding. Sennacherib repaired a lofty platform which was isolated by a canal, and erected upon it his great palace. On another platform he had an arsenal built. Sennacherib's palace was the most magnificent building of its kind ever erected by an Assyrian emperor. It was lavishly decorated, and its bas-reliefs displayed native art at its highest pitch of excellence. The literary remains of the time also give indication of the growth of culture. The inscriptions are distinguished by their prose style. It is evident that men of culture and refinement were numerous in Assyria. The royal library of Kalki received many additions during the reign of the destroyer of Babylon. Like his father, Sennacherib died a violent death. According to the Babylonian Chronicle, he was slain in a revolt by his son on the 20th day of Tebet, 680 BC. The revolt continued from the 20th of Tebet, early in January, until the 2nd day of Adar, the middle of February. On the 18th of Adar, Esarhaddon, the son of Sennacherib, was proclaimed king. Berosus states that Sennacherib was murdered by 2 of his sons, but Esarhaddon was not one of the conspirators. The biblical reference is as follows. Sennacherib dwelt at Nineveh, and it came to pass, as he was worshipping in the house of Nisroch, Ashar, his god, that Adremelech and Sherezer, Ashur-shar-etir, his son, smote him with the sword, and they escaped into the land of Armenia, Urartu, and Esarhaddon his son reigned in his stead. Ashur-shar-etir appears to have been the claimant to the throne. Esarhaddon, 680 to 668 BC, was a man of different type from his father. He adopted towards vassal states a policy of conciliation, and did much to secure peace within the empire by his magnanimous treatment of rebel kings who had been intimidated by their neighbors and forced to entwine themselves in the meshes of intrigue. His wars are directed mainly to secure the protection of outlying provinces against aggressive raiders. The monarch was strongly influenced by his mother, Nakiah, a Babylonian princess who appears to have been as distinguished a lady as the famous Sammu Rammat. Indeed, it is possible that traditions regarding her contributed to the Semiramis legends. But it was not only due to her that Esarhaddon espoused the cause of the pro-Babylonian party. He appears to be identical with the Axerdes of Berosus, who ruled over the southern kingdom for 8 years. Apparently he had been appointed governor by Sennacherib after the destruction of Babylon, and it may be that during his term of office in Babylonia, he was attracted by its ethical ideals, and developed those traits of character which distinguish him from his father and grandfather. He married a Babylonian princess, and one of his sons, Shamash-shum-ukin, was born in a Babylonian palace, probably at Sippar. He was a worshipper of the mother goddess Ishtar of Nineveh, and Ishtar of Arabella, and of Shamash, as well as of the national god Ashur. As soon as Esarhaddon came to the throne, he undertook the restoration of Babylon, to which many of the inhabitants were drifting back. In 3 years, the city resumed its preeminent position as a trading and industrial center. Withal, he won the hearts of the natives by expelling the Chaldeans from the private estates which they had seized during the Merodach-Baladan regime, and restoring them to the rightful heirs. The Chaldean revolt was inevitable. 2 of Merodach-Baladan's sons gave trouble in the south, but were routed in battle. One fled to Elam, where he was assassinated. The other sued for peace, and was accepted by the diplomatic Esarhaddon as a vassal king. Egypt was intriguing in the west. Its Ethiopian king, Taharka, the biblical Tirhakah, had stirred up Hezekiah to revolt during Sennacherib's reign. An Assyrian ambassador who had visited Jerusalem heard say concerning Tirhakah, he sent messengers to Hezekiah, saying, "Let not thy God, in whom thou trustest, deceive thee, saying, Jerusalem shall not be given into the hands of the king of Assyria. Behold, thou hast heard what the kings of Assyria have done to all lands by destroying them utterly, and shalt thou be delivered? Have the gods of the nations delivered them which my fathers have destroyed, as Gozan and Haran and Rezeph and the children of Eden, which were in Telassar? Where is the king of Hamath, and the king of Arphad, and the king of the city of Sepharvaim, Hena and Iva?" Sidon was a party to the pro-Egyptian league which had been formed in Palestine and Syria. Early in his reign, Esarhaddon conducted military operations in the west, and during his absence the queen mother, Nakiah, held the reins of government. The Elamites regarded this innovation as a sign of weakness and invaded Babylon. Sippar was plundered and its gods carried away. The Assyrian governors, however, ultimately repulsed the Elamite king, who was deposed soon after he returned home. His son, who succeeded him, restored the stolen gods, and cultivated good relations with Esarhaddon. There was great unrest in Elam at this period. It suffered greatly from the inroads of Median and Persian pastoral fighting folk. In the north, the Sumerians and Scythians, who were constantly warring against Urartu and against each other, had spread themselves westward and east. Esarhaddon drove Sumerian invaders out of Cappadocia, and they swamped Phrygia. The Scythian peril on the northeast frontier was, however, of more pronounced character. The fierce mountaineers had allied themselves with Median tribes and overrun the buffer state of the Mannai. Both Urartu and Assyria were sufferers from the brandage of these allies. Esarhaddon's generals, however, were able to deal with the situation, and one of the notable results of the pacification of the northeast area was the conclusion of an alliance with Urartu. The most serious situation with which the emperor had to deal was in the west. The king of Sidon, who had been so greatly favored by Sennacherib, had espoused the Egyptian cause. He allied himself with the king of Cilicia, who, however, was unable to help him. Sidon was besieged and captured. The royal allies escaped, but a few years later were caught and beheaded. The famous seaport was destroyed, and its vast treasures deported to Assyria, about 676 BC. Esarhaddon replaced it by a new city called Kar-Esarhaddon, which formed the nucleus of the new Sidon. It is believed that Judah and other disaffected states were dealt with about this time. Manasseh succeeded Hezekiah at Jerusalem when but a boy of 12 years. He appears to have come under the influence of heathen teachers. For he built up again the high places which Hezekiah his father had destroyed, and he reared up altars for Baal, and made a grove, as did Ahab king of Israel, and worshipped all the host of heaven, and served them. And he built altars for all the host of heaven in the two courts of the house of the Lord. And he made his son pass through the fire, and observed times, and used enchantments, and dealt with familiar spirits and wizards. He wrought much wickedness in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger. And he set a graven image of the grove that he had made in the house, of which the Lord said to David and to Solomon his son, In this house and in Jerusalem, which I have chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, will I put my name forever. Isaiah ceased to prophesy after Manasseh came to the throne. According to the rabbinic traditions, he was seized by his enemies and enclosed in the hollow trunk of a tree, which was sawn through. Other Orthodox teachers appear to have been slain also. Manasseh shed innocent blood very much, till he had filled Jerusalem from one end to another. It is possible that there is a reference to Isaiah's fate in an early Christian lament regarding the persecutions of the faithful. Others had trials of cruel mockings and scourgings, yea, moreover of bonds and imprisonment. They were stoned, they were sawn asunder, were tempted, were slain with the sword. There is no Assyrian evidence regarding the captivity of Manasseh. Wherefore the Lord brought upon them, the people of Judah, the captains of the host of the king of Assyria, which took Manasseh among the thorns, and bound him with fetters, and carried him to Babylon. And when he was in affliction, he besought the Lord his God, and humbled himself greatly before the God of his fathers, and prayed unto him. And he was entreated of him, and heard his supplication, and brought him again to Jerusalem into his kingdom. It was, however, in keeping with the policy of Esarhaddon to deal in this manner with an erring vassal. The Assyrian records include Manasseh of Judah, Manasseh of the city of Yaudu, with the kings of Edom, Moab, Ammon, Tyre, Ashdod, Gaza, Byblos, etc., and 22 kings of Kati, as payers of tribute to Esarhaddon, their overlord. Hazael of Arabia was conciliated by having restored to him his gods which Sennacherib had carried away. Egypt continued to intrigue against Assyria, and Esarhaddon resolved to deal effectively with Taharka, the last Ethiopian pharaoh. In 674 BC, he invaded Egypt, but suffered a reverse and had to retreat. Tyre revolted soon afterwards, 673 BC. Esarhaddon, however, made elaborate preparations for his next campaign. In 671 BC, he went westward with a much more powerful army. A detachment advanced to Tyre and invested it. The main force meanwhile pushed on, crossed the Delta frontier, and swept victoriously as far south as Memphis, where Taharka suffered a crushing defeat. That great Egyptian metropolis was then occupied and plundered by the soldiers of Esarhaddon. Lower Egypt became an Assyrian province. The various petty kings, including Necho of Sais, had set over them Assyrian governors. Tyre was also captured. When he returned home, Esarhaddon erected at the Syro-Cappadocian city of Singirli a statue of victory, which is now in the Berlin Museum. On this memorial, the Assyrian king of the kings of Egypt is depicted as a giant. With one hand he pours out an oblation to a god. In the other, he grasps his scepter and two cords attached to rings, which pierce the lips of dwarfish figures representing the pharaoh Taharka of Egypt and the unfaithful king of Tyre. In 668 BC, Taharka, who had fled to Napata in Ethiopia, returned to Upper Egypt and began to stir up revolts. Esarhaddon planned out another expedition so that he might shatter the last vestige of power possessed by his rival, but before he left home, he found it necessary to set his kingdom in order. During his absence from home, the old Assyrian party, who disliked the emperor because of Babylonian sympathies, had been intriguing regarding the succession of the throne. According to the Babylonian Chronicle, the king remained in Assyria during 669 BC, and he slew with the sword many noble men. Ashur-bani-pal was evidently concerned in the conspiracy, and it is significant to find that he pleaded on behalf of certain of the conspirators. The crown prince, Sinadinabal, was dead. Perhaps he had been assassinated. At the feast of the goddess Gula, identical with Bau, consort of Ninip, towards the end of April in 668 BC, Esarhaddon divided his kingdom between his two sons. Ashur-bani-pal was selected to be king of Assyria, and Shamash-shum-ukin to be the king of Babylon and the vassal of Ashur-bani-pal. Other sons received important priestly appointments. Soon after these arrangements were completed, Esarhaddon, who was suffering from bad health, set out for Egypt. He died towards the end of October, and the early incidents of his campaign were included in the record of Ashur-bani-pal's reign. Taharka was defeated at Memphis and retreated southward to Thebes. So passed away the man who has been eulogized as the noblest and most sympathetic figure among the Assyrian kings. There was certainly much which was attractive to his character. He inaugurated many social reforms, and appears to have held in check his overbearing nobles. Trade flourished during his reign. He did not undertake the erection of a new city, like his father, but won the gratitude of the priesthood by his activities as a builder and restorer of temples. He founded a new house of Ashur at Nineveh, and reconstructed several temples in Babylonia. His son, Ashur-bani-pal, was the last great Assyrian ruler.
The burden of Nineveh. The Lord is slow to anger, and great in power, and will not at all acquit the wicked. The Lord hath his way in the whirlwind and in the storm, and the clouds are the dust of his feet. He rebuketh the sea, and maketh it dry, and drieth up all the rivers. Bashan languisheth, and Carmel, and the flower of Lebanon languisheth. He that dasheth in pieces is come up before thy face. The gates of the rivers shall be opened, and the palace shall be dissolved. And Huzab shall be led away captive. She shall be brought up, and her maids shall lead her as with the voice of doves, tabering upon their breasts. Draw thee waters for the siege, fortify thy strongholds. Go into clay and tread the mortar, make strong the brick-kiln. There shall the fire devour thee, the sword shall cut thee off. Thy shepherds slumber, O king of Assyria. Thy nobles shall dwell in the dust. Thy people is scattered upon the mountains, and no man gathereth them. There is no healing of thy bruise, thy wound is grievous. All that hear the bruit of thee shall clap the hands over thee. For upon whom hath not thy wickedness passed continually? The doom of Babylon was also foretold. Bel boweth down, Nebo stoopeth. Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon, sit on the ground. There is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans. Stand now with thine enchantments, and with the multitude of thy sorceries, wherein thou hast laboured from thy youth. If so be thou shalt be able to profit, if so be thou mayest prevail. Thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels. Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators stand up, and save thee from these things that shall come upon thee. Behold, they shall be as stubble, the fire shall burn them. Thus shall they be unto thee with whom thou hast laboured, even thy merchants from thy youth. They shall wander every one to his quarter, none shall save thee. Against a gloomy background, dark and ominous as a thundercloud, we have revealed in the last century of Mesopotamian glory the splendor of Assyria and the beauty of Babylon. The ancient civilizations ripened quickly before the end came. Kings still reveled in pomp and luxury. Cities resounded with the noise of a whip, and the noise of the rattling of the wheels, and of the prancing horses, and of the jumping chariots. The horsemen lifted up both the bright sword and the glittering spear. The valiant men are in scarlet. But the minds of cultured men were more deeply occupied than ever with the mysteries of life and creation. In the libraries, the temples and observatories, philosophers and scientists were shattering the unsubstantial fabric of immemorial superstition. They attained to higher conceptions of the duties and responsibilities of mankind. They conceived of divine love and divine guidance. They discovered, like Wordsworth, that the soul has an obscure sense of possible sublimity, whereto with growing faculties she doth aspire. One of the last kings of Babylon, Nebuchadrezzar, recorded a prayer which reveals the loftiness of religious thought and feelings attained by men to whom graven images were no longer worthy of adoration and reverence, men whose God was not made by human hands. O eternal Prince, Lord of all being, as for the King whom thou lovest, and whose name thou hast proclaimed as was pleasing to thee, do thou lead aright his life, guide him in a straight path. I am the prince, obedient to thee, the creature of thy hand. Thou hast created me, and with dominion over all people thou hast entrusted me, according to thy grace, O Lord, which thou dost bestow on all people. Cause me to love thy supreme dominion, and create in my heart the worship of thy Godhead, and grant whatever is pleasing to thee, because thou hast fashioned my life. The stargazers had become scientists and foretold eclipses. In every sphere of intellectual activity, great men were sifting out truth from the debris of superstition. It seemed as if Babylon and Assyria were about to cross the threshold of a new age, when their doom was sounded, and their power was shattered forever. Nineveh perished with dramatic suddenness. Babylon died of senile decay. When, in 668 BC, intelligence reached Nineveh that Esarhaddon had passed away, on the march through Egypt, the arrangements which he had made for the succession were carried out smoothly and quickly. Nakiah, the queen mother, was acting as regent, and completed her life work by issuing a proclamation exhorting all loyal subjects and vassals to obey the new rulers, her grandsons, Ashurbanipal, emperor of Assyria, and Shamash-shumukin, king of Babylon. Peace prevailed in the capital, and there was little or no friction throughout the provinces. New rulers were appointed to administer the states of Arvad and Ammon, but there were no changes elsewhere. Babylon welcomed its new king, a Babylonian by birth and the son of a Babylonian princess. The ancient kingdom rejoiced that it was no longer to be ruled as a province. Its ancient dignities and privileges were being partially restored. But one great and deep-seated grievance remained. The god Merodach was still a captive in the temple of Ashur. No king could reign aright if Merodach were not restored to Esagila. Indeed, he could not be regarded as the lord of the land until he had taken the hands of Bel. The ceremony of taking the god's hands was an act of homage. When it was consummated, the king became the steward or vassal of Merodach, and every day he appeared before the Divine One to receive instructions and worship him. The welfare of the whole kingdom depended on the manner in which the king acted towards the god. If Merodach was satisfied with the king, he sent blessings to the land. If he was angry, he sent calamities. A pious and faithful monarch was therefore the protector of the people. This close association of the king with the god gave the priests great influence in Babylon. They were the power behind the throne. The destinies of the royal house were placed in their hands. They could strengthen the position of a royal monarch, or cause him to be deposed if he did not satisfy their demands. A king who reigned over Babylon without the priestly party on his side occupied an insecure position. Nor could he secure the cooperation of the priests unless the image of the god was placed in the temple. Where king was, there Merodach had to be also. Shamash-shumukin pleaded with his royal brother and overlord to restore Bel-Merodach to Babylon. Ashurbanipal hesitated for a time. He was unwilling to occupy a less dignified position as the representative of Ashur than his distinguished predecessor in his relation to the southern kingdom. At length, however, he was prevailed upon to consult the oracle of Shamash, the solar lawgiver, the revealer of destiny. The god was accordingly asked if Shamash-shumukin could take the hands of Bel in Ashur's temple, and then proceed to Babylon as his representative. In response, the priests of Shamash informed the emperor that Bel-Merodach could not exercise sway as sovereign lord so long as he remained a prisoner in a city which was not his own. Ashurbanipal accepted the verdict and then visited Ashur's temple to plead with Bel-Merodach to return to Babylon. "Let thy thoughts," he cried, "dwell in Babylon, which in thy wrath thou didst bring to naught. Let thy face be turned towards Esagila, thy lofty and divine temple. Return to the city thou hast deserted for a house unworthy of thee, O Merodach. Lord of the gods, issue thou the command to return again to Babylon." Thus did Ashurbanipal make pious and dignified submission to the will of the priests. A favorable response was, of course, received from Merodach when addressed by the emperor, and the god's image was carried back to Esagila, accompanied by a strong force. Ashurbanipal and Shamash-shumukin led the procession of priests and soldiers, and elaborate ceremonials were observed at each city they passed, the local gods being carried forth to do homage to Merodach. Babylon welcomed the deity who was thus restored to his temple after the lapse of about a quarter of a century, and the priests celebrated with unconcealed satisfaction and pride the ceremony at which Shamash-shumukin took the hands of Bel. The public rejoicings were conducted on an elaborate scale. Babylon believed that a new era of prosperity had been inaugurated, and the priests and nobles looked forward to the day when the kingdom would once again become free and independent and powerful. Ashurbanipal, 668 to 626 BC, made arrangements to complete his father's designs regarding Egypt. His Tartan continued the campaign, and Taharqa, as has been stated, was driven from Memphis. The beaten pharaoh returned to Ethiopia and did not again attempt to expel the Assyrians. He died in 666 BC. It was found that some of the petty kings of Lower Egypt had been intriguing with Taharqa, and their cities were severely dealt with. Necho of Sais had to be arrested, among others, but was pardoned after he appeared before Ashurbanipal and sent back to Egypt as the Assyrian governor. Tanutaman, son of Pharaoh Shabaka, succeeded Taharqa, and in 663 BC marched northward from Thebes with a strong army. He captured Memphis. It is believed Necho was slain, and Herodotus relates that his son Psamtik took refuge in Syria. In 661 BC, Ashurbanipal's army swept through Lower Egypt and expelled the Ethiopians. Tanutaman fled southward, but on this occasion the Assyrians followed up their success and besieged and captured Thebes, which they sacked. Its nobles were slain or taken captive. According to the prophet Nahum, who refers to Thebes as New Ammon equals city of Ammon, her young children also were dashed in pieces at the top of all the streets, and they, the Assyrians, cast lots for her honorable men, and all her great men were bound in chains. Thebes never again recovered its prestige. Its treasures were transported to Nineveh. The Ethiopian supremacy in Egypt was finally extinguished, and Psamtik, son of Necho, who was appointed the pharaoh, began to reign as the vassal of Assyria. When the kings on the seacoasts of Palestine and Asia Minor found that they could no longer look to Egypt for help, they resigned themselves to the inevitable and ceased to intrigue against Assyria. Gifts were sent to Ashurbanipal by the kings of Arvad, Tyre, Tarsus, and Tabal. The Arvad ruler, however, was displaced, and his son set on his throne. But the most extraordinary development was the visit to Nineveh of emissaries from Gyges, king of Lydia, who figures in the legends of Greece. This monarch had been harassed by the Cimmerians after they accomplished the fall of Midas of Phrygia in 676 BC, and he sought the help of Ashurbanipal. It is not known whether the Assyrians operated against the Cimmerians in Tabal, but as Gyges did not send tribute, it would appear that he held his own with the aid of mercenaries from the state of Caria in southwestern Asia Minor. The Greeks of Cilicia and the Achaeans and the Phoenicians of Cyprus remained faithful to Assyria. Elam gave trouble in 665 BC by raiding Akkad, but the Assyrian army repulsed the invaders at Duralu and pushed on to Susa. The Elamites received a crushing defeat in a battle on the banks of the river Ula. King Teuman was slain, and a son of the king of Urtagu was placed on his throne. Elam thus came under Assyrian sway. The most surprising and sensational conspiracy against Ashurbanipal was fomented by his brother Shamash-shum-ukin of Babylon, after the two had cooperated peacefully for 15 years. No doubt the priestly party at Esagila were deeply concerned in the movement, and the king may have been strongly influenced by the fact that Babylonia was at the time suffering from severe depression caused by a series of poor harvests. Merodach, according to the priests, was angry. It was probably argued that he was punishing the people because they had not thrown off the yoke of Assyria. The temple treasures of Babylon were freely drawn upon to purchase the allegiance of allies. Ere Ashurbanipal had any knowledge of the conspiracy his brother had won over several governors in Babylonia, the Chaldeans, Aramaeans, and Elamites, and many petty kings in Palestine and Syria. Even Egypt and Libya were prepared to help him. When, however, the faithful governor of Ur was approached, he communicated with his superior at Erech, who promptly informed Ashurbanipal of the great conspiracy. The intelligence reached Nineveh like a bolt from the blue. The emperor's heart was filled with sorrow and anguish. In aftertime he lamented, in an inscription, that his faithless brother forgot the favors he had shown him. Outwardly, with his lips, he spoke friendly things, while inwardly his heart plotted murder. In 652 B.C., Shamash-shum-ukin precipitated the crisis by forbidding Ashurbanipal to make offerings to the gods in the cities of Babylonia. He thus declared his independence. War broke out simultaneously. Ur and Erech was besieged and captured by the Chaldeans, and an Elamite army marched to the aid of the king of Babylon, but it was withdrawn before long on account of the unsettled political conditions at home. The Assyrian armies swept through Babylonia, and the Chaldeans in the south were completely subjugated before Babylon was captured. That great commercial metropolis was closely besieged for 3 years and was starved into submission. When the Assyrians were entering the city gates, a sensational happening occurred. Shamash-shum-ukin, the rebel king, shut himself up in his palace and set fire to it, and perished there amidst the flames with his wife and children, his slaves, and all his treasures. Ashurbanipal was in 647 B.C. proclaimed King Kandalanu of Babylon and reigned over it until his death in 626 B.C. Elam was severely dealt with. That unhappy country was terribly devastated by Assyrian troops, who besieged and captured Susa, which was pillaged and wrecked. It was recorded afterwards as a great triumph of this campaign that the statue of Nana of Erech, which had been carried off by Elamites 1,635 years previously, was recovered and restored to the ancient Sumerian city. Elam's power of resistance was finally extinguished, and the country fell a ready prey to the Medes and Persians, who soon entered into possession of it. Thus, by destroying a buffer state, Ashurbanipal strengthened the hands of the people who were destined 20 years after his death to destroy the empire of Assyria. The western allies of Babylon were also dealt with, and it may be that at this time Manasseh of Judah was taken to Babylon, where, however, he was forgiven. The Medes and the Mannai in the northwest were visited and subdued, and a new alliance was formed with the dying state of Urartu. Psamtik of Egypt had thrown off the yoke of Assyria, and with the assistance of Carian mercenaries received from his ally Gyges, king of Lydia, extended his sway southward. He made peace with Ethiopia by marrying a princess of its royal line. Gyges must have weakened his army by thus assisting Psamtik, for he was severely defeated and slain by the Cimmerians. His son Ardys appealed to Assyria for help. Ashurbanipal dispatched an army to Cilicia. The joint operations of Assyria and Lydia resulted in the extinction of the kingdom of the Cimmerians about 645 B.C. The records of Ashurbanipal cease after 640 B.C., so that we are unable to follow the events of his reign during its last 14 years. Apparently peace prevailed everywhere. The great monarch, who was a pronounced adherent of the goddess cults, appears to have given himself up to a life of indulgence and inactivity. Under the name Sardanapalus, he went down to tradition as a sensual oriental monarch who lived in great pomp and luxury, and perished in his burning palace when the Medes revolted against him. It is evident, however, that the memory of more than one monarch contributed to the Sardanapalus legend, for Ashurbanipal had lain nearly 20 years in his grave before the siege of Nineveh took place. In the Bible he is referred to as the great and noble Asnapper, and he appears to have been the emperor who settled the Babylonian, Elamite, and other colonists in the cities of Samaria. He erected at Nineveh a magnificent palace, which was decorated on a lavish scale. The sculptures are the finest productions of Assyrian art, and embrace a wide variety of subjects. battle scenes, hunting scenes, and elaborate court and temple ceremonies. Realism is combined with a delicacy of touch and a degree of originality which raises the artistic productions of the period to the front rank among the artistic triumphs of antiquity. Ashurbanipal boasted of the thorough education which he had received from the tutors of his illustrious father Esarhaddon. In his palace he kept a magnificent library. It contained thousands of clay tablets on which were inscribed and translated the classics of Babylonia. To the scholarly zeal of this cultured monarch is due to the preservation of the Babylonian story of creation, the Gilgamesh and Etana legends, and other literary and religious products of remote antiquity. Most of the literary tablets in the British Museum were taken from Ashurbanipal's library. There are no Assyrian records of the reigns of Ashurbanipal's two sons, Ashur-etil-ilani, who erected a small palace and reconstructed the temple to Nebo at Kalki, and Sin-sharishkun, who is supposed to have perished in Nineveh. Apparently, Ashur-etil-ilani reigned for at least 6 years and was succeeded by his brother. A year after Ashurbanipal died, Nabopolassar, who was probably a Chaldean, was proclaimed king at Babylon. According to Babylonian legend, he was an Assyrian general who had been sent southward with an army to oppose the advance of invaders from the sea. Nabopolassar's sway at first was confined to Babylon and Borsippa, but he strengthened himself by forming an offensive and defensive alliance with the Median king, whose daughter he had married to his son Nebuchadrezzar. He strengthened the fortifications of Babylon, rebuilt the temple of Merodach, which had been destroyed by Ashurbanipal, and waged war successfully against the Assyrians and their allies in Mesopotamia. About 606 BC, Nineveh fell, and Sin-sharishkun may have burned himself there in his palace, like his uncle Shamash-shum-ukin of Babylon and the legendary Sardanapalus. It is not certain, however, whether the Scythians or the Medes were the successful besiegers of the great Assyrian capital. "Woe to the bloody city! It is all full of lies and robbery," Nahum had cried. "The gates of the rivers shall be opened, and the palace shall be dissolved. Take ye the spoil of silver. Take the spoil of gold. Behold, I am against thee, saith the Lord of hosts." According to Herodotus, an army of Medes, under Cyaxares, had defeated the Assyrians and were besieging Nineveh when the Scythians overran Media. Cyaxares raised the siege and went against them, but was defeated. Then the Scythians swept across Assyria and Mesopotamia and penetrated to the delta frontier of Egypt. Psamtik ransomed his kingdom with handsome gifts. At length, however, Cyaxares had the Scythian leaders slain at a banquet, and then besieged and captured Nineveh. Assyria was completely overthrown. Those of its nobles and priests who escaped the sword no doubt escaped to Babylonia. Some may have found refuge also in Palestine and Egypt. Necho, the second pharaoh of the 26th Egyptian dynasty, did not hesitate to take advantage of Assyria's fall. In 609 BC, he proceeded to recover the long-lost Asiatic possessions of Egypt and operated with an army and fleet. Gaza and Ascalon were captured. Josiah, the grandson of Manasseh, was king of Judah. In his days, Pharaoh Necho, king of Egypt, went up against the king of Assyria to the river Euphrates, and King Josiah went against him, and he, Necho, slew him at Megiddo. His son Jehoahaz succeeded him, but was deposed 3 months later by Necho, who placed another son of Josiah, named Eliakim, on the throne, and turned his name to Jehoiakim. The people were heavily taxed to pay tribute to the pharaoh. When Necho pushed northward towards the Euphrates, he was met by a Babylonian army under command of Prince Nebuchadrezzar. The Egyptians were routed at Carchemish in 605 BC. In 604 BC, Nabopolassar died, and the famous Nebuchadrezzar II ascended the throne of Babylon. He lived to be one of its greatest kings and reigned for over 40 years. It was he who built the city described by Herodotus and constructed its outer wall, which enclosed so large an area that no army could invest in it. Merodach's temple was decorated with greater magnificence than ever before. The great palace and hanging gardens were erected by this mighty monarch, who no doubt attracted to the city large numbers of the skilled artisans who had fled from Nineveh. He also restored temples at other cities, and made generous gifts to the priests. Captives were drafted into Babylonia from various lands and employed cleaning out the canals and as farm laborers. The trade and industries of Babylon flourished greatly, and Nebuchadrezzar's soldiers took speedy vengeance on roving bands which infested the caravan roads. The king of Egypt, after his crushing defeat at Carchemish, came not again any more out of his land, for the king of Babylon had taken from the river of Egypt unto the river Euphrates all that pertained to the king of Egypt. Jehoiakim of Judah remained faithful to Necho until he was made a prisoner by Nebuchadrezzar, who bound him in fetters to carry him to Babylon. He was afterward sent back to Jerusalem, and Jehoiakim became his, Nebuchadrezzar's, servant 3 years. Then he turned and rebelled against him. Bands of Chaldeans, Syrians, Moabites, and Ammonites were harassing the frontiers of Judah, and it seemed to the king as if the Babylonian power had collapsed. Nebuchadrezzar hastened westward and scattered the raiders before him. Jehoiakim died, and his son Jehoiachin, a youth of 18 years, succeeded him. Nebuchadrezzar laid siege to Jerusalem, and the young king submitted to him, and was carried off to Babylon with all the princes and all the mighty men of valor, even 10,000 captives, and all the craftsmen and smiths. None remained save the poorest sort of the people of the land. Nebuchadrezzar had need of warriors and workmen. Zedekiah was placed on the throne of Judah as an Assyrian vassal. He remained faithful for a few years, but at length began to conspire with Tyre and Sidon, Moab, Edom, and Ammon in favor of Egyptian suzerainty. Pharaoh Hophra Apries, the 4th king of the 26th dynasty, took active steps to assist the conspirators, and Zedekiah rebelled against the king of Babylon. Nebuchadrezzar led a strong army through Mesopotamia and divided it at Riblah on the Orontes River. One part of it descended upon Judah and captured Lachish and Azekah. Jerusalem was able to hold out for about 18 months. Then the famine was sore in the city, so that there was no bread for the people of the land. Then the city was broken up, and all the men of war fled, and went forth out of the city by night, by way of the gate between the 2 walls, which was by the king's garden. Zedekiah attempted to escape, but was captured and carried before Nebuchadrezzar, who was at Riblah in the land of Hamath. And the king of Babylon slew the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes. Then he put out the eyes of Zedekiah, and the king of Babylon bound him in chains and carried him to Babylon and put him in prison till the day of his death. The majority of the Jews were deported to Babylonia, where they were employed as farm laborers. Some rose to occupy important official positions. A remnant escaped to Egypt with Jeremiah. Jerusalem was plundered and desolated. The Assyrians burned the house of the Lord and the king's house and all the houses of Jerusalem, and brake down all the walls of Jerusalem round about. Jeremiah lamented, "How doth the city sit solitary, that was full of people? How is she become as a widow, she that was great among the nations, and princess among the provinces? How is she become tributary? She weepeth sore in the night, and her tears are on her cheeks. Among all her lovers she hath none to comfort her. All her friends have dealt treacherously with her. They are become her enemies. Judah is gone into captivity because of affliction, and because of great servitude. She dwelleth among the heathen, she findeth no rest. All her persecutors overtook her between the straits. Jerusalem remembered in the days of her affliction, and of her miseries, all her pleasant things that she had in the days of old. Tyre was besieged, but was not captured. His king, however, arranged terms of peace with Nebuchadrezzar. Amel-Marduk, the evil Merodach of the Bible, the next king of Babylon, reigned for a little over 2 years. He released Jehoiachin from prison and allowed him to live in the royal palace. Berosus relates that Amel-Marduk lived a dissipated life and was slain by his brother-in-law, Nergal-Shar-Utsur, who reigned 2 years, 559-560 BC. Labashi-Marduk, son of Nergal-Shar-Utsur, followed with a reign of 9 months. He was deposed by the priest. Then a Babylonian prince named Nabonidus was set on the throne. He was the last independent king of Babylonia. His son, Belshazzar, appears to have acted as regent during the latter part of the reign. Nabonidus engaged himself actively during his reign, 556 through 540 BC, in restoring temples. He entirely reconstructed the house of Shamash, the sun god, at Sippar, and towards the end of his reign, the house of Sin, the moon god, at Haran. The latter building had been destroyed by the Medes. The religious innovations of Nabonidus made him exceedingly unpopular throughout Babylonia, for he carried away the gods of Ur, Erech, Larsa, and Eridu, and had them placed in Esagila. Merodach and his priests were displeased. The prestige of the great god was threatened by the policy adopted by Nabonidus. As an inscription composed after the fall Babylon sets forth, Merodach gazed over the surrounding lands, looking for a righteous prince, one after his own heart, who should take his hands. He called by name Cyrus. Cyrus was a petty king of the shrunken Elamite province of Anshan, which had been conquered by the Persians. He claimed to be an Achaemenian, that is, a descendant of the semi-mythical Achaemenish, the Achaemenes of the Greeks, a Persian patriarch who resembled the Aryo-Indian Manu and the Germanic Manus. Achaemenish was reported to have been fed and protected in childhood by an eagle, the sacred eagle which casts its shadow on born rulers. Probably this eagle was remotely totemic, and the Achaemenians were descendants of an ancient eagle tribe. Gilgamesh was protected by an eagle, as we have seen, as the Aryo-Indian Shakuntala was by vultures, and Semiramis by doves. The legends regarding the birth and boyhood of Cyrus resemble those related regarding Sargon of Akkad and the Indian Karna and Krishna. Cyrus acknowledged as his overlord Astyages, king of the Medes. He revolted against Astyages, whom he defeated and took prisoner. Thereafter he was proclaimed king of the Medes and Persians, who were kindred peoples of Indo-European speech. The father of Astyages was Cyaxares, the ally of Nabopolassar of Babylon. When this powerful king captured Nineveh, he entered into possession of the northern part of the Assyrian Empire, which extended westward into Asia Minor to the frontier of the Lydian kingdom. He also possessed himself of Urartu, Armenia. Lydia had, after the collapse of the Sumerian power, absorbed Phrygia, and its ambitious king, Alyattes, waged war against the Medes. At length, owing to the good offices of Nebuchadrezzar of Babylon and Syenneses of Cilicia, the Medes and Lydians made peace in 585 BC. Astyages then married a daughter of the Lydian ruler. When Cyrus overthrew Cyaxares, king of the Medes, Croesus, king of Lydia, formed an alliance against him with Amasis, king of Egypt, and Nabonidus, king of Babylon. The latter was at first friendly to Cyrus, who had attacked Cyaxares when he was advancing on Babylon to dispute Nabonidus's claim to the throne, and perhaps to win it for a descendant of Nebuchadrezzar, his father's ally. It was after the fall of the Median dynasty that Nabonidus undertook the restoration of the moon god's temple at Haran. Cyrus advanced westward against Croesus of Lydia, before that monarch could receive assistance from the intriguing but pleasure-loving Amasis of Egypt. He defeated and overthrew him and seized his kingdom, 547-546 BC. Then, having established himself as supreme ruler in Asia Minor, he began to operate against Babylonia. In 539 BC, Belshazzar was defeated near Opis. Sippar fell soon afterwards. Cyrus's general, Obrias, then advanced upon Babylon, where Belshazzar deemed himself safe. One night, in the month of Tammuz, Belshazzar the king made a great feast to 1,000 of his lords, and drank wine before the 1,000. Belshazzar, whilst he tasted the wine, commanded to bring the golden and silver vessels which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken out of the temple which was in Jerusalem, that the king and his princes, his wives, and his concubines might drink therein. They drank wine and praised the gods of gold and of silver, of brass, of iron, of wood, and of stone. In that night was Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, slain. On the 16th of Tammuz, the investing army under Gobryas entered Babylon, the gates having been opened by friends within the city. Some think that the Jews favored the cause of Cyrus. It is quite as possible, however, that the priests of Merodach had a secret understanding with the great Achaemenian, the king of kings. A few days afterwards Cyrus arrived at Babylon. Belshazzar had been slain, but Nabonidus still lived, and he was deported to Carmania. Perfect order prevailed throughout the city, which was firmly policed by the Persian soldiers, and there was no looting. Cyrus was welcomed as a deliverer by the priesthood. He took the hands of Bel-Merodach at Esagila, and was proclaimed King of the world, King of Babylon, King of Sumer and Akkad, and King of the Four Quarters. Cyrus appointed his son Cambyses as governor of Babylon. Although a worshipper of Ahura and Mitra, Cambyses appears to have conciliated the priesthood. When he became king and swept through Egypt, he was remembered as the madman who, in a fit of passion, slew a sacred Apis bull. It is possible, however, that he performed what he considered to be a pious act. He may have sacrificed the bull to Mitra. The Jews also welcomed Cyrus. They yearned for their native land. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept, when we remembered Zion. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, Sing us one of the songs of Zion. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth, if I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. Cyrus heard with compassion the cry of the captives. Now in the first year of Cyrus king of Persia, that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be fulfilled, the Lord stirred up the spirit of Cyrus king of Persia, that he made a proclamation throughout all his kingdom, and put it also in writing, saying, Thus saith Cyrus king of Persia, The Lord God of heaven hath given me all kingdoms of the earth, and he hath charged me to build him an house at Jerusalem, which is in Judah. Who is there among you of all his people? His God be with him, and let him go up to Jerusalem, which is in Judah, and build the house of the Lord God of Israel. He is the God, which is in Jerusalem. In 538 BC, the first party of Jews who were set free saw through tears the hills of home and hastened their steps to reach Mount Zion. 50 years later, Ezra led back another party of the faithful. The work of restoring Jerusalem was undertaken by Nehemiah in 445 BC. The trade of Babylon flourished under the Persians, and the influence of its culture spread far and wide. Persian religion was infused with new doctrines, and their deities were given stellar attributes. Ahura Mazda became identified with Bel Merodach, as perhaps he had previously been with Ashur, and the goddess Anahita absorbed the attributes of Nina, Ishtar, Zerpanituᵐ, and other Babylonian mother deities. Another Semiramis came into prominence. This was the wife and sister of Cambyses. After Cambyses died, she married Darius I, who, like Cyrus, claimed to be an Achaemenian. He had to overthrow a pretender, but submitted to the demands of the orthodox Persian party to purify the Ahura Mazda religion of its Babylonian innovations. Frequent revolts in Babylon had afterwards to be suppressed. The Merodach priesthood apparently suffered loss of prestige at court. According to Herodotus, Darius plotted to carry away from Esagila a great statue of Bel, 12 cubits high and entirely of solid gold. He, however, was afraid to lay his hands upon it. Xerxes, son of Darius, 485 to 465 BC, punished Babylon for revolting, when intelligence reached them of his disasters in Greece, by pillaging and partly destroying the temple. He killed the priest who forbade him to move the statue and took it away. The city lost its vassal king and was put under the control of a governor. It, however, regained some of its ancient glory after the burning of Susa Palace, for the later Persian monarchs resided in it. Darius II died at Babylon, and Artaxerxes II promoted in the city the worship of Anaitis. When Darius III, the last Persian emperor, was overthrown by Alexander the Great in 331 BC, Babylon welcomed the Macedonian conqueror as it had welcomed Cyrus. Alexander was impressed by the wisdom and accomplishments of the astrologers and priests, who had become known as Chaldeans, and added Bel Merodach to its extraordinary pantheon, which already included Ammon of Egypt, Melkarth, and Jehovah. Impressed by the antiquity and magnificence of Babylon, he resolved to make it the capital of his world-wide empire, and there he received ambassadors from countries as far east as India and as far west as Gaul. The canals of Babylonia were surveyed, and building operations on a vast scale planned out. No fewer than 10,000 men were engaged working for 2 months reconstructing and decorating the temple of Merodach, which towered to a height of 607 feet. It looked as if Babylon were about to rise to a position of splendor unequaled in its history, when Alexander fell sick, after attending a banquet, and died on an evening of golden splendor sometime in June of 323 BC. One can imagine the feelings of the Babylonian priests and astrologers as they spent the last few nights of the emperor's life reading the omens of the air, taking note of wind and shadow, moon and stars and planets, seeking for a sign, but unable to discover one favorable. Their hopes of Babylonian glory were suspended in the balance, and they perished completely when the young emperor passed away in the 33rd year of his life. For 4 days and 4 nights the citizens mourned in silence for Alexander and for Babylon. The ancient city fell into decay under the empire of the Seleucidae. Seleucus I had been governor of Babylon, and after the breakup of Alexander's empire he returned to the ancient metropolis as a conqueror. None of the persons who succeeded Alexander, Strabo wrote, attended to the undertaking at Babylon. The reconstruction of Merodach's temple, other works were neglected, and the city was dilapidated partly by the Persians and partly by time, and through the indifference of the Greeks, particularly after Seleucus Nicator fortified Seleucia on the Tigris. Seleucus drafted to the city which bore his name the great bulk of the inhabitants of Babylon. The remnant which was left behind continued to worship Merodach and other gods after the walls had crumbled and the great temple began to tumble down. Babylon died slowly, but at length the words of the Hebrew prophet were fulfilled. The cormorant and the bittern shall possess it, the owl also, and the raven shall dwell in it. They shall call the nobles thereof to the kingdom, but none shall be there, and all her princes shall be nothing. And thorns shall come up in her palaces, nettles and brambles in the fortresses thereof, and it shall be an habitation of dragons and a court for owls. The wild beasts of the desert shall also meet with the wild beasts of the island, and the satyr shall cry to his fellow. The screech owl also shall rest there, and find for herself a place of rest. End of Myths of Babylonia and Assyria by Donald Alexander Mackenzie.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The past lives in the present.